the nervousness that you feel when you're walking into these places, right? When you get into a Lambo, when you're trying to robe on, when you're walking into a mansion, that nervousness you feel and that feeling is the only thing you need to get rid of to get everything you want in life.
100%. For me, the ultimate motivation of making more money is that you literally live more life. I don't think people understand that, because if they did, they'd be like, that's why they're addicted to money.
Right? A lot of people think that we're addicted to money or love money. No, money's our bitch.
But like, the only really regret I could think of, or I could imagine having at 80 years of age, was I wish I did even more. Because even if we become trillionaires, I still wish I became a zillionaire.
But we're putting people on game not from a 40-year-old with 2 million.
Yeah.
Putting people on game with people in our 20s that have made millions and millions of dollars in real time. Hey, this is how it actually works. Yo, what's going on, boys? So we got Hassan right here. We're going to do a whole personal branding podcast. We're going to pretty much explain how we went from nobodies, right? Like I started as a high school dropout. Hassan, same exact boat. He wasn't always known, right? To how we built followings of across platforms, millions of followers. So I want to ask you first, bro, what's kind of like your story? You know, like how'd you get started on social media? Was it on purpose? Was it an accident?
Yeah, bro. So I actually got started on social media because my friend told me to start. It was during the COVID time. And I remember at the time I was working my door-to-door sales job, and I was also doing some Forex trading. And I thought, I don't need to kind of focus on social media. I already have something going on right now. I just need to focus on what I'm doing. I don't want shiny object syndrome. So I started off with Twitter, which is actually quite unique because everyone starts with IG or YouTube or TikTok. But I started on Twitter because my friend told me to start with Twitter. So I started with Twitter. But initially, I just was talking about everything. Like literally anything that came to my mind. My mindset was just do more, and I'll probably get more out of it. So I was tweeting 300 times a day, like about anything. I was telling people to drink water. Like I was just doing absolutely anything. But then I just learned over time what I should post, what I shouldn't post. But yeah, man, I started on Twitter. Then I kind of pivoted onto some other platforms as well. But initially, when I first started social media in 2020, like beginning of 2020, I was broke. I was just working my sales job. But a year and a half later, as I was doing really well, making money, that's when my personal brand took off, because people, you know, they see the credibility, they see your lifestyle, and they want to learn from you. So what about yourself? How did you get started?
Yeah, so pretty much complete, not an accident, I would say, but like I got in the gym, you know what I mean? I started working out for 6 months. I tried posting before that. I made like little comedy stuff. I started with TikTok. So like I'd make a comedy video that would go viral and get some likes, and get like 2,000 likes. I'm like, hell yeah. But nothing really popped off until I started posting like a fitness transformation. Went from 135 pounds to like probably 160 at this time. And I literally just spammed the same exact before and after over and over again, nonstop. I think everybody, whether they realize it or not, has seen one of my before and after videos, bro. And on TikTok, I backtracked the data. I think it was my first year or two. I got like 2.5 billion views with the same transformation.
Wow.
But nobody really knew who I was. It was kind of like, yo, I've seen you on TikTok. You're that kid from TikTok. You're that guy from TikTok. I was like, I don't want to be the guy from TikTok. It's like, I want to be somebody. I want to have a name. So I started talking a little bit more. I started speaking motivation. I started talking about life, like money, stuff like that. And it kind of popped off, bro. My goal wasn't to make money with social media, though. I guess I just wanted to get known. I just saw people that had big followings. I was like, man, I want to be known. I feel like it's every man's natural instinct to want to get respect, to want to be important. So after 18, you're not important. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I mean, since the beginning of human time, I think it was Ty Lopez that talked about this. It's way better to be known and important as a man.
more.
You know, people are fascinated by you. People are more likely to do business with you, buy from you. It's just like, you need to understand, especially in info. I thought I was selling fitness programs. I thought I was selling these $20 guides and et cetera, and that's what people wanted. They were just buying into my brand, my mission, my story.
For sure.
And because I inspired them and gave them motivation for free and some type of value for free, they felt like, man, if this guy got me in the gym, I'm going to pay him the $20 or whatever it is. Same thing when I went to 1K, 2K, and on, you know, so.
Yeah, 100%. I think when people are selling their info products, they're way too focused on just their technicalities instead of just the lifestyle, the transformation, who they're going to become once they buy this program, and how good their life is going to be. Like, no one actually cares too much about the back-end systems. Like, we don't really talk about systems too much on the front end. I've never really seen you talk about that too much, unless I'm wrong. But yeah, you're mainly just showing stories of you in Dubai, you in Miami, you know, showing the physique, having fun, having a good life. And then naturally, as people trust you more, maybe they'll watch your longer form content. Then they think, okay, this is a smart dude who can show me what to do. But the smart people understand straight away, like, you're only showing that lifestyle stuff anyway to inspire people and to show them that you're credible. Because a lot of haters online, a lot of broke people, they kind of sit there and say, you guys are insecure, you're showing off your Lambo, your car, whatever. We're only showing that to inspire people and because it's a form of credibility.
Yeah.
We're not sat here like needing validation. Like, oh my God, the guys like my picture of my Ferrari. We don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's purely for the lifestyle marketing.
I always tell people too, you know, they'll be like, why do you post your cars every day? I'm like, I could drive my cars. I drive them. I could see them with my own eyes. I look at my social media like a window.
Yeah.
Because I know I didn't have a me growing up. I didn't have somebody I saw every single day on stories, posting Lambos, you know what I mean, posting Rolls Royces. But yeah, that's a good point that you made. Not a lot of people analyze that. Some people have an emotional reaction to my content. They say like, oh, he just posts supercars. And they may say to you, he just posts watches or etc. But the truth is, I mean, it's what sells. You know, I've made probably one YouTube video where I'm like, hey, here's how I'm doing $500,000 a month, right? And that one YouTube video might get like 20 likes. The video of the Lambo might get 1 million likes. And I'm just kind of like, from a marketing perspective, I may as well front end show a lot of nice things.
Yeah.
And this is the thing I want to emphasize, bro. People see us posting nice stuff and they say, that guy just flexes and he just shows off. I'm like, bro, this is my everyday life. It's not even
It's
a
not
flex.
a flex.
It's just how
it's
like
not a flex.
cars are $500,000 now. You know, watches, you're wearing $100,000 watches. You know,
180
is what it is. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So yeah,
For sure, bro, for sure. You know, I remember I had a conversation once with someone and they were basically just making the point that like I was flexing too much. Someone I knew from back at home. And I was making this exact point to them. I was basically just saying, I'm not intentionally flexing. It's just I actually live in Dubai now. And I actually have 7 supercars and I actually have good friends and I actually have this life. Like you're staying right now in the Royal Atlantis as you're here in Dubai. And it's like, how much was the room per night?
bro, the room's $3K a night, bro.
3K per night. It's not even the basic room, right? So it's you know, it's the big boy room. So if people see that, they're thinking, oh, he's just flexing for social media, but like that's your actual life. So I think most people just don't understand like their life is here, but you can actually get to a point where your life is now the standard is here. You know, it's just about leveling up. But just back to that point of lifestyle marketing, if you guys want to kind of grow your personal brands or anything, you have to understand people want to see in you what they want for themselves. Like people either want a good physique, they want a lot of money, they want good relationships, or ideally a combination of all three. The more assets you have, I think it's easier to grow on social media, you know? Like if you were 7 foot tall and you play in the NBA, it's going to be easier to grow a personal brand than if you live in Bangladesh and, you know, you have nothing to your name and you have nothing going on for you. So for me, it was always kind of obvious. The better you become, the more people are going to want to follow you. And I think a lot of people trying to grow a personal brand, they forget this. They just think if I make a couple of videos, I'm going to become known. But for me, I really started taking off on Twitter when I started posting that Miami lifestyle and I was making money and I was buying nice things, etc. So
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of the reverse effect too, bro. I mean, what I've noticed is the most relatable people are the most famous. Like if you're a little bit relatable and you make it, you come up, people are like, man, that kid, you know, he's killing it, he's crushing it. What I've noticed is a personality type like me, or just a character like me. Some people just were like, oh, this dude's like fucking 6'5" and he's light skinned. I don't relate to this guy. He's just superficial.
no, but this
So-
is the thing.
Yeah.
Just to quickly add in, because I've made this point to my friends before. I don't think so. With this relatable point, I think it's really important to mention this, which is I believe people want to follow people who are very non-relatable in their position, but who relate to them with their message. So like you said, 6'5", millionaire at the moment, all these different things. That's a non-relatable position, right? You have nice things, etc. But you're relatable in terms of your message. Like, guys, I was just like you can do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if you weren't that person and you were like literally like them in every way, you didn't have money and you were talking relatable stuff, why would anyone follow you? Like, I won't be sat here with you right now, that, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like the point is, like my message is relatable. People are like, Hassan, I was just like you, and I'm just like you right now, and I'm doing door-to-door sales, whatever. But they see me now as the non-relatable version of that. That's the dynamic. So it's like Kylie Jenner. She talks about makeup and she's relatable in that sense, but then she looks like Kylie Jenner, so she's not relatable.
Yeah.
And she's a billionaire.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. You show them why they need to change. You tell them why they need to change.
Yeah,
That's
exactly
what I always
that.
tell my guys. It's like, you can't just show, because then it's like, oh, you know, you get the comments, this dude's just flexing, which is inevitable. When you tell them why they need to change, or you're like, bro, I started in your exact same boat. Like I was skinny, I was a loser. I tell people, I'm like, even if I was 6'5", if I didn't work out at all, if I didn't focus on making money, I'd just be another 6'5", skinny, malnourished dude on the side of the street. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
and people don't get that at all. So I think the beauty of social media, I guess, is you climb this ladder of self-improvement. I've almost used the hate to get to a further place than I ever would have been, because I used it to correct my weak points. You know what I mean? Like when I started social media, of course, bro, I was the kid that spent all his money on an i8, bro. You know what I mean? And you know, I'd see comment, he just spent all his money and it's going to go away in 3 years. And I was like, that. I just took that personal. I was like, now I'm actually going to become the man and level up in every single way. So it's good to use that as fuel too. But if you're just starting out, a lot of people watching this are going to say, well, Hassan Vince, I don't have supercars. I don't have nice things. Not a lot of people understand this about me. I grew to 400,000 followers on TikTok before I posted anything nice, before I went on any vacation, before I was really making any money.
Mhm.
And I think the reason I jumped that fast was because my before, me skinny, malnourished, et cetera, was so relatable. And where I was at did to some degree feel achievable for everybody. You know, everybody felt like, okay, I could be skinny and kind of get bulked up. This dude's not a bodybuilder, but he's in good shape. And I think it was that relatability at the time that made me liked, known. And then as I grew more and more, the funniest thing is it kind of fell off. I feel like it was a support journey. Hey, he's bulking up. This kid's awesome. It's like the quote, they want to see you do good, but not better than them.
For sure.
And then when I completely leveled up and transformed, they started hating. They're like, this
But
guy, it's
but
not true.
having said all of that, you're now making more money than ever, and people really trust you and like you. So it's like, yeah, maybe, a lot of people might think, okay, this guy's now annoying me because he's doing much better than me. But at the same time, the people who understand the message, probably the people who watch this podcast, they're like, now, okay, I trust this guy because he's just doing so well. Whereas if you stayed that person who's just like a fitness kind of guy and he's just posting transformation before and afters, then it's just like, well, I'm not going to pay this guy 10K, 20K, 30K, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, yeah, the game just changes, right? But I think anyone trying to post content online and have a personal brand, it's just important to understand you're going to get hate.
Yeah.
How have you dealt with hate, and what are your craziest stories with hate? Or what are some things you've kind of got in regards to hate and you thought to yourself, wow, like people are actually some people are just losers. Why are they hating on me?
Honestly, I mean, it started with fitness for sure. Like when I first started posting fitness content, I realized I could never, no matter how much facts I showed, I could never change somebody's mind. You know what I mean? There's a weird fact where somebody would say like, "Oh, the date is lied, and you didn't actually do this in this time
What
frame."
slide?
They
What?
said the date, like the date of.
Oh, right. Like it wasn't in that quick
I'd
of a
have
time.
a before photo, I'd have an after photo. I have a photo that says 2021. It's literally a live photo you can click, and it's like, okay, you know what I mean? But I'd show them that. Like, well, you can easily change it in the settings and the editing. And I was like, no. And then they're like, the scale is lying. And I'd show the scale. I'm like, look at this, look at that.
Yeah.
Like, you have something in your pocket on the scale. You can't do anything to make a non-believer believe, right? Some people are just meant to transform. Some people are meant to be optimistic and kill it. Some people are just convinced that life is the way it is while having no results. So, I mean, that was my first experience to hate. And it was actually kind of comforting once I settled with the fact that I'm not going to change anyone's mind. They're going to have their opinions of how they view the world and everything like that. So yeah, it was comforting because I didn't really care. And then another example too was just, like we mentioned in the gym earlier, was just checking profiles. I'd click their profiles and be like, oh shit, I see what he's hating. You know what I mean? Like if this person came up to me in real life, which has never happened, would I be offended? No. If you had a homeless person on the side of the street say like, oh, you're fake, I'd probably be like, "Ugh," and I'd just keep walking. I probably wouldn't even react. You know what I mean? I think I had some, I think we were in the gym the other day. I think we were in the gym yesterday. There was like some trend head bodybuilder or some shit. And he said something in like fucking some other language I don't even know. He was like, no,
To you.
I don't know if it was to me, but I was like,
Right.
and I just kept walking like, you don't even, you know what I mean? You don't even care.
It just doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter.
But
Yeah, I remember asking my brother about this. I remember saying, like, at the beginning, I was like, why are people commenting this? Why are people commenting that? Like, what's wrong with people? And he was the one who kind of let me know, like, some people actually just troll when they respond with comments. Like, sometimes the comments aren't actually true. So, like, I've had people message me before or comment before saying, bro, this and this and this. Like, I don't even know what example, but just anything. And I've messaged them personally on Twitter, like, bro, like, why do you think this? Because I'm not whatever they told me. And I just wanted to see what would happen. And the number of times people have been like, oh my God, bro, I've been following you a year. I've been following you 6 months. It's crazy that you messaged me. I actually like your content. I was trolling. I wanted more eyes on my page or something along the lines of that. And I remember thinking, what the fuck? And I remember saying to my brother, Danny, like, this is just insane to me. It's just like, bro, people literally troll. They want you to comment back because they're like, oh my God, Hassan replied. Oh my God, Vincent replied. They genuinely live for that.
Yeah.
So I think anyone who's posting content just needs to realize, A, there are people just purely trolling. They don't mean what they say about you. And B, the ones who do mean it, bro, half the population is lower than average IQ. Like, those people aren't real people to me. I've been smart my whole life. I've always been around smart people. I only talk to smart people. I'm not going to talk to some dumb dude. So when it's a dumb dude commenting dumb stuff, like, you're just below me, in every way. So I just don't care. You have to kind of look at it like that. Like, if you knew someone for a fact who's objectively just stupid, and let's just say you objectively knew they were just super weak in the gym, They couldn't defend themselves. They're broke. And they were in front of you in real life. Like you said, you just laugh.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and the homeless example is such a good example because we can all visualize a homeless person. You have to visualize like a 14-year-old person who's just super weak, you know, sat there in their parents' house commenting these things. Like, it just doesn't become real. You know, if a winner says that, you're like, oh shit, like maybe I am doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, but I always tell people if you're not getting hate, that's actually a red flag. That's
For
a
sure.
very bad sign. If I'm on a coaching call with somebody and I check out their page and they're doing everything I tell them, first thing I check their comments and shares. I'm like, bro, if why do you only have 2 comments here and they're all fire emojis?
It's actually got me thinking, yeah, I gotta start probing for them.
I'm like, you should have somebody offended by your content. I'm not saying completely go away from giving value, but I'm like, you need more controversial hooks. You need to say outlandish shit. And like you're saying, the smart people online know that I do this on purpose.
Yeah,
The idiot, I feel like everybody, for the most part, kind of knows you can amplify things on purpose. I think some people dumb themselves down again on the flip side and they'll go, well, I still want the YouTube pay-per-view, like the hate channels. But there's 2 ways to say things, right? I could say, guys, everybody needs to self-improve. You guys need to find a way to make money. This is not going to get any type of reaction. But if I say, if you're a full-grown man in your early 20s and you're not utilizing your peak testosterone to make money, bro, people are going to get pissed off.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
I've seen you talk about this before, and I think we both do this quite well. And you know, it's all about the energy and you know, with how you speak it as well. Like when you speak in such an aggressive way and just a more direct way and a more like you're sharp with your words, that's what really pisses people off. Like if I say like and kind of and so, and I'm more nuanced with my points, like on a podcast, people are like, oh, Hassan's a smart dude and he's more calibrated. But on my short form content, when I'm just more sharp and like, guys, you know, like I've had people say to me, like, bro's trying to fake his voice because when I talk louder, naturally, I'm going to speak in a more deep voice. I'm like, guys, you know, I'm trying to use urgency. I'm trying to piss people off in a way. And people are like, bro's trying to fake his voice. Look, now that's his normal voice. I've had people like make videos on me saying, look, this is not his real voice. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never even noticed this was a thing.
Yeah.
You know, but what you're saying is completely true, man. Like people just get so insecure.
Uh-huh.
Because they're like, who does this guy think he is speaking like that?
Yeah, for sure, bro. But it is a scoreboard. Like every single time I've made the most money, I've been the most hated. It's in direct correlation. So like the first time, I'll give fitness examples. When I was at my peak fitness, the first time I was making 5 to 7K a month, it was extreme hate. It was exposed videos everywhere. This dude's transformation's not now. But my bank account for that time, going from the kid that was a high school dropout, was booming. But I was also just pissed off as hell because I wanted to prove people wrong. I wanted to, you know. But when I realized that was never going to happen, it didn't. And then the times that my business has been the slowest, every comment's like, Vince, love the message, bro. Awesome. So motivational,
That's
bro.
so true.
Because your day ones are there, but the explore page is not.
So true.
You get what I mean? It's like the TikTok explore page is kind of younger people that have a sense of humor. So it's like hate, but it's in a joking way.
Yeah.
Instagram people be like, I know your mom's address, bro. Kill yourself. You know, Instagram's a little bit more negative, bro.
Oh, your mom's address.
Yeah, like Instagram's more negative. People actually want you to off yourself and etc. I don't know what it is about that, but I noticed this with my homies. We had a whole gym mafia, right? And we make before and after videos together. I'd put the homies on. I'd be like, bro, we'll do a trio transformation because I'm getting views, but you're not right now. So let's do this. Bro, I'd get them like 38 million views, etc. And we'd all analyze the algorithm together. This was before consulting. And we knew every little trick. We knew every little detail. My friend would get a tattoo. He's like, this specific tattoo is going to get more comments. I was like, bet, I'm going to get a wolf tattoo as well. And I'm going to get comments like that. And it was when we first did a transformation video, like people need to understand the level of obsession, right? Because one part of it, you want to kill it online, right? One part's for you. I'm not saying get a dumbass tattoo you don't like. But when I saw my homie got some anime tattoo or some shit, and I saw how many reactions it got, that's a horrible tattoo. Yo, that's actually fire. Yo, this, yo, that. And I didn't have tattoos at the time. I was like, shit, I'm going to get tattoos. I'm going to get a fucking wolf, something I resonate with. I want people to say alpha male, you know, whatever they say, lone wolf, you know, but not in a bad sense, but just in a reaction standpoint. If you can get reactions out of people on social media, that's all the algorithm is. The algorithm is a combination of human emotions on a large scale.
100%.
And if you know how to play with human emotions, you can kill it online. Like that's 100%. The moral of the story. And every person, no matter how dumb they perceive themselves online, is actually intelligent to a certain degree because they know how to get a reaction.
For sure. I kind of use this as an example. Let's say you're in the airport. There's many people. You're at the train station, whatever. You see many people. Who are the people who stand out? It's going to be the people who are either super short, like maybe they're a dwarf, or there's someone who's super tall, super in shape, a girl who's super good looking, some dude wearing some crazy outfit, right? So back to that point about tattoos. If you see someone with head tats and they got a full arm sleeve on both sides and they're wearing a string or a tank top, that person is going to stand out more in real life. So the person who's going to stand out more in real life, they're the exact person who's going to stand out more on social media. Like if you're going to compare yourself to the average dude walking the street, you would get more attention in real life. That's why you get more attention on social media. It's the exact same thing with material things. If you see someone with a nice watch, right now I'm wearing a gold AP. If you see me wearing a gold AP in real life, you're going to notice it. So you're going to look for a couple of seconds like, what watch is that? So I'm going to get more attention than the average dude on the street. Same thing with chains. If you wear a chain, 2 chains, 3 chains, the guy wearing 3 chains in real life will get more attention than the guy wearing 1 chain or no chains. So everything's just how much attention you get in real life is how much attention you get on social media. Like right now, if we dyed our hair half blonde, half our normal color, in real life, that would get a lot of attention. That's why on social media, that would go crazy. Maybe it would be bad attention in real life and social media, but the point stands. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think it's funny because I grew up like known as the broke kid. You know, I was known as like, I don't know, just unimportant. So a part of me growing up, I felt like I needed to prove myself. You know what I mean? So like I did buy the fucking diamond chain, 40,000, right? I'd buy the cars with the crazy ass colors. And I guess along the journey somewhere, I feel like I beat the game for myself. And this is a really weird perspective. I'm still gonna pop my shit, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I was like, maybe let me get rid of the chain. Let me start looking at watches. You know what I mean? Let me start to present myself more classy. So I feel like there's certain ways to still get attention, but present yourself in a respectable way.
For sure.
Because when I see somebody like dye their hair blonde, it gives me a message of attention seeking a little bit. Like I know me when I got tattoos, I was in a very not insecure, but I was in a pissed off place in my life where I felt like I needed to be modified. You know what I mean? And now I don't have the desire to even fill this sleeve in. It's weird. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, you know,
I get your point completely. He's just basically saying, just like at the beginning. No, I understand. I think everyone understood it as well. But it's just like that's exactly why I haven't dyed half my hair blonde, half my hair black, or whatever normal color it is, brown, dark brown, because then you just look purely like a clown. And also there are other ways to get attention without making yourself look fully like a clown. But at times in social media with your personal brand, there are times when you kind of, if there's a spectrum of like professional and serious, and there's a, you know, the other side is more clown and more trolly. I've definitely gone to this side a lot. And it sometimes gets views, but the quality of views isn't as high. Like this podcast, let's say it gets 500 views. Every view is going to be a high quality view. If it gets 5,000 views, the same thing. But if we do something where we're trolling, it might get 1 million views, but then everyone just thinks we're just a troll. So it's like one thing that's super important to understand with personal brand is you don't need that many views to make a lot of money. Like you could have a couple thousand views on every single long form video you make, and you can make 10K, 20K per video if it's the right people watching, if you're selling coaching, online coaching, all these kind of things. So what do you think about that for the viewers watching? Views versus just pure virality, because we've had both at different times. What do you think?
It's very interesting because I think there's another factor that's knowledge, right? There's views, there's virality, and then there's knowledge. I've been viral not having knowledge on marketing, and I probably didn't make the money I was supposed to make at the time. But I really do have the perspective. I know it's a trend now to say like, and which is true. I've had guys in my community with 500 followers making over 10,000 a month. But your goal should be to get known at the same time.
Sure.
I feel like people shouldn't take that too far where they're like, yeah, my goal is to have less followers. When people say shit like that, I'm like, bro, you're stupid, bro. But if you're extremely viral and you give an extreme amount of substance and value, I feel like that's the best combination where somebody's more likely to pay you if you're known versus you're not. I mean, it's just how the social media world works, you know?
They trust you more.
Yeah.
Because they think to themselves subconsciously and consciously, they think, okay, if 100,000 people follow this dude, you know, that's social proof in of itself, right? If people trust him enough to click the follow button, then who am I not to follow him? It's kind of like with women. If women know that, you know, other girls like you, they're going to like you as well, whether it's in school, university, whatever. So it's kind of the same thing with social proof. If this many people follow him, I should follow him as well. If this many people bought his product and this guy's got all these testimonials, I should buy his product again. You know, I should buy his product myself. So that's kind of how it works. Like I see you posting testimonials on your Instagram. I've posted many testimonials on my Telegram, on my Instagram. I'm going to start doing that. So you know, when people see other people trust your product and they've bought from you and they've got good results, they think, I'm the same as this guy. Why can't I get results if this guy's got results? So
yeah. And especially if the testimonials are relatable too.
Exactly.
That's the
Exactly.
selling point for me. Like I
Yeah.
told you, I do have the effect now of where if I was 18 years old and I saw an SVJ and a Phantom, I wouldn't think that's possible for me. I really
Really?
did have a cap on my own mind where I knew a Huracan was achievable. I knew like something like I
The
knew
broke
I
boy
could get
ones.
one Lamborghini
Okay.
by the time I was 30.
Right.
But when
Right.
I'd see like a fucking SVJ, it just completely leave my mind. I was like, there's no way in hell. So I make my testimonials relatable. I don't even post all my testimonials. I post the most relatable ones where somebody's
Interesting.
like, hey, I was working 3 jobs and I got here.
Wow.
Hey, I was homeless at this time and I got here. Another big one is, hey, I was active duty in the military and I have this result. Because a lot of those guys are just like, yo, I'm there right now, you know? So I stay away from the guys that were like, bro, I was always in shape and I'm now making 200,000 a month. Like who's gonna, I want it to be relatable with the testimonials as well. And when people see that everyday people are winning, it makes them want to win as well. That's why I use the testimonials, 500 followers, 10,000 a month. The goal is to be known, but it's still a really cool factor. And a lot of people are like, well, shit, I thought I was excluded from this game. I have this many followers and
Yep.
boom.
Yep.
But you don't start with testimonials. I want to add this point too, right? You don't start with the big following. You don't start with testimonials. Number one thing, you have to be your best testimonial. You have to be your own testimonial. When I had nobody on my team, I was just like, hey, look what I did. I went from this to that. And that's really a greater selling point than anything else you could show.
Mhm.
And then when I'd get a small win, I'd post, hey, look, listen, he's happy with the community. Then, hey, listen, he lost 10 pounds. He gained 20 pounds. You get more and more as time goes on, and it's a snowball effect, you know?
Great point. 100%, bro. Yeah. And I think just to go back to the one of the original points we were making, just about like the relatability point, that Kylie Jenner thing. It's just like at the moment you're this high level, and then you're showing everyday people now get to this level. Okay, they still haven't got an SVJ and a Phantom at the moment if they've just quit their job and maybe they're making 10K a month. You're not gonna have an SVJ and a Phantom at 10K. However, they still want to they still are gonna prefer buying from someone at this level who's showing transformations from everyday people to this level, who are then like kind of continuously improve. But they'd rather you at this level than at this level. Like people would rather buy from the people who are just straight winners.
Yeah,
You know, so
that's true.
the more you win, the more SVJs and Phantoms you have, the more they think, okay, Vince is a baller, the more they then want to listen to that everyday message. I think that point's so important to, kind of explain, because if you have a very, very, very plain average physique and you're selling fitness coaching, you're not going to sell as much as someone who looks more aesthetic. Now, if you're too aesthetic, let's say too bodybuilder-esque, that could be a downside. Like I think Keener Body sells very well. There's a fitness influencer called Keener Body because he has like a very, what's the word? Aesthetic, like achievable, in people's minds, like an achievable Hollywood type physique kind of markets it like that. So I think if you're too much like a bodybuilder, it's a negative. I think if you're too much of a rich person, it's a negative. Then people think, I don't want to be a billionaire, for example.
Yeah,
They want to have a supercar, they want to have a life in Miami and Dubai where they travel. And I think if you push the message of you have to work all the time, every minute, people don't like that. They
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
think I can have freedom, a work-life balance. So it's just a balance, but
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I like that you mentioned other influencers, bro. People don't know this about me.
Okay.
Before I even did consulting, I sold thousands of fitness programs.
Okay.
Right, low ticket and high ticket, I'll give that perspective. But how did somebody who was 180 pounds at the time, when there's other C-bums and bodybuilders in the marketplace, sell thousands of fitness programs? I was just so relatable. You know what I mean? It's like that kid was skinny. Okay, that looks achievable. He's at like 180 now. It doesn't look too off. No, I'm not saying that if I would have stuck to fitness and I would have continued that bulk and etc. I'm not saying I wouldn't have sold more.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling people is you don't have to be a completely finished product to sell.
Yeah,
You know what I
we're
mean?
not Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not claiming to be Jeff Bezos, and my goal is not to be Jeff Bezos. I don't want to be exactly Jeff Bezos, right? If we wanted to be Jeff Bezos, we probably wouldn't even be on this podcast. The way we live our life would be different. We probably wouldn't be, flexing in supercars the way we do. Like, we don't want to be Jeff Bezos. We're happy
Yeah.
being who we are, and we're just continuously improving. But the point I'm making is, yeah, like you want to continuously try and get better, but show your audience that you're getting better and show them that you are wanted in this position. Like I regularly tell people, like I was just knocking on doors and like doing door-to-door sales hours and hours and hours every single day. And people hear that like, no way, bro, you were doing door-to-door sales. Like I'm doing door-to-door sales. Like, yeah, bro, I was a normal person. But people see us now and they think, oh my God, this finished product. We're not finished products, but this person now is like in a sick position. I want to be like this. But we were just normal people. Like I got kicked out of college. You dropped out of
high school.
Dropped out of high school. So even more crazy. It's like you guys can do the same and then get to this level. You just have to work hard. But I think one thing about us that many people kind of won't really notice, we're very aggressive people. We're talking nicely now, but like we're very like aggressive. We want to get shit done. You know, I didn't know that about you initially, but as I've like met you, you've been talking about it as well. And I was like, okay, it makes sense. Like, that's how I am. Like, we want to get shit done.
Mhm.
You know, I think these people in life who are too passive, they get nothing done. I don't believe passive is good in any situation. Every situation, the more you force your will, you force the pace is better.
Yeah.
What do you think about that point?
I think that's solid too, because I used to have this full on fucking manifestation, law of attraction mentality of I'm gonna sit back, it's gonna come to me. And I thought I'd mess up the flow forcing it.
Okay.
But I think the best mentality is believing you're there already and just taking what's yours. You know what I
Okay.
mean? A lot of people
Yeah.
are striving for something they can't believe they can have. So they're like, I want to be a millionaire and I'm fighting so hard to become a millionaire. But like, if you believe you're a millionaire now and you just act and you're like, I'm just bringing my best self to the world, I'm doing what I do, then it's a completely different perspective, bro. I want to talk about that Jeff Bezos topic, bro, because I know it'll be a viral ass clip, but
Okay.
I'll get comments, bro. And people will be like, well, you're not actually rich because Jeff Bezos not once has posted a Lambo, etc. I'm like, well, how rich are you? I'm not talking about Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
You
we're
know,
not
how
saying
much,
with Jeff Bezos.
yeah. I'm like, how much have you made, for example? You know,
Yeah.
they'll say, well, I know this guy is richer than that. I'm like, bro, look at your own life.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Before you start judging others. But yeah, back to the same topic though. Anybody can make it if they work hard, and most importantly, they believe. I mean, this is contradictory to what other people say, but I have seen people work their asses off extremely hard and not get what they want
You
because they
think?
weren't in alignment. Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, bro. I'm really not sure. I mean, I'd have to hear your example, but
Bro, what I mean is like it could be intelligence, it could be belief too, who knows?
Mm.
But I've had guys that are sun up to sundown, Vince, I'm working so hard, I have this
But
job,
were
I
they
have that
working that
job.
hard?
Bro,
Because if you work that hard, I think you get the belief.
no, it's just like it's that they're not intelligent. They don't have an IQ. So their mentality is I'm gonna work 3 jobs, one construction, one this, one that.
Yeah.
Like if hard work
Yeah.
alone made everybody rich, and
For
I've
sure.
said this before,
Yeah.
fucking construction workers would be rich, you know, factory workers would be rich, everybody would be rich, but it's hard work and it's intelligence. And when you look at intelligence, like when you look at the measure of it, like you getting what you want out of life, then I think intelligence is more important than hard work. I've always called myself the laziest hard worker.
Mhm.
And you'll notice it's like a bad trait, but I won't show up to shit on time sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I won't plan out meetings in depth and I'll be like, this time I'm doing this, that time I'm
Yeah.
doing that. I'll make a list. I'll be like, okay, order of importance, boom, this podcast. I'm gonna go look at this real estate show. And then, but like, I've never been a hard worker in the sense of what I believe. And I think that goes back to the saying that, you know, if you're hard workers believe they're not doing enough all the time. People that aren't doing enough believe they're working too hard. Am I burnt out? I've asked my girl, I'm like, you're around me every single day. Do you think I'm a hard worker? Because I wake up at 12 to 1. I
Yeah.
go to sleep at 4 a.m. And she's like, yeah, you work hard. And I realize, like, even though I'm sitting here doing this, I'm still working hard because it's like business meetings, etc. Boom, let me schedule this, payment processing issues. Let me call that guy. So I guess to some degree, yeah. I mean, I guess it's just focus as well.
It's intentionality, you know?
Uh-huh.
It's like you're intentional with what you're doing, you know? But yeah, you definitely get to a point where you don't feel like you're working too hard. You know, it's just about being intentional, about good positioning, all that stuff. But I think, yeah, it's definitely a nuanced point. Like you definitely need to be intelligent as well. I'm not just saying work hard. You absolutely have to be intelligent, but you don't have to be some genius. You just have to be intentional with like, okay, right now I'm working this job. Why am I working this job? Like you have to be conscious. That's very, very important. I think a lot of people drift through life and there's a book called Outwitting the Devil. And from
Yeah.
what I remember from that book, it's basically just talking about don't drift, be intentional, be conscious. That's the main thing I took away from that book.
Mhm.
And it's very, very true. Like if I'm doing this podcast, why am I doing this podcast? Okay, I'm gonna have a good conversation. Maybe I'm gonna learn something myself. Okay, it's gonna get some views. It's gonna create trust for our brands. It's only a good thing, you know? It's more practice being on camera. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. But most people aren't intentional. They work a job and they're not thinking, why am I working this job? When I was working a door-to-door sales job, I was thinking, okay, I'm not making that much money, but I'm learning how to speak. I'm learning how to sell. I'm learning how to handle objections. I'm going to use this money and invest in mentorships and courses. And that's all the stuff I was doing. I used that money to travel to meet people. I traveled to Romania, Bulgaria. I was traveling all over the world to meet different kinds of people, to try and network with other people, get to that next level. So I was intentional with why I was working this sales job. The people you're talking about maybe are working 3 jobs and some of them are just stupid. They're working these jobs. They're getting the money from their job. Then they go out on Friday because they're stressed from their job all week. Then they blow all their money in the club. Then it's the same cycle on repeat. It's like, why are you working those jobs, bro? What are you doing? Just
Yeah.
take a step back for a second and like look at yourself and analyze yourself from a third party point of view. Think, what am I doing?
Bro, some people are doing everything correctly as to what they're told. Some people don't even go out on Friday night and get drunk and they think they're working hard and like they stack up 10,000 that's set aside, but they don't realize that you can't save your way rich. Like
No.
I used to get told by my dad, my mom, save, save, save. Saving is the most important thing. Don't spend any of the money you have. And then I got to a point, I was like, if I stay at this exact same income I'm at, I'm never gonna get rich, bro. I'm never gonna buy a Lambo or any of that shit. So like, yeah, what you're saying is facts. You have to take your active income at the time if it's from a job, and you have to invest in self-development. It's one thing I did as well. I took my first 8,000 that I made and I invested into a mentor who taught me high ticket coaching. Scariest thing I ever did, but I don't know what it was. I mean, I wasn't as scared as some people are nowadays, where I was like, hopefully this investment changes my life. I
Yeah.
spent my life savings, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? But
yeah.
I wasn't, I had the belief that I'd make it back either way.
It's funny when you do those impressions because that's actually how people are. Like,
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
just never speak to those people. I just forget about that. It's actually just funny seeing that people are like, oh my God, like, what am I going to do? Like, bro,
Yeah,
you're going to
yeah.
make it back. Like,
Yeah.
there's trillions of dollars.
Yeah, bro, it's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it all comes down to belief, bro. Because
Yeah.
when I was investing in these mentors, I'd literally like all the money I have, bro, I'd be like, fuck it, bro.
What's the worst case
I'd say-
scenario?
yeah.
Worst case scenario, you're going to learn something that at some point in your life is going to be worth millions. Like, it's interesting because I have some other successful friends and they said the same thing as you, which is like, you know, I'm not sure if I'm going to have SEJ, Phantom, all these things. And for some reason, like maybe this isn't relatable me saying this, but I'm just sharing my truth. Since I was young, I always just thought I'm going to be a baller. I had no reason or evidence to think this. Like I never had a business when I was younger. I was never a hustler in school selling cookies and different kinds of things like this. But I just thought I'm just going to be rich. I don't know why. Maybe my dad just always told me work hard, you can have anything. Maybe there was like examples of when I worked hard as a kid, I passed an exam or I did really well. I thought, okay, like it's all about hard work and just maybe I saw myself as a smart person ever since I was young. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting that you said that, but I guess that's good for the viewers because then it's like you have someone who's massively successful and they weren't that sure they were going to become this successful. And then you have someone else who kind of just always thought, yeah, I'm going to do it.
But-
Maybe I was deluded.
But I mean,
But
here's the thing too.
works.
It wasn't that I didn't believe I could have an SVJ and a Phantom. It was that I didn't believe I'd have it in that time frame.
Yeah,
That
I've
was-
heard, I've
that-
heard
that-
Mangassi say this before.
That was a difference,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
differentiating factor where I always knew I'd be a baller too. But
Mhm.
like in my first vision board I made, right? At first I read hundreds of self-development books, bro. And I write down,
How
I
to
read
win friends and
think-
influence people.
how to win
think
friends and
rich.
influence people, outwitting the devil. You know, I got Way of the Superior Man, 48, like all the basics books. And then there's some other stuff, The Science of Getting Rich, The As a Man Thinketh, like every category of book from marketing to mindset to belief. I've probably read it if it's mainstream. But I remember the first book I ever read, first self-development book, Think and Grow Rich. Everybody really starts
classic.
with that. You know, it told you to write down your goals and write down what you were willing to sacrifice. I said, I want to be a millionaire by 25. I'm going to sacrifice procrastination. I'm going to give away my PS4. That was the most important thing to me at the time, bro. I literally sold my PS4, bro. And I said I'd be a millionaire by 25, though. You know what I mean? So, like, there's the quote that you'll
You
never...
did it, right?
Yeah, there's the quote that you'll never get higher than you aim.
Mm.
But I've also passed that. But I think I changed the aiming point as time went on.
Yep. I don't
So-
believe in that quote. You never get past.
Yeah.
I've said it before, but I don't fully believe it. Yeah, because you can explain it and then I'll say my point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess me hitting that milestone 5 years earlier made me reshift. There was somewhere in between where I saw, okay, I'm on trajectory to hit this point.
Mm.
And then I just changed the goal.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
it's like, now I want to do 100,000 a month. Now
Yeah.
I want to do 200,000 a month.
Yeah.
There's 500. Now it's 1 million a month. So I guess that quote is true to some degree because I changed the aiming point. You'll never get higher than you aim, but if you change where you aim when you see the trajectory.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, it's not like it's a fixed goal. It's not a fixed aim. But yeah, what kind of happened with me is when my life changed, it was when I just started focusing on the daily goals. So instead of thinking one day I want this many followers, this much money, this much whatever, I just started thinking like today I have to X, Y, Z. For me, daily goals over yearly goals are so much more important because time is an illusion anyway. Like what actually is a year? What is a month? What is a day? It's just a man-made concept. Like, okay, we have seconds and minutes and hours and, you know, it's a man-made thing. It's not real. Time is an illusion. Like it's in physics, it's like, you know, the faster an object moves, relatively slower time goes. I kind of see myself as an object. The faster I move, the more podcasts I do, the more I do today. If I do 20 Instagram stories after this podcast, I finish this podcast, I go gym, I do some other things, some meetings and calls, the day will feel slower because I've done more. The less I've done, if I sit in bed all day, the day will just go by really quickly and I'll feel like I've done nothing. So as you just focus on completing your daily tasks every single day, you think, oh, fuck, it's been only a month. It's been a month and I've done all of this. I love that feeling. It's my favorite feeling in the world, feeling like time is going slowly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
That's
like
funny.
if you think when I was
Yeah.
20, I was here. Now you're making this much money at 22. You're like, wow, this much in 2 years. So you're telling me when I'm 24, I'm going to be this? It's the
Yeah.
beautiful feeling.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful feeling and it's intoxicating, right? I don't want it to slow my progress.
Yeah.
Because like, oh man, 3 years ago I was making this, now I'm making that. And then I start to slow down because I feel like I'm doing good. I have a guy, Flynn, which you've met.
Yep, I like him.
17-year-old, I got him to 6 figures a month. And he'll say, like, the first day he came to Miami, he was like, bro, I'm 16 years old, bro. I'm doing 30,000 a month. Don't you ever think how far ahead we are? I was like, there's 16-year-olds making more than you, Flynn.
Yeah.
And it was very cruel. It was a very cruel perspective, but that was how he got to 6 figures a month. Because I was like, don't get intoxicated in this feeling of you made it and etc. There's 16-year-olds richer than me, bro.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That's the way social media is moving nowadays. And if you can always, to some degree, I don't want to say feel behind, because that's not a good statement. But if you can always feel like there's more that you can do, it's a good thing. I love your perspective on how you say like you get more done because you don't believe in long-term goals alone. There's short-term goals.
Bro, it's everything.
Yeah, I've never focused on that. That's weird though. But I've subconsciously done that.
Exactly.
Because there's the desire at the end of the day. When you have a burning desire that's strong enough and you want a certain thing, you're gonna move with a certain speed. But I've never done that on purpose. Like I've never gone,
Bro, I get
today
goosebumps
I have to
talking
do
on
this.
topic. Yeah. For me, it's just everything. That's why I literally have goosebumps now. But it's amazing how much you can force the pace. I really just can't stress this enough. And that's why I want to talk about it for a couple more minutes to really stress this to the viewer. But it's amazing how much you can just change your life when you say, okay, fuck it. Like, I just don't care about what I have now. I want to just sacrifice everything for the next level. You know, like yesterday, it was like 3 in the morning. I was filming a couple of videos with my friend, and they're like, this whiteboard would be better if it was a blackboard instead. Okay, so we order a blackboard. Okay, we need different color pens when we write on the video, and we just order different color pens. Like every area of your life, you can just force the base. All right, fuck it, order a blackboard. Okay, I talked to this guy who has this podcast studio. He's going to come to the house later, and he's going to, you know, take the measurements of the house, and we're going to get a better, you know, podcast studio in the house built exactly like this one, or with my own name on it and stuff. It's like the more you force the pace, like if I'm slow, if I delay talking to this guy and I'm just like, you know what, it's okay, I'll do the podcast studio next week, next month, they'll never get done. But if I'm like, bro, I need it today, please come, I'll pay you extra if you come today, tomorrow morning, okay, when's the nearest time you can come? All right, Vince, when can you do the podcast? 12 o'clock, yep, okay, yep, book this. All right, Damien, you book this podcast, force space. You know, on the way here, do more Instagram stories. You just get ahead. But if you sit there and say, it's okay, I'm already doing pretty well for my age and next week would do. I'm telling you, like, I've had times in my life where I've made like literally astronomical progress. And it was when I would literally be like running to the toilet. I'll be like sliding across the hotel floor to the toilet. I didn't need to do that. I'm not saying you have to be autistic. It's just you want to because there's so much desire. Like I didn't want to speak to anyone unless it was about money. I had a friend and I was talking to him about this. I said, bro, you make this much per day. So let's say you make $1,000 a day, right? 30K a month. There's 1,000 waking minutes in a day. This is what I say. You sleep for about 7.5 hours. There's 990 waking minutes. Let's round that up to 1,000. So if you make $1,000 a day, your time is worth $1 per minute. You know, you've been telling me what you've been making recently. Let's say it's this much. That means your time is worth a lot per minute, right? So it's like when you talk to some random dude in the gym about some random topic, you know, some guy gets in a bit of an altercation with you, he's going back, bro, you just taken like $100 of my time for like a couple minutes. Like, fuck that.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Like, I'm super like...
I'll give you an example, bro. When we came out here, we went to Louis Vuitton. I got shades. I got my girl shades. I got some trunks. We go to Aura Sky Pool. My girl loses the Louis Vuitton shades I bought her. And we're at the hotel, and she's just like, we need to go back and get them. I want to contact the hotel. I was like, Louis Vuitton is right there. Go buy new ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a 10-minute drive. But that 10-minute drive there, going up, going back, et cetera, to get some shades, just buy it. It's $700. Just buy new ones. You know what I mean? And that's not a perspective that you can understand if you're at a middle class level. But yeah, as you start to make more money, I like multiplying the hours too and doing all that stuff. And your money is your ammo, is pretty much what you're saying. Like I can buy this, I can buy that, and the more you win, the more you're able to do that. But it's funny how we have similar perspectives and differing perspectives in the aspect of I've never been the hardest worker of like, boom, Instagram story in between this, then I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know, maybe if I looked back, I may have made more money when I was doing that, but it's always been ground rooted in my time is, you know, where it is. I'm not saying this with a lazy perspective, but I've always kind of been like, if I do what's required, if I have a certain game plan, right? I'm not forcing it. I'm also not slacking off. I know that this result is
And
destined.
that definitely works.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
what I'm trying to say to people. This is my personality. You know,
Uh-huh.
I've always, as a kid, I always just thought more is better. It's not necessarily true, but I just like doing that.
100%, bro.
That's me as a person.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, but I am 100% in agreement that you absolutely. Vince is not lazy, by the way, because there's going to be some people watching this who thinks, oh, no, I'm just going to be like Vince. I'm just going to chill for the whole
Yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah.
No, like Vince
That's
works hard, you know, but
Uh-huh.
he's just making the point you don't have to be autistic. And I'm saying that as well. Like, I just wanted to kind of like not talk to anyone and just be autistic like this and think, I want to like run to the toilet, run back. I wanted to just be like on as many calls as possible, more. Like, my brother would be like, bro, it's 4 a.m. right now or 5 a.m. And like, we've spoken about everything we could possibly speak about. I'm like, no, more is more.
Yeah,
Like,
but
he was like, bro, like, we need to sleep because then we can do it tomorrow. I'm like, no. Like, I'm about to make a breakthrough. We have to talk more. And
yeah.
I know that like 99% of the time, no, like we could just sleep. But I just want to. Like,
No, but
it's me.
I'm the same way in that aspect.
You know?
Like yesterday it was 3 a.m.
Mhm.
And one of my clients texted me, he's like, bro, let's get on a meeting. I was like, bet, fuck it, bro, let's run it. I had to hire his setters or something like that. I was like, fuck, yo, I get out of bed. I'm like, yo, I got an afro, rinse off, boom, let me put this in.
Yeah.
So like when you're in that mode of momentum, what I mean is like, that's time. That's when you turn up and you're doing things back to back. I'm doing things back to back till 4 a.m. a lot of the time. But I'll never force it, right? If I want to lay, like, this is gonna sound very bad.
Yeah.
But if I know it's not a time of momentum and I'm laying in bed, I'm still working. Don't get it fucked up. I may not be on meetings, but my work, now it's time for visualization. Now it's time for laying back. Let me look at Palm Mansions, etc. That's still doing something productive for my mind.
That's work.
But it's not exactly like hard work in the aspect you'd expect it. Now, let me talk about a mind-blowing topic. I know this is off topic, a personal brand, but really it does connect because every area of your life connects. Your self-image is the most important thing. How you view yourself is the most important thing. Some people tie their self-images to the gym. And they feel like if I want to make money, I have to be the most jacked. Some people tie their self-images to hard work and speed. If I'm working hard and if I have speed, my self-image is justified at this point. So I get the results I want in life. But what if I told you your self-image wasn't directly correlated with these things to where the reality is however you view yourself and whatever you need to do to get you to view yourself in a high manner is what gets you the results in your life. I always say your internal reflection of what you see of yourself is what you'll see in your external reality. And that's how I went from the bus stop to where I'm at now. When I was at the bus stop, I was extremely depressed. I hated the way I looked. I didn't feel important. And my life reflected that. I was next to homeless people. People were calling me the N-word walking to the bus stop because that's how I saw myself. I saw myself as, man, right now it's not the time. There's people more important than me. And I flip it around now. Hotel at the top floor of the Atlantis, SVJ at home, you know what I mean? Phantom, girl has a euro, she's getting wrapped. She's talking about how she wants a fucking zoo. The butler's
I saw that on your
like,
story yesterday. That's
yeah.
funny. Yeah.
The butler's like, Sir Fisher, can I grab you your food? I'm like, yes, thank you. But that's how I view myself now.
Yeah.
I view myself as the guy that changes lives, the guy that's on top of it. And really the truth is that self-image creates hard work.
It is.
If somebody's not working hard, right?
Exactly,
If they come
exactly.
to me, because I'm a life coach now. I didn't want to be a life coach. It's not what I saw for myself, but I'm just a life coach. And when
Did you like giving advice when you were younger?
yeah, just naturally.
Same.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works out.
But I'll have people come to me and they're not consistent, right? I
Mhm.
give them a certain set of things they need to do in a blueprint. They're not consistent. And one thing I always say is that your inconsistency and your lack of effort isn't the problem. It's the effect of the real problem, which is how you see yourself. If you just saw yourself as hardworking, you saw yourself as somebody who gets shit done, you're going to get shit done. But because you keep saying, oh, Vince, I'm inconsistent. Vince, well, I have this ADHD disorder and I have this, that.
It's not
That's
real,
why
man.
you
Yeah,
perform at that level.
100%.
You know, so you can completely shift your reality with what you think about yourself, bro, at the end of the day.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree so much. Conor McGregor used to always say, you know, all that matters is how you see yourself. If you see yourself like a winner, if you see yourself as number one, you will become that, you know? And maybe that's why it was, for me, quite simple to become rich, because as soon as I got kicked out of uni, as soon as that happened, like I remember getting the email, because basically how I got kicked out of university or college, whatever you want to call it, is I got into a fight, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they allowed me to reappeal the decision. So I went with my mum to this office meeting at Loughborough University, and there was basically like 4 or 5 people who were working at the uni, and me and my mum. And she was like breaking down in the middle of the meeting, crying her eyes out, like, because they were telling, telling me that I've been kicked out and all this stuff. And I remember thinking like, this is so bad. Like, or like, it's funny now because I'm balling, but like at the time I was like, what have I done, bro? Like my mom's crying. I have all these adults in my face, like telling me I'm a dickhead effectively. And I was thinking like, this is just fucked. So I remember thinking like, all right, this is just awful. But I got home and they kind of gave me the decision like, yep, we're not going to reappeal the decision, because my mom was begging them, because this was the reappeal meeting. Like, please, like he's a good kid, like, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I was like, this is so bad. Anyway, I got home. They told me like, no, you've been kicked out. There's nothing you can do to reappeal. I remember calling my girlfriend. I was like, yeah, I've been kicked out. Like, that's it. I remember telling my mom, and she was like crying her eyes out. I was like, Mom, don't worry. Like, it's not important. Like, fuck uni, all this stuff. But in the moment, I was like, what am I going to do? But as soon as that happened, a switch flipped, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get rich now. And I was just intentional with that. I was like, I'm just going to make money. And I now see myself as a business person. That's kind of how I started thinking. So I completely agree. All that matters is how you see yourself. And I think a lot of people don't make money because they're always looking at other people. They're like, this person has more than me right now, or this person has and they have shiny object syndrome. I need to be like this person. Just be yourself, but just kind of double down on who you are and just see yourself as a winner, and you'll become a winner, man. I really think that's true.
Yeah. Every time I focus on other people's results, what other people are doing, what's this guy doing, what's that dude doing, even in the marketplace, I make less money, bro.
Always, because you're consuming more than you're producing.
Yeah, and I tell my competition this, bro. I tell them like, bro, just focus on yourself. Like winners focus on winning, losers focus on other people. But I really tell them this because I want actual competition. I want people at my same level. You know what I mean? So I give advice, and I know my competition watches, but they really don't get that. I'm like, you are too focused on me right now to be winning. You guys need to focus on yourself, your own operations, your own systems. And that's how we're going to have a head-to-head. But we're not going to have a head-to-head if you're over here like, Vincent this, Vincent that. Yeah. So there's ups and downs. But one thing I want to talk about, back to the point that you mentioned about you getting kicked out of school, bro. People don't know this, but I dropped out of high school, but I got kicked out of my first high school and had to go to a different high school.
Yeah.
So like I got, I guess, expelled from one high school. I guess that's what you call it.
Yep.
But I was always a class clown. I was turning people's PCs off and et cetera. I was fucking around in class, wrestling, et cetera, like small little fights and stuff. But I was always like a psychopath since my dad died. Not in a bad way. I don't mean a psychopath like an evil person.
Psychopath's not a bad word, by the way. I remember reading a book on this. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's like I never wanted to harm anyone or do anything bad, but I had a certain degree of emotion that was completely gone. The only time I'd use emotion was for strategy.
Yeah.
So I had been on the edge of getting kicked out like 5 other times before that, but I was such a good manipulator in the sense of like when I'd sit in front of the principal, zero emotions, didn't really care at all. But I was like, okay, if I'm going to get kicked out, the best strategic move I can make right now is crying because I'm a kid. You know what I mean? I'm 16 years old, et cetera. So I'd go, please.
That's funny.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't sorry. I wasn't fucking sorry at all. I turned the kid's laptop off because he turned mine off. You know what I mean? But I knew strategically in that moment I had to act sad and et cetera. Then I'd get more time and I'd get more time. And eventually they're like, okay, it's 5 times now. You're done. You know what I mean? You're done. You're leaving, et cetera.
That's funny.
But it's funny because you can use that with business as well in the sense of like, I don't know. I know how to be likable. I know how to be dislikable when it's strategic. It's just about how you move as well. That's a very important thing with business and success. I mean, especially in relationships. We talked about this when we were at the gym the last time, right? And we talked about how you almost have to be like a chameleon in certain situations.
Yeah.
If I'm around, and this is gonna it's gonna sound great, but if I'm around a Caucasian dude on a sales call, right? I'm half white. I may be like, yeah, Brad, what's up, bro? Of course, bro. We're going to get you the best results. Dude, completely understand. If I'm around Jamal, I'm going to be like, yo, Jamal, what's up, my brother? Hell yeah, dog. Yeah, 100%, bro. We going to prove these motherfuckers wrong. But I'm half black and half white. It's not necessarily racist or profiling. It's just I know how to relate to a specific person, and I know how to speak different languages within the English language.
Sure,
and that gives me an edge over my competitors where I think I have the most diverse group out of every other group because I got Hispanics, Asians, black, whites, et cetera. There's no shortage of any of those people. Another group, you may have mainly white guys that are, in their 20s and jacked. Another group, you might have just Hispanic people who are looking to build a real estate portfolio. I've really just had a good mix of everybody because of my ability to blend in and match,
It's just the competence thing as well. Like if you just know how to speak to more kinds of people, you're going to attract more kinds of people. Yeah, my group is very diverse as well. And I see some black people like online coaches and they only have black people in their program. It's because they're kind of the person who, they just want to kind of, I don't know how to exactly say it, but it's just, yeah, it's just what we're saying, you know? It's just like you have to be the kind of person who can speak to men, women, all different kinds of ages. You
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to
Yeah.
sell to all kinds of people, but you have to be able to hold a conversation with anybody and
Mhm.
relate with them and resonate with different people in different ways. But yeah, man, I think everybody watching this podcast, if we want to give them some real actionable steps on like how to just start their brand today, what would you tell them?
Man, I'll give them some sauce, bro. Number one thing is getting on the first most important thing is consistency, right? Like you have to post enough to where you build a brand and people know who you
But
are.
how would you deal with, like, I know we talked about hate already, but how would you physically just deal with the hate? Like, how, if I'm right now, I'm afraid of posting, what would you tell me?
I tell you that you're worried about failure. You're worried about what other people are gonna think. But if you haven't tried, you're already a failure. You
Yeah,
start
yeah,
at
yeah.
level one. Like nobody cares about you. Nobody cares you exist. I know that sounds harsh, but you're so worried about being a perfect princess online and how do I
Mm.
look and etc. But bro, you're already losing. If you don't have a brand, if your mother's not retired, if you're not driving the car you want to drive, you are already failing.
That's what I say to people.
And once you
Yeah.
have that perspective of I'm already at rock bottom, the only way to go is up, you try unapologetically. Like when I first started posting, it wasn't like, what are people going to think? It was like, I'm skinny as shit. And I know that people already think I'm a loser.
Yeah.
So I'm going to become something of myself and build a name. You're not given any type of throne when you're younger. Maybe if you're 17, you're a pretty boy, you look a little bit good, you have a competitive advantage. But after 18, there's a rude awakening of like, bro, you're not that important, as important as you think you are. And you have to build that importance. So I'd say adopt that mentality first. That mentality alone is just going to allow you to like, fuck it, I'm posting
Yeah,
everything.
like every year you become less and less important unless you've developed yourself, you know?
Yeah.
I think like when you're 15, you can just be good at the sport you play in your school. You know,
Yeah.
16, 17, yeah, then it's maybe who gets the most girls. And then at 8, I think even 18, I feel like you can still get away with just kind of being good at sports because maybe you
Yeah.
go to university or college or whatever. And, you know, if you play American football or basketball, you're still kind of cool. I don't know how it works in America, but in England, maybe if you're good at sports, you're still kind of cool.
Mhm.
But then when you're like 21, 22, especially like 23 plus, it literally is about who you are, how much money you make 100%. But what I say to people as well is I say, everything in life is kind of just binary. Like either you're going to post content and you're going to become known on social media and make millions of dollars and actually become successful, or you're not. Let's say you do, well, then it doesn't matter about the hate because the trade off is worth it, right? And if you don't, well, then that means no one's seen your page. That means maybe only 10 people have seen your Instagram, 100 people. If only 10 people have seen it, well, then that's not even any hate anyway. So either everyone sees it and you make a bunch of money, or no one's seen it and you don't make any money, but then no one's seen it. So no one's seen that your video is shit. You know, and I say to people, it's like a very, very practical, actionable step that they can kind of, or mental model they can use to help them post more content is if I said every video you post is worth $1,000, everyone would be posting all the time, right? Then no one would care about the hate. You could take the biggest pussy in the world. If you said every video you post on Instagram, you get $1,000, I think everyone would post more.
Yeah.
But it is true. Like once you get to a certain level, every video is almost $1,000. You know, for you, every time you post a reel, it's worth more than 1,000. So it's just like, think about it like this. If you don't want to go to the gym, think every time I go to the gym, I get a new girl. You know, if you just want to get more girls at parties and stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of like motivated myself in door-to-door sales. I say it's a numbers game. Like every door is worth this much money because you just divide how much money you make by how many doors it takes to get a sale on average. All right, each door is $10. All right. When
Yeah.
I'm tired and I want to go home at night, just tell myself knock on 5 more doors. That's an extra $40, $50. Then I'm motivated. Then I knock on the 5 doors, and before you know it, I knock on another 5 doors, and then before you know it, I've made an extra sale.
Yeah.
You know, input
That's awesome.
equals output.
Yeah, that's awesome, bro. And I like what you said about if you were given $1,000 every single time you post, how much would you post? And that goes
Spam
back,
the fucker.
bro. That goes back to the
spam it.
core principle of it really is all belief. Because when I tell somebody follow this blueprint, it'd be very hard. Listen,
Yeah.
this is game right here.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to post 2 reels a day. One is self-development talk. One is you showing some type of life. You're showing them why they need to change. You're telling them why they need to change. Every single caption you have underneath that, you're directly advertising. On your stories multiple times a day, you're posting polls and warm outreaching. You're posting talking CTAs. You're posting photo CTAs. Hey, DM me this word. And you're doing warm outreach. You're reaching out to every single person that likes your posts, your stories. You're reaching out to every comment, every share, the polls.
You're going to want to
Bro.
make more podcasts because you like your message.
It's incredibly hard to not make money if you do that. And that's why I tell people 10,000 a month in 30 days should not sound like rocket science. And the people that are consistent believe that. The people that aren't don't believe it, right? I have guys that are working 9 to 5 and they're like, Vince, I'm thinking about getting another job and et cetera. And I'm like, bro, no, you just need to lock in on coaching because it's going to pay you more for the effort that you're doing.
Sure.
That's all life is.
Yeah.
If you look at life as like, I want to get the best ROI for my
time.
effort,
Yeah.
then you've won. Like, what do I do every single morning? I get on with 30 guys. I hype their asses up. Now I've multiplied my effort by 30. 15 minutes creates 30 men that are working 12 hours a day to build my mission. If it was just me, though, I mean, it wouldn't be as good of an ROI of my time because I'd be doing the 12 hours instead of 15 minutes. Same exact thing. It's like, why are you going to work a job? When I was working at a pizza place, I was a hard worker for 3 days before I fucking quit, right? But for those 3 days, the reason that I quit was because no matter how much effort I put in, no matter how hard I scrubbed those dishes, I was still getting $9. I didn't have any control over my tips. And I was like, okay, there's no ROI of my energy that's going to grow me to the point I want to be. I know with entrepreneurship, though, with door-to-door sales even, it's a different model because you can work harder, you can make more money.
Then build a sales team. That's what I ended up doing, building my own door-to-door sales team. But just with the pizza thing, there's no hope. There's no carrot at the end. Like, there's no carrot they're dangling in front of you. There's no like, okay, keep working hard and then you're going to own this pizza shop. Like, no, you're still a brokey and you'll stay a brokey. Maybe next year it'll go to $9.50 an hour. So it's bullshit. But yeah, for everyone watching this, you just have to sit there and think about what I'm saying and what Vincent's saying. Like, if you were offered $1,000 per video, you'd be spamming 30 videos a day. You'd be thinking, I need to do more videos. Or you sit there and think, okay, if I make the videos 5 times as good, do I now get paid 5K per video? Because all these things are true. Mr. Beast, he doesn't get paid 5K per Instagram reel. He gets paid a lot more. Each one of his YouTube videos are worth millions and millions of dollars. So the point I'm making is you just need to sit there and change your belief on how important your work is. But at the moment, it's worth this much. But then your actions are worth more and more. Like for me, I used to work hard when I was doing door-to-door sales. I'd be working a full 8-hour day and I'd get paid, let's say, £100. But then as I had my own sales team, 8 hours of work or me just like managing everything was worth now this much. And then as I just got into, my personal brand, I was selling sales consultations. I remember when I first went to Miami, some guy paid me 10K in cash just to help him with sales. And I was like, the fuck? I'm going to strip club tonight. I'm going to go have fun. I'm going to go with my boys. I'm going to buy new Dior shoes, buy this, buy that. And it's just like reinvest the money into my personal brand, have fun. Like I have a video on my Twitter where I'm throwing money in the strip club. I'm standing on top of a table and just throwing money like this. And 50 cents performing down there. It's an 11, 11?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, bro, what are you doing? This is stupid. But a lot of cool people on like Twitter in this niche, they're like, bro, that's so cool. Like, who is this guy? And they followed me and they DM me like, let's meet. And that helped me build my personal brand. Like sometimes it's good to be tactical with your spending. Yeah, and having fun. What do you think about that point,
bro? Funny,
we're covering a lot of topics. It's hard to kind of.
I want to go off of the main point that you said, bro.
Okay,
and I want to actually do something cool where I pull this up. Imagine my first 6 months of posting. I made $0 a post, bro, because it was like 6 months. I didn't really have a product yet. I dropped a product. I made a couple thousand. So I mean, it'd be like very low per post. It'd be like $50 per post if we were to average it out. Now I want to actually go past, and I want to go back to the last 30 days, right? So let's actually do this, bro. This is gonna be fun.
Be good.
Right. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posts this month. Right. Let's take 6 posts divided by 6. That means I've made $100,000 per reel.
Yeah.
Right.
People don't know.
Not excluding stories and stuff like that, etc. But you get paid for the way that you age in the marketplace as well.
Yes.
Right? Because when I first started out, I was a face that showed up and it's like, who the fuck is this guy? And then over time, it's like, okay, I know this guy now. He said so many amazing topics. I trust him. Now he has testimonials. Now he's more credibility. I see his lifestyle constantly increasing to where you have to do less for more effort than even in the beginning. So when you talk about how it's momentum and you think of yourself like a ball in the universe, it's actually like a snowball. It starts very small and it's very hard to get it rolling, but once it starts rolling, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the gains are exponential. That's how I think about the game of personal branding and social media.
It's just so true. I have 2 different examples with this. The first example is with door-to-door sales. Like I think I knocked on about 15,000 doors. So you can just take my net worth and divide it by 15,000. Like then that number of dollars per door I knocked on is pretty fucking big. And it's interesting because back in the day, I was thinking, I want to make a sale. Like every door I knock on, I tried to make a sale, which is like on average £150, like $200. But if you take my net worth and divide it by the 15,000, it's worth more than $200 because I have way more than 3 million. And if it's 3 million divided by $15,000, that'd be $200 per door. And it's more, I have way more than 3 million. So it's like That's so cool to know. And I wouldn't be this person now who has these millions if it wasn't for all those doors I knocked on, because it improved my skills so much and it gave me a different level of perseverance over most people. And it's interesting because another example I use is just with Conor McGregor. I said it in our last podcast. If you take his net worth, $1 billion, and divide it by all the training sessions he had, like 15 years of training, couple sessions a day, it works out to be like 50, 60, 70 grand per session. So every time you went to the gym, it was worth 70K. Every time you make a story, it's now worth thousands of dollars. Every time you went to the gym when you were younger and you made that transformation. So it's not exactly this, the reels are now worth 100K to you per reel. It's every gym session you did, every mentorship you invested in, they were now all worth this much. It's such a cool mindset, because when you guys are on the come up and you're working that pizza job, or you're having that argument with your mom and you decide to move out your parents' house and you decide to kind of drop out of college and you decide to invest in that program, or you decide to quit your job and send it, travel the world and just attack life. That decision is worth $1 million, because that's what's going to help you make millions and millions. I love that mindset.
And if you don't make that decision, that costs you millions and millions.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's the scary part.
So yeah, intelligent people won't think about what they can just gain. They'll think about what they can lose in opportunity costs.
For sure.
That's what I always thought about too. When I'd have certain people, I've paid people $100,000 a pop for mentorship. But I think about, even if I learned,
I don't think they'll believe
thing,
that, by the way. I just wanted to,
yeah,
he's told me and he showed me, it's true. And I want you guys to actually think about that. 100K. A lot of people watching this might be making 30K per year. Like, think about that. You paid 3 years of someone's life.
But here's the thing too. A lot of people, they don't believe that, and they say, well, that's not true because you said you were at the bus stop. How'd you spend 100K? It wasn't all at, like, it wasn't, I've spent over 300,000 now on self-development, but it wasn't all at once, right? It wasn't all at, like, boom, I had 100,000 when I was a high school dropout. No, like I told you, is that I made 8K. I spent that 8K on a mentor, started making 20K, spent the 20K on more mentors. Then it was 40K more and more and more. And it grows like that. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I always say everything's uncomfortable until it becomes comfortable. When I first invested in self-development, it was a little bit more uncomfortable than it is now, where I don't even second guess. I'm just like, yeah, bro, if it makes sense, awesome, let's do it. But at the start, of course, there's more nerves, there's more, there's more friction, etc. But the scariest thing for me, and I was on a call with a client who's my dog now, but this dude was 30 years old. And he's like, bro, I've lived the past 10 years of my life and I realized I've been doing this wrong, bro. He's like, I realized that I have been trying to figure it all out myself.
Yeah.
I've been making the wrong decisions.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not that you weren't making the wrong decisions. You're 30 years old. It's that you weren't making enough decisions.
Yeah.
Right? If you were making more decisions and just trying things and failing and going back and forth,
Yeah.
you would have gained a certain amount of experience. But because you haven't, because you think you have the world figured out while having no results, that's hindering your growth. So I was like, the first thing you have to do is completely unlearn everything. Whatever the fuck you think you know, if you're not staring at a Lambo outside, if you don't have a penthouse view of the ocean, there's something you're fucking doing wrong. So like, once I gave him that mentality, and obviously he had the intelligence, because it takes intelligence to be 30 and to listen to a 22-year-old, right?
True.
I got a lot of guys that are 30 years old plus, and I tell them, you guys are extremely intelligent because you're able to drop your ego and listen, right? So his intelligence allowed him, he got a client his first fucking day. He's like, bro, I just made 2,000. I've been making 2,000 a month for the past 10 years. But because I listened to you one time, what it is just cutting the check for speed. Like, we're both tryhards in the game of entrepreneurship. That's how we're both in our 20s killing it. And we do think about time to a certain degree, right? And how quickly can I get things done? And we intelligently know that if I just pay somebody to tell me do this, do that, do this, that looks like they have credible results, right? Do your background checks, etc. Bro, then you're going to literally speed run. You're going to start skipping steps in life, And this isn't just because a lot of people see us like, well, they sell info. I know guys that have made over $400 million online at 27 that don't sell any type of info and make a majority of their money doing what they do, e-commerce, watch brand, etc., that preach the same exact thing. Now, why do people preach this, bro? Because it truly is the only cheat code. Even the greatest in the world, Floyd Mayweather, has a coach in his corner. Why? Michael Jordan has had a basketball coach, LeBron James. Why do they have these coaches if they're number one? McGregor had people in his right-hand corner. Why? Because
you need people.
Yeah, you need people,
You need a
bro.
team.
Yeah, you need a team.
Mike Tyson had Customato, who was basically hypnotizing him to believe in himself. Mike Tyson had the genetics. He was like the marble, the clay, whatever you want to call it, right? But it's just like, you need someone to believe in you. You need someone to kind of say, guide you and point you in the right direction and say, spend your time doing this, not this. You know, it's just like you're either going to pay the price with money, like physical dollars, or you're going to pay the price with time, energy, health, stress, you know, all these different things. It's way better to pay with paper. Why would I sacrifice me instead of physical paper? And
Uh-huh.
people say things like all the time, like, yeah, but you're spending money on supercars that depreciates. And I heard you say this as well. I've said this point before as well, which is, yeah, but we're depreciating. Like, we're going to die one day. So I'd rather spend my money and let this depreciate a little bit. Like, I want to appreciate. I want to spend my money on mentorships and stuff so I appreciate, I become smarter. Because we're all depreciating anyway to death. We're all dwindling away and dying as we speak. So it's way better to spend your money on mentorships to save yourself time. But people don't understand this because they don't understand that at some point you have to pay either way, right? Whether you're paying with money, you have to pay either way with, like I said, with health or with energy or something like this. So it's much better to pay with an unlimited resource than a limited resource, like a finite resource. You know,
Uh-huh.
because you only have so much time and energy. So
Yeah.
it's better to pay with your money. But people watching this think, no, I'm going to try and get the information for free. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I'm going to watch YouTube videos. It's good. You can learn, but you're going to spend so much more time. And time is worth so much more because like we were saying earlier, if you start making thousands and thousands of dollars per day, think about how much your time is now worth. A lot. So you were trying to save $1,000. You were trying to save 5K, this much. But you cost yourself an extra million by waiting an extra year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so people think they're smart, but there's a reason why all the smart is just pay for shit.
Yeah,
Pay
yeah.
for access is the best.
Yeah, and another perspective too, I've understood over time that to make somebody else have a financial breakthrough, you have to change their perspective on money.
Yes.
Because like you said, when you're making thousands of dollars a day, $1,000 is going to be completely different to you than somebody that makes 2,000 a month.
Mhm.
You know, so you have to change your perspective on money first. You can't think in terms of making what you've always made
Oh yeah.
and investing in 8K, right? Obviously, you'd go broke, but you're thinking of investing in an income source that's going to make this money less important. You know, like I just took out 250,000 cash, and I was like, I told my girl, I was like, I want to get a clip of me lighting $100 bill on fire and smoking a cigar, right?
Don't do it in Dubai.
Yeah, because it's illegal or something. It's illegal in America too,
Okay.
which, yeah, for the record, it's all fake money. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, my girl was like, I want to get a fake bill. No, we can't waste money. We can't do this. I'm going to go downstairs. I know a friend, my girlfriend has fake money and et cetera. And I was like, we're not getting fake money. I was like, we're not getting fake money. We're lighting a $100 bill on fire. I make this fucking, you know, I don't know, do the math. I'm like, we're not getting a fake. She goes downstairs, she gets the fake one. I see the fake one. I'm just like, this doesn't even look like, even if it did look real, it ruins the whole point of the video. It ruins the message of abundance.
The energy is different.
Yeah, it ruins the message of money ain't shit and it's coming back, right? A lot of people think that we're addicted to money or love money. No, money's our bitch. You know what I mean? Like,
100%. That
people don't-
point's so important.
Yeah,
it's
people
the
don't get
time
that.
and energy thing. As you make more money, you have physically more life. Like if I said to you right now, let's say someone's on their deathbed, right? I literally saw my dad on their deathbed, right? I'll do anything just so he could stay alive longer. In that moment, right? You just want to live longer, I'm sure. No one wants to die. Like if we were on our deathbed right now, we'd do anything to be able to live another 10 years, 20 years and be healthy,
Mhm.
right? So it's like when you make more money, you literally live longer effectively because you fit so much more life within the same amount of man-made time, right? Because like we said earlier, time is an illusion. So as you become more and more important, you literally live more life in less time. So someone like 50 Cent, who's famous and he's super rich and everyone knows him, every city he goes to, he has the best experience, the best people showing him around. He just gets given things for free all the time. He gets to live more life in less time. For me, that's my ultimate motivation. Because if you make $1 million a day, then everywhere you're in a jumbo jet, you have 20 employees with you in the jet, like you get so much more done. Everyone does all the bullshit for you. Like we don't cook, we don't clean, we don't do any of these things. But if you're broke, you're cooking for yourself, you're cleaning for yourself. You have to search everything for yourself. You have to book flights for yourself. I can't even imagine that life. I haven't booked a flight in years now.
Mhm.
I couldn't imagine booking a flight. So for me, the ultimate motivation of making more money is that you literally live more life. I don't think people understand that because if they did, they'll be like, that's why they're addicted to money. It's not about the money. Money is each $100 bill is someone else's time. I can buy 10 VAs at $10 an hour. I can buy 20 VAs for $5 an hour with that $100 bill. That's power.
Yeah.
I'm buying more time for myself.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And that power is off of who you are. That's another point I want to bring up too, because I want to switch to the topic of like, I got a girl, obviously, and people say, oh, she's with you for money and this,
That's
that.
such a stupid
But here's the thing, like, of course, to some degree, she's with me for money. She's with me for my capability to make money. Because when I was dead broke, I always say this, right? Everything's transactional to a certain degree. No girl's gonna be there because of who you are and how you make her feel alone, right? But when I was dead broke, the reason that my girl stayed was because she saw opportunity value. I even told my
Lifetime
girl,
value.
I told my girl that I'm like, you knew there was an ROI here because you knew I was working hard. I was on my laptop constantly. I was trying to figure something out. And she stayed because of my earning potential. I know that sounds bad to say.
No, I agree.
I know it sounds bad to say, but you know, my girl was like, well, I was with you, this, that. I'm like, you were with me because you knew I'd become this. And if I didn't become this at the same time, it wouldn't be the same. But my girl doesn't actually value, like if I were to bring out, I have cash around my girl all the time. My girl just see 300,000 laying around on the counters, etc. She'll never take anything. So she's not obsessed with the money. She's obsessed with the man behind the money because of the man's ability to make money his bitch, because of the man's ability to walk through life and just own it. Yep. And she looks at me like a fucking superhero. You know what I mean? So a lot of dudes are worried about, oh, what if I get gold dug? And, you know, when you do get money, who's around you for you and et cetera. Yeah. I think you just want to be around competent people, bro.
I do as well. I say to people all the time, like, you know, we're not girls, but as a guy, I want to have friends who are competent. I don't want to have a broke friend. So if I was a girl, I'd absolutely want to date a successful guy. If I was a girl, I'd only want to date rich guys. As a guy, I only want to have successful people around me. And it's not even necessarily how much money they make. It's just the energy behind it, 100%. But you're just saying, like, it's not necessarily, you know, they're there for your personality. But it is a nuanced point because, like you said, she was actually there for who you are but who you are has earning potential. Yeah. Like, it's that nuanced point, right? It's like, no girl is going to be with you if you're broke and you have a broke boy mindset. But if you're broke and you have this mindset we have now, like, I'm going to make it, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that, of course they're going to be with you. 100%. It's all about the energy because, yeah, I mean, I don't think that needs to even be explained more, but I think so many people think if I get money, I'm going to have girls. I knew someone actually, I'm not going to mention his name because I like this person, but I knew someone who in most areas of life, he wasn't actually doing very well. You know, physically, financially, confidence-wise, charisma, everything he was kind of lacking. And he thought when he started making 10, 15K a month, he was just going to literally get girls. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. I was like, bro, this is not true at all. Like, let me prove it to you. Like, go talk to a girl right now because you're dressed fine right now. You're dressed the same as me. Go talk to a girl. And he went for like 0 for 6 on like numbers or Instagrams, whatever he was going for. It's like, bro, look, if you had right now 50K in the bank, 20K a month coming in, you're the same person to her. Like, you have to build how you speak. You have to build your confidence. You have to build your energy. It's not about how much money you've got coming in. It's not like you've got a number tatted on your forehead saying, I make this much money per month. Yeah. You know, I make 50K, or I make 10K, or I make 2K, or whatever. It's all your energy and how you portray yourself. We have that rich man energy. You know, when you wear a gold AP, you have a rich man energy. Yeah. You know, when you walk in the hotel lobby, they feel you have a rich man energy and you just want things done quickly. When I speak to people, because I speak properly to people, they know I want things done quickly, so they communicate properly back to me. If you speak like slowly and you speak like you're flip-flopping a lot, then people just think you're not serious. They don't respect you. Everything's energy.
And yeah, it is all energy, bro. For the most part, I mean, until like 2 months ago, I'd walk in everywhere with a stringer on. I have tattoos. Like, I'm wearing fucking shorts or joggers, some sneakers. But people would always ask me, are you like somebody famous? Are you a rapper? Are you this? Are you that? Because of the energy itself.
For sure,
you know?
for sure.
In reality, I'm dressed like a fucking, like where I'm from. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. That's how we dress. We always wear stringers, etc. But like you were saying, the energy is what brings it. Now, one thing that I love too is like I have a very I don't need anything personality, and that gives me everything. It's almost like I don't need money. I'm just collecting what's mine. I don't need the hot ass girl. It's just obviously it'll come to me. So I had a very delusional perspective. Like when I met my girl, I was like, yeah, she's just obsessed with me. I was genuinely just, I was like, yeah, she can't live without me. There may have been no logical signs of that, right? But I was like, yeah. I used to say shit. It's gonna sound funny, so we may have to cut this out. But me and my friends used to joke around. We'd be dead broke, losers, skinny as shit. We'd be like, oh yeah, that girl, she wants my cock, bro.
Yeah.
And we just say 100%. That, and that was the assumption, and that was strangely what was created. Even when I was a loser, I always had the most popular girl in school and high school. I was never the most popular dude, but it's almost like a fucking Venus flytrap where if you don't need anything and you're like, get away from me, stuff comes to you. So every single girl, every single hot girl in school, even now my girlfriend, the thing that attracts them to me the most is almost like I'm not obsessed with you. I'm focused on my own mission. I have my own shit going on. a lot of dudes will see a hot girl and it's like a pleasure to spend time with her. And it's like, I can't believe
Yeah.
I'm spending a holy shit. Let me text her more. Let me do this. If you really do the exact opposite, like when I was growing up, I've told my girlfriend this all the time. It's going to look good or it's going to look bad. But I always wanted a girlfriend for the status of it.
Mm.
I got a hot ass chick, etc. And the idea of, wait, I have to talk to her was like, didn't make me want a girlfriend anymore. I told my girl, I'm like, this is how my mind works. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to tell you.
That's why we're in this position though.
Yeah.
You
It's
have
like,
to think like that.
a part of it is like, of course, there's quality time, etc. You cuddle, all that shit. But like, if I don't want to talk to my girl, I'm like, I'm not talking right now. I'm working.
100%.
Right. And my girl, the same, like, the same exact way too, for the most part. If my girl's like, oh, leave me alone right now. I'm like, yeah, it is what it is, but you don't need anything. It's almost like the vibration of need and the vibration of I need this, I need that, is you affirming to the universe that you're not, that you don't have it. So I feel like a reason that I never had a long ass streak of chasing hoes. I'd never, even when my friends pushed me, go to the mall, bro, ask this girl for a number, ask that girl. I'd ask 2 girls, I'd get 2 for 2 numbers. I was a loser. And then there was no purpose for me to pursue this game because there was nothing I needed to prove to myself. It was weird.
100% agree. I think everything is just energy, Like, I really think everything is energy. Nikola Tesla said, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, understand energy, frequencies, vibrations, and that guy's dead now. But
Yeah.
when he was alive, many people hated him. They were trying to stop him and all this kind of stuff. Like, he knew what he was talking about. And I remember I was in Romania one time. I got this girl's number and she didn't speak any English, but I was with my Romanian friend. I was just like, translate for me. A lot of people will be like, no, she doesn't speak English. I'm not going to be able to communicate with her. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, just do what you want. Go for what you want in life. I remember getting a number. I went on a date with her and stuff. And the whole date was just Google Translate on my phone. And just like, it was great. One of the best dates I had. And the point I'm trying to make is just like, my girl's going to be annoyed watching this, but she watches all my stuff.
My girl will too, bro.
She's always like, what do you mean? I was like, it's just marketing, babe. And and then I say that, and then she's like, yeah, but you said it's just marketing. I was like, don't worry. But, you can just, like, human beings used to communicate before. Men and women used to kind of like get along and, they had sex and they made all these children and stuff without speaking English. Like, English is quite new in the grand scheme of things. Like, they were just grunting in body language. So a lot of communication is just energy. And you learn that from door-to-door sales as well. But people overthink things too much. I really think, like, my favorite thing I say is do more, think less. I'm such a big believer in this. Just like, do more. Like, right now I'm on like 4 hours sleep. I was cold earlier. The podcast room was cold. The AC. I've not eaten before. Like, who gives a fuck? Until I said that, no one would really think Hassan's hungry and this and that is going wrong. And like, there's always things going wrong in my mind with problems, but it's just energy. Like, show up, have fun. Another podcast done. And then we gave value to people. So
Yeah.
I think everything's energy. If you're always sat there thinking about what's wrong, then more things are going to go wrong. Like a couple months ago, I had to pay $15,000 for my McLaren. Like, the transmission was fucked up. Like, most people will be like, oh my God, that's why it's stupid to have a supercar because it depreciates. And now I've just given you the McLaren. You're driving that now in Dubai. It's just like, fuck, it's networking. It's good. It's just people, they're too frugal. There's going to be a point in our life where we get paid $1 million just to kind of speak at some conference. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
At one point, someone's going to pay me $1 million just to meet their kid. They'll be like, Hassan, come meet my kid. He's a big fan of you. I'll pay you $1 million. I'm like, fine. All right. I'll make the exception. I'll come see you. It's just like, if you think that big, nothing matters. Like, I just don't give a fuck because I'm going to be making millions a day in the future. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah. I think it's all about service too. How much good value, how much substance can you provide to people's lives? I feel like that's the number one way to get paid, bro, to where I've had guys in my community, bro, that have paid like minuscule amounts to join that have given me 50,000. Like, just given me.
Let's say that again. I don't understand that.
I've had guys that have paid to join my community. Let's say
Is
they
it
pay
minuscule, like small?
let's say they pay like 1,000, 2,000,
Yeah.
and they'll give me 50,000 as like a gift. Like, Vince, you
Right.
they'll be like, Vince, you helped me, like, you helped me change
Yeah,
my
yeah.
life, etc. Boom, take this money, take the 50,000, bro. Like, what the fuck? So like, if you just focus on doing good, like, and I feel like that's the reason there's even billionaires that do podcasts, because they understand the philosophy of, it's my way of giving back. If I can give enough people my mentality and change their lives, I always think about it in retrospect. If I have thousands of people under me that have to some degree been influenced by my message and it allowed them to live great lives, and as a byproduct allowed other people to live great lives because they preach it, then I'm at the top of this ladder of just karmatic currency, if that's even a
I believe
word.
in that
You know
so
what I
much.
mean?
I believe in that so
Yeah.
much. 100%.
Uh-huh.
100%. Yeah, I've had people just listen to my free voice notes in my Telegram channel, right? It's my free content, and they've tipped me money just like through crypto. They're like, bro, what's your crypto address? I'm like, why? And
Yeah.
I just want to give you a tip. They just tip me a few $100s just for listening to my free content. I'm like, all right, bro, like appreciate it. Next time I see you, we'll drinks on me or whatever. But like that says everything. If you want a big personal brand, you have to genuinely change people's lives. And I genuinely believe, like from the bottom of my heart, like I've changed thousands of people's lives. Like in my free Telegram channel, right? In my free Telegram, I've done 7,000 voice notes, 7,000. And I've deleted a couple thousand just from a couple years ago. It's like overall 10,000. Instagram stories have done a lot. It's like the number of people who have messaged me saying, thank you, bro, you've changed my life. Like I've got a folder in my phone of all these positive messages and stuff. And that's why I've made millions as well. Same as you. You know, like people think, oh, these guys, they just like talk a big game online. But where do you think the money's coming from? Like, where do you think the money in terms of info comes from? It's from people actually paying us because we've helped them, you know, and
Yeah.
upsells and stuff. And
Yeah.
the reason why we get upsells is because people like the first product.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and I'll get comments too that'll say, well, these guys provide no real value to the world and real business. Then I'll click their profile. It's 2 followers. It's a white profile picture. I'm like, I mean, really, in terms of value, you're providing way more value just giving out free like just free life advice, etc. Because people don't understand it actually does start with the mind. When I first heard shit like that,
It
I'd be
sounds
like,
bullshit, but it's not.
it's like,
not.
it's like I used to hear shit like that. I was like, man, what's the fucking method, bro? what's the secret? This got to be full of shit, bro. But I mean, just if you take the practical examples we gave earlier on mindset and you apply that to your life, bro, you're gonna get all the results you want, no matter what field you're in.
Literally any field. Like right now, we're in a podcast studio. Just while I was waiting for you to pull up, I was talking to the guy who kind of owns this podcast studio, and I was just saying, like, what's the biggest thing that makes sales in a podcast studio? He was saying the parking is important because if you have free parking or whatever, that makes a difference. People like parking and stuff. And straight away, if I think about the podcast studio business and I think, how would I make money with this business? The first thing I was telling him is I'd want it to be open 24/7. You need it to be 24/7 because there are always people in Dubai who want to film at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. If you're open at 2 a.m. and they come one time and they like the content, then they're going to pull up at 3 p.m. the next day. Maybe another day they're going to film in the day. They're going to tell their friends, like, now you know about this place. Maybe if you're in Dubai one time, you want to film a podcast with someone else, you're going to film it here because this place is really nice. So it's just like, okay, then I'll get some influencers making content, or I'll be making content myself, talking about how I have a podcast studio. What I would do is I'll do like this coupon type thing where if someone's been 2 times, the third one they get 20% off, 40% off. The 10th time they get free. You know, I remember when I had a haircut as a kid, this place used to incentivize you to come to the haircut a lot by saying the 10th haircut is completely free. These things would make people come a lot more.
Yeah.
In the other podcast studio, what they do is they have like a basketball hoop or like, sorry, a darts board. And if you aim and you hit the bullseye, you get a free podcast next time. You get a free filming session. I think that's really good because then people are going to be, I want to hit the bullseye.
But like if you guys listen to this, Hassan, even how you're talking, bro, that's why you're successful.
Bro, I'm trying to keep it simple. Like, I got 50 more edits. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But like, listen to what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying. Like before you had millions of dollars, you thought the same exact way, and
For
so
sure.
did I. And you just analyzed everything. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
It's not hard. You don't have to reinvent the wheel with success. You just see what's working. What can I improve on? But not a lot of people do that, bro. A lot of people walk through life mindlessly. The world is as it is. But like Nikola Tesla said, you can bend the laws of reality, bro. You can bend the laws of reality, time, space, and reality from just what you know. You know, how you look at things.
Sorry to interrupt you, but quick question. What do you think is your strongest trait? I thought that would be a good question.
Damn.
And I'll answer mine.
Strongest trait. I've never been asked that before. Strongest trait. I think it's intelligence, bro. And not in the aspect of what you may see online.
People won't like that because whenever you talk about intelligence, they don't like that.
Yeah. I think it is intelligence, though, because love it or hate it, right? They can bash me online. They can say, oh, this guy's dumb and this is that. This is the laughing stock, etc. But if you're doing exactly what I want you to do and it's paying me and it's building my brand, no matter how much you hate, I still get what I want out of it. I think it really is that. And like for me to even become this character, you have to think I grew up an absolute loser, bro. I've almost made myself into a character that gets a reaction, like I said. So I started out, just imagine you started out zero, bro. You look in the mirror, your ribs are showing, like you're a complete loser. No woman wants you. You're in your room playing video games and you go, man, you just see this version of yourself and you're like, I'm going to spend all my time building this. Right, I'm at rock bottom. I'm going to do what I need to do. Let me get a gym membership. Let me read self-development books. Let me read the 48 Laws of Power and dumb shit. You know what I mean? And I built this version of me to where I went from completely invisible to completely hated to I hate this guy, but he actually kind of makes sense. to I like this guy, and then it's I love this guy, then you have everything you want. You know, so I would say it's intelligence in that aspect. And it goes back to the quote by, I don't know who it was from, but he said the only real measure of intelligence is you getting what you want out of life. So when I see somebody I may think is stupid online and it'll piss me, I'm like, how the fuck does this dude have millions of dollars or billions? If this dude has done it, I can do it too. But you look at the background, no matter how stupid they may appear to be, to some degree, they're intelligent. If somebody,
100%.
I said this on our last podcast, if somebody has a 300 IQ, a 200 IQ, et cetera, but they're dead broke, they're banging a six, they're not living the life that they want to live. I mean, how smart are they really in retrospect?
Not very. You know,
Yeah.
not very. 100%. I agree with that so much.
Mm-hmm.
I just had
But
a
what do you
point of
think your best trait is, bro?
probably analyzing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably analyzing. I think that a lot of people aren't very good at reading between the lines, and I've noticed what I found with a lot of people is when they're analyzing something, they have, I call it like level one analysis, right? So they'll, for example, they'll look at someone on social media and they'll say, oh, they're doing this because they're insecure. So they're posting a Lambo video because they're insecure. They won't look deeper. Like, why is this person posting a Lambo video? Okay, maybe it's to get attention. Okay, but why did they do it in this way, not this way? Like, I analyze very deeply and I'm quite good at it. It's always been something I've been naturally good at. So I'd say analyzing. And that's helped me a lot because I don't need to be told too much to understand what to do, you know? If someone tells me this and this and this, I'll understand straight away why they do this and this and this, you know? I can read between the lines well. Sometimes I'll tell someone something and they'll just tell me like they'll want every detail explained to them.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I just need a couple sentences and I'm like, okay, I understand.
But those people aren't successful too. You know what I mean? Like you have to think. I like coaching because it's
You
when
see the human mind.
when you get to a certain
yeah.
number, it's
yeah.
not just this one guy, it's this one guy. It's you learn the traits of success, bro.
Exactly.
So like, yeah, when I have somebody that asks me the same question twice within a 3 text line, you know what I mean? They ask, well, yeah, but this, but also, well, what do you mean by this? I'm like, bro, I just explained this to you, bro. What do you say? And I'm patient with them. Like,
Same.
I'm patient. I'll be like, yeah, brother, it's this, bro. Hey, bro, you asked me that twice, by the way. I'm not saying it offensively. I'm saying like, bro. And they're, yeah, but I just like to get every detail and I like to make sure I know 100% before. I'm like, there's knowing and then there's just being a dumbass, bro. You know what I mean? There's knowing something and it's like, how many times do I have to tell you the same thing?
What I say to people is just, how hard are you trying out of 100? Like I say that to them. If someone asks me a question and they've asked me a lot of questions, I'll say, bro, quick question for you. Let me ask you a question. How hard are you trying out of 100? They'll say 67. I'm like, no, you're not trying 67. That's the first thing. Like, how hard are you actually trying out of 100? Like 100 being your family are going to get kidnapped unless you make $1 million by the end of the year. 0 being not at all. Like, yeah, thinking about it, maybe like 25. I'm like, okay, before you ask me another question, let's get you from a 25 to a 50. Let's just increase the input. And then you won't even ask that question because you would have tried that already. Like, Hassan, what do you think about posting an Instagram story if I do like this and that? Bro, post some Instagram stories. Then tell me the analysis that you found. Okay, let's say your analysis is shit. Okay, that's what I'm here to help you with. But let's just start with the stories. You know, people just love asking questions because it's mental masturbation. You know, they feel like they're making progress. But you got to ask questions and actually implement the advice. You know?
Yeah. But that is that's another thing as well. You can't get anywhere without analyzation. So even with social media, back to the topic of building a personal brand, I definitely analyzed every single post, every single insight, every share, every comment, every like. And it was like I was mastering this game, but I didn't realize I was mastering human emotions until people started coming up in person, like I said. Like, I don't know if you remember, like my first time I had somebody come up to me, I think it was probably in the gym. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I was like, yo, you guys are real people. What the hell? Like it was mind blowing to me. And I realized that I had learned human psychology on a deeper level, bro, to where it's like, I don't know if somebody's new to the social media game and they see my post online, it's like a grand chess master versus somebody who's just beginning. I know every piece of your mind before you do. I know how to offend you if I want to. I know how to touch your heart if I want to. I know how to get you to like me if I want to as well. And it's just
sales.
Yeah, bro. You know?
Everything is sales.
Yeah, it's funny, bro. It's funny. But yeah, I mean, when I see people emotionally react, though, the number one way I knew I'd become super successful was I saw emotional people that were successful. And I was like, wait, there's room to fuck up in this game. People don't get that too. They think you have to be absolutely perfect. There's room to fuck up. Where if I see somebody have an emotional reaction like, I hate that guy. I mean, I don't think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, right? I dislike haters, right? I don't like haters, etc. but I don't think you've ever heard me call out a specific person and be like, man, I hate that guy so much. That guy, I don't emotionally
care, yeah,
react
you
to
don't
shit.
care.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's you need
All
a
winners don't care, man.
yeah, you need a certain amount of stoicism to succeed as well.
I'll just say though quickly, like when you're talking about the emotional point, I'd actually consider myself quite an emotional person. You
Mm.
know, I'm not like Mr. Stoic. Having said that, if there's a spectrum, I'll definitely say I'm less emotional than 95% of people. But I'm definitely not Mr. Stoic. Like sometimes I get angry. Sometimes I'm quite a moody person,
Angry
actually.
100%.
I'm very moody. Like my mood changes a lot. I remember when I was younger, I was in Lebanon, my home country. I went there to visit my family, and these girls that like I'm family friends with, they said I'm moody. I was like, what do you mean moody? Like, I'm not moody. I'm always happy. And I didn't know what moody meant. I thought moody meant you're always angry. And I'm not always angry. Like sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm this, sometimes that. Like I'm always positive.
Mm.
And then they said, no, moody doesn't mean that. Moody means you change your mood a lot. I was like, oh, I'm exactly that. Like, I always change my mood. I'm in a restaurant. If the wait is slow, I'll instantly get in like super, super like big rage. And I'll be like, I gotta do something now. I gotta like make some money. I gotta counter this feeling of wasted time.
Yeah.
You know, my mood's always changing, like just depending on if I'm hungry, depending on if I'm tired, depending on if I've just made money, if I've not made money, if I've not produced anything for that day, if I've not got anything done, if I've not made any content, if the podcast didn't go as well as I wanted, I'll be angry. I'll be like, all right, fucking next one though, and I'll do something else. My mood changes all the time, but for me, I take power from that. People say, Hassan, why are you such an energetic person? How do you get so much energy? Because from all these different emotions, I'm just pulling in more energy. I'm like, all right, now I feel inspired, energy. Now I feel angry, energy. Now I feel sad, energy. You know, like I just get energy from everywhere.
Yeah.
I steal energy from everything. These
Yeah.
curtains are giving me energy. This plant, that plant, this clock.
Yeah,
Vincent's
yeah.
giving me energy, 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 energy. You got the Mansory Urus yesterday. That's more energy. Why don't I change the interior of my Urus? More energy. All right, he's driving the McLaren. He said that car is cool. Sick. I forgot I had a McLaren. All right, let me flex that more. McLaren, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, yeah.
Energy, energy, energy.
Yeah, that's funny, bro, because I always call myself the alchemist behind scenes. Like, only my closest friends would call me the alchemist because I take any situation, like you said, and I draw energy from it.
I like that.
If somebody's supporting, I got to prove them right. If somebody's hating, I have to prove them wrong. You know, I think about everything.
Yeah,
if I have
yeah,
a
yeah.
father that passed away, I need to prove him right. If my mom's retired now, I need to make sure she has an even greater experience in life. She's coming to Dubai. Like, yeah,
That'll be sick.
everything you can take inspiration from. And a lot of people don't. You know, a lot of people, they don't take life personal enough, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'd get guys, you know, if a girl leaves them, they'll say, maybe she just wasn't the right one, bro. And I'm like, hey, bro, I might be fucked up, but I have everything I want in life. I'm not going to be a teacher saying you can have everything you want and drive a Toyota. I'm the guy telling you can have everything you want that has supercars, that is traveling. I'm like, bro, the best mental model for you is to hate that girl. You have to hate her because she walked out of your life because she thought her life would be better without you. And that
Interesting.
needs to make you extremely angry to where you're working hard.
This is the thing. For me, I wouldn't hate the girl in that situation. I'd hate myself in my position. Because for me, again, it's fine to have different opinions. You
Yeah,
know, we're
yeah.
both successful. What I'm saying is like, for me, if I hate the girl, then I feel like it's almost, I'm not hating myself enough. Because like you only have so much hate. It's like I have 100 units of hate. If I put any units of hate on this girl, now I'm not hating myself enough. Like, no, I need to hate myself because she only left me because I wasn't a winner enough. And like now I'm in the position now where, you know, like I can't imagine a girl leaving me. Like I
Yeah,
literally,
nah,
it's
nah, not
impossible in my mind. And people say, yeah, but Jeff Bezos is richer, Ronaldo's more famous. Yeah, but bro, fuck that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
me.
yeah.
They're not me.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like if they're on a podcast with me now, I'm still going to share my opinion. Sure, I'm going to listen. I'm going to be more humble. But what I'm saying is I'm still me. And
Yeah, yeah.
I'm on an upwards trajectory and I know where I'm going. And it's funny because, you know, one of the guys I live with, he helps me with some stuff. He tells me all the time, like, bro, everything that happens to you, you just take it as a positive. You know, like everything's a positive for me. You text me saying you're going to be 10 minutes late. All right, no problem. I'm talking to the podcast owner and I'm talking to him about the studio and how they get clients. You know, someone's pissing me off. Okay, that's good. I'm going to make an Instagram story talking about what was wrong with that person. Not like an indirect, but just talking about a lesson I've learned. Guys, most people don't take responsibility in life. Da 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 da. You know, everything's a win. You either win or you learn, man.
Yeah, that's funny too that we have a little bit different perspective. The reason I never
Actually, why would you hate the girl in that
the
situation?
reason I never resorted to self-hate is because I love myself too much. You know what I mean? I'm almost delusional about it. Even if I'm a skinny loser, a girl leaves, I'm going to hate the girl. Not in the sense of you're doing petty shit and you unfollow and block. No, I'm going to be completely normal surface level.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be like, that bitch left. And I have to prove her ass
I'll
wrong.
say that. I'll say that. But I'm not. No, I'll say that. I don't know if that's hate though. The point I'm trying to make though is like, I won't hate myself as I'm gonna start like doing something bad to myself. I'm just like, okay, Hassan, this is your fault, bro. This is your fault. It's 100% your fault. Like, if you were better at this, this would have been different. It's not only hate though. It's hate and love. It's hate like, yo, you fucked up, bro. But it's love as in like, all right, bro, I still love myself. I'm the man. I'm going to
Bro,
improve.
but the funniest shit, I never went, I fucked up. Like at the
Really?
beginning, I never went, I fucked up.
That's interesting.
I thought of ways that I could improve. So over time, her reality would become suffering. And this has happened on, I know this is very dark stuff, but like, this is how dudes start. And the same boat as you, I can imagine, bro, that no girl is possibly leaving. It's just not going to happen now. But I'm only saying this because my viewers are at a beginning point. And if they take everything personal about their lives now and go, I'm the fucking man. If this didn't work out, I have to prove this person wrong. I'm still going to self-analyze. I'm still going to take self-accountability. But my rage is within proving these people wrong. I feel like that's the most powerful energy that's going to get you from 0 to 50K a month. It's going to get you from 0 to 20K a month. I'm not saying that's what's going to get you from 20 to 500,000 a month. No. But I think beginning stages, yeah, if you can take absolutely everything personal. I used to ask, you know, certain influencers and creators, let's say I have 20,000 followers. Hey, bro, I'm going to be at this gym, bro. I'm kind of in town. You know, I know we chopped it up a little bit on Instagram. We should catch a lift. Hey, bro, can't right now, but, you know, all good. They say it completely polite. But I have to make that person suffer with my existence.
No, I relate to that.
It's not about my own self-accountability. It's not about me getting more followers. It's I'm going to get more followers to prove that person wrong. I'm going to become monumentally more important than that person because they saw me as nothing. Now, the average Joe Schmo is going to go.
I do relate with that.
The average Joe Schmo is going to go, oh, yeah, I get it. He's a big guy. You know, he has pride. No, me, I'm going to go, what the fuck?
I'm a bigger guy.
Yeah, I'm bigger. You know what I mean? So, like, that's a winning mentality as well. And I think that's the mentality of every single powerful person to some degree. You know?
But I think a lot of people watching, this is just my understanding from social media, a lot of people will look at people online and they'll think, yeah, but this person has this advantage. So for me, I'm more of an average looking person. I'm not 6'5". You're 6'5". They might be like, yeah, but Vince is 6'5". That's why he gets away with like, that's why he grows on social media. But you guys need to look at me and understand like, you know, I'm not 6'5". So if I can build on social media as well, then like you guys can as well. You don't have to like be super tall, or you don't have to be like Mike Tyson build, or you don't have to be, you know, a world champion fucking boxer or something like, you know, like Canelo. Like you can just speak your mind and resonate with people and show them your personality. I think I've just done a very good job of being authentic with people, you know, and at the end of the day, you don't have to go and become, you know, Canelo or Mike Tyson. You just have to transform. Like I was super, super skinny. If I showed you a picture of me before, like I was literally like the smallest guy like in my whole school at one point. Like I remember in year 7, which I think for you guys is like grade 6, when I was like 11, we took a year photo, like all the guys and the girls. I was like the smallest human in the whole grade. Like I was just, including girls, because back then, like, you know, when you're younger, girls are like similar size.
Puberty
first. I was the smallest human. I was like, you know, but then by the end of school, if I look around and we have a fight, or every single person in that year, I'm winning, you know? So it's just like, then I built myself in fighting. I built myself physically, and I got my deadlift up, and I started focusing more on me. I remember there was this guy in my school, and he was like super strong. And at first I was like, maybe it's just all genetics. But then this person, I mean, it is very heavily genetics bodybuilding, but this person, then now he's like taking steroids, and he's like, had kidney problems, and he was asking me for money. He's gone down like a very dark path. And I feel bad for him because at one point I was friends with this person. But it's just like, it's funny how the world works when you're just slow and steady. And I just kept focusing on me. I was like, Hassan, let's just forget this person. I just got to keep becoming stronger myself. And then I became the strongest.
Yeah, that's funny, bro, because I was always the smallest in school too, bro. 8th grade, I was 5'2", bro. I have stretch marks on my knees, bro, because I grew so much. Yeah, I grew a majority after high school, surprisingly.
Okay.
My dad would tell me before he passed, he's like, yeah, Vincent, in college, when you're like 19, that's when you're going to grow. That's when I grew.
That's cool.
But I didn't understand it. I started to think when I was younger, I was like, maybe I'm meant to be 5'2", you know, like maybe I didn't get his genetics. I thought,
how tall was he?
I wanted to scrape 6 feet because my dad was 6'3", you know what I mean?
Okay,
and I was like, fuck, if I could at least get to 6'2", like I was doing doctor measurements. I was extremely insecure about my height, bro. You know what I mean? And
insecurity pushes you though.
It does push you, bro. And I remember the girls would make fun of me. There's girls that are 5'11". I'm fucking looking up at them. They'd fucking put me in a headlock and stuff. Like, what the fuck? These fucking man girl, you know what I mean? Et cetera. And I can't hit a girl, obviously. So yeah, bro, it was, but I'd always tell them, I was like, watch, I'm gonna have a glow up, watch. Yeah, I'm gonna have a glow up, watch. I'm gonna do this, that. You know, and you don't know height on social media unless it's said. So I'll get old people from 8th grade that are like, bro, why are you lying about your height online, bro? You're fucking the shortest dude, etc. I'm like, no, bro, like, I don't know what I need to do to prove to you, et cetera. But I
Yeah.
feel like I was given that experience of being a complete underdog to winning now. And that's
Yeah.
what gives me my humility,
The
bro.
transformation.
Because not a lot of people know this day to day. I don't know how long you spent around me, but I'm a pretty humble person
For sure. Yeah.
in real life and every day.
Course.
I'm
Yeah.
never gonna be like, no photos right now, bro, get away, et cetera. Like, no,
Obviously, yeah.
I'm just not like that. But that comes from knowing how it feels to be a loser, bro.
Bro, I've had people come up to me, or they talk to me and like, bro, I'm surprised you don't flex money with girls more. Like, you're not more arrogant in front of girls. Like, we've been on a double date or something. Or I've had people, you know, see me in different interactions, basically, either with girls or in a restaurant. I'm always trying to get the bid. I'm always like, and people are like, bro, you're different than social media. I'm like, obviously, bro, like that's marketing. And I've had smart people say that as well. Like, this is the thing with marketing, like, because we're smart. We even fool the smart people into thinking we're these like assholes sometimes. And I had one
Yeah.
guy, like very smart guy, he must be worth like 30, 40 million. And he watched one of my podcasts. He's like, bro, I didn't know your dad passed. I didn't know you were this like down to earth person. I was like, yeah, right. Like now you know, I guess. And now we're kind of good friends. And like, guys, we were in that position, that's what I want to say. But I remember at one point, yeah, like I was insecure going to the gym for the first time. I was like looking around thinking, like, fuck. And by the third day, bro, I was like, I own this place. Like in my mind, I was like, I fucking own this gym. Like it's my gym now. And I remember, afterwards, my friend and I, we play, music from the speaker. And I don't know. I think a lot of it just comes down to like how hard you work in your trajectory. If you know you're going to get stronger, then you already feel like strong.
Uh-huh.
And I remember the first time I got a 100 kilogram deadlift. It's like 225. I was like, I'm a big boy now. And like, then I got up to a 240 kg deadlift, which is like in pounds, that's like over 500 pounds. Like, and I got super strong. It was like triple my body weight. And just because I kept focusing on improving me,
Yeah.
and
It's
that
funny,
gives you
bro.
confidence.
Yeah.
And also when you're training with someone stronger, like my training partner was always stronger. He's a big guy, very, very strong, like athletic dude. And that always pushed me to go stronger because this guy is like pulling you up with him almost. And then I'm pushing him because I want to kind of keep up with him. So it's like back to the point of having a mentor. You need people above you. If I didn't have him, that was when I made my most gains. Like I was bigger and stronger then because I had him as a training partner.
Yeah.
It's real.
Bro, 100%. I literally broke a scientific law, bro. You know that with my fitness transformation?
Which one?
So I went from 135 pounds to 193 in a year. And I'd start getting hate comments. That's not possible. Look it up. I'm like, yes, it is, bro. And I'd look it up. And it actually wasn't possible. It's not possible to still be lean and to put on that much size. But I look at it like, number one thing is that I was outworking everybody in that aspect. I didn't have a job at this time. I was doing side hustles, but all of my time when I was
Energy.
awake,
Yeah.
I was either working out, I was eating food, I was making sure I ate 4.5 to 5K calories every single day, no miss. I'd sleep. I'd naturally build a habit of I'd wake up in the middle of the night, I'd chug another mass gainer shake, I'd go back to sleep. I'm talking for 365 days, bro. And I did that and stayed lean at the same time and et cetera. But when my brothers got me in the gym, back to the principle you said, they were both just jacked out of their minds. My brother's full black. He has good genetics, but I didn't think about it like that. I was like, well, I'm half black. My other brother, I call him, he's like a friend. He was jacked too. And I just thought you get jacked in like 6 months. You get jacked in a year. So I wasn't looking at statistics. You can only digest, and I'd start seeing this stuff now after a year. You can only digest 50 pounds of protein in 1 hour. And I wasn't following any of that shit. And you have to be this body fat. And I think when I started reading that stuff, it actually put me back on a plane of physics and logic.
Ignorance is bliss in a way.
It's weird, bro. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I pretty much flatlined after that and kind of stayed around the same weight.
Yeah.
But me not believing or understanding any type of limitation allowed me to break them.
Bro, I was making so much more gains and I was so much stronger and bigger because I was doing 40 sets per session. Like 40 sets. And we'd do these 2-hour sessions 6 days a week, even sometimes 7 days a week. And we're just destroying ourselves. Every set was to failure. Like when I actually think about it, it's like, how do you recover from that? But the answer is because I was 18, I was in my gap year, and I did nothing else besides gym, and I didn't care about anything else in my life. So every day, my body was just getting stronger and we had like a little fitness page at one point where we were posting like our PRs. So I do weighted dips for like 30 kilograms, and I thought, okay, I now need to do 40 kilograms, and I kept trying to go up and up because I wanted those like people saying, oh, bro, you're strong, like you're stronger than you look, and all these things. I like those comments. So I just pushed as hard as I could, and like every day or every week could get a PR.
Yeah.
And that feeling was just insane. Like so many times I'd have like a date lined up and I'd cancel it because I was like, no, I got to get a PR now instead. Fuck the date. And, I remember once I had a bowling date. I was going to be late. And I was thinking, now I'm rushing my PR. I need to warm up properly for my squats. Yeah. I messaged her, I canceled. And I was actually working at this retail store in Debenhams. So I'd see it was a girl I was dating at that shop, at that store. So she's like, oh, I'm so mad. And like tomorrow I'm going to be so angry. I'm not talking to you again and all this stuff. And but just the PRs came first. It's like, it's amazing that when you prioritize something, you actually excel so much at it. Then I started prioritizing money and that instantly shut up. And then you start prioritizing other things and that shoots up. So
And it's a blessing and a curse. It's a good and a bad trade-off. Because I remember when I wasn't focused on making money at all in just gym, holy shit, that was how I got life-changing results. When I started to implement business stuff too, I had to build a website in between. Bro, it would slow down my gym progress. So it was like a
100%.
trade-off, bro. You know what I mean? But
I don't want to make excuses. So now, as I'm saying this, it makes me think I'm actually going to get in the shape of my life. Like I have to. You know?
Bro, I got to lock in again too, bro.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, even me being in the gym and just so focused, bro, I think it's every man should have a period where they master the human body. Bro, if I didn't eat a fucking French fry, like one French fry I left out of my McDonald's that I was eating at the time, I'd feel it during my workout. It was that level of obsession physically, and I knew my body so well and what it could and couldn't handle.
Yeah.
And I guess, bro, towards the end of that, I started to push myself to a limit of grogginess, though. To where like I just wasn't comfortable, etc. But money, I do the same thing now. And we mentioned this briefly, where it's like, you know, I track how does my mind work, right? If I'm fasted, okay, my mind's a little bit quicker and I can focus on certain things. That's not me making excuses, but that's me like kind of being
optimize.
I want to optimize. It's me being a tryhard in that sense, bro. I always say that from a video game example.
100%. And I remember like every Friday I would go for a deadlift PR. And like now looking back on it, it was too much once a week to go for a max exertion PR on deadlifts. It takes time to recover. But anyway, that whole week before, every single like food or every single foam rolling I did was for that moment. And even if it didn't make a difference, it was all for the fact that I wanted to just know I gave it my best. Because then if I didn't do foam rolling, even if I didn't think it did anything, it was purely for the mental win. I was like, so then when I was like getting ready for the lift, I remember thinking to myself, like, all right, you know, I did the foam rolling. I drank that shake. Like I've done that extra bit. So like now I have that extra bit of confidence. And it's the same thing with business. You're like, okay, I bought that mentorship. I've spoken to this millionaire, this millionaire, this millionaire. Okay, these people think I'm smart. Okay, I know I've done this. I got these employees. How can I lose? It's impossible. Like I'm me, I win. You know, it's just, and that's why it's so important to just be a winner and working hard. Because when I was younger as a kid, I've told this story in the last podcast, but long story short, my dad made me always study hard for exams. When you study hard and you get a good score in an exam, that gives you confidence. Like if I learn a lot about how to deadlift properly, I learn the technique, I eat well, I'm going to get stronger. Okay, that area of my life is good. Okay, if I, you know, apply that to self-defense, now I know how to punch, I know how to spar with people. You know, let me sidetrack that actually. I was sparring with my friend who's a pro boxer. He literally had a fight 2 days ago and he won. He's 9-0 pro boxer. He's a beast, right? But similar weight to me. And we were talking. I was like, bro, I bet you can't like knock me down in body sparring. Not head sparring. Head sparring, you'd kill me in seconds. I'm not arrogant. Body sparring. I was like, bro, there's no way you're going to be able to, in 6 rounds, you can't get me on the floor. Like because I'm going to cover my body. And I know my mind. He's like, bro, like if I was trying 100%, I can definitely. I was like, no, you can't, bro. Trust me. Like you don't know me. You can't. So anyway, 6 rounds finished. I was right. Like I stood up. I stayed up. But the shots were powerful like I predicted, but I stood up because I know my mind. It doesn't matter if he's a pro boxer. I know me. And I'm very good at analyzing. Like I know what I'm capable of because I've been in so many situations in my life. I know what I can do. You know, and like a lot of people don't analyze things properly. They don't know what they're capable of because they've never pushed themselves enough. If you've gone from 135 pounds to 195 pounds, you know, like, okay, if I put my mind in gym, I can transform. If I put my mind in business, I can transform. I know even if I'm hit with the world's hardest body shot, if I physically can stand up, I will. You know, unless I physically I'm unconscious, I just instantly fall. There's no way pain is going to stop me. I don't really feel pain. You know, like I'm not going to allow that to stop me. So it's all like mental. You know, my ego is so big. There's no way I've said it on the videos, like on a YouTube video. It's like, there's no way he's going to drop me. There's no way I'm going to go on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, but it's different if it's head sparring because then it's like a skill thing. But like, I don't want people to misinterpret this. So I just want to explain what I'm trying to say. I mean it like on a pain threshold. If it's like a pain thing where it's just you versus you, because with body sparring, you can literally just defend yourself like this. Like, what's he going to do? Like, I'm going to go for a jab. He's going to hit me. And I know to protect my liver. And I know to like, so you can just kind of, and he was very impressed and surprised. And he was like, bro, it's not a surprise you're a millionaire and you're a winner. Like, I was like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like, how you do one thing is how you do everything.
100%, bro. And I think everything that we reaffirm is back to self-image a little bit, bro.
Do you have any stories like that? Not necessarily boxing, but do you have a story where kind of someone, like where you had to kind of I mean, you've already shared some stories, but let me
No,
think
no,
of,
I've had stories.
'cause I love those
I'll give you a
stories.
boxing story, bro.
Okay.
I remember the first time I signed up for boxing, you know what I mean? Fuck, I got to learn how to defend myself, etc. How you do one thing's how you do everything. I'm doing the running, etc. There was always there was like bullies in boxing.
Okay.
There were people that would pick on the new dudes and they're like, "Vince, come spar." I was like, "Fuck it, bro." It's like these short, fat Mexican dudes, etc. Right? I'm like, "Fuck it, let me get in the ring." Like I ain't no
Were you as
bitch,
tall as you
etc.
are now?
I was probably 6'1" at this time, and most of the people were like 5'8".
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I'm like think of me like a cinnamon stick.
Okay.
And then think of like a bowling ball.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean? So it was back and forth. I knew absolutely nothing about boxing. Never gotten dropped, never gotten knocked out, etc. But I was pretty shelled up. Same exact thing. I'm fucking like this. I don't know how to weave. I don't know how to anything. This dude just gets me in a corner. I'm like, fuck, fucking getting hit and stuff. And then I get out of the round. I'm like, fuck, bro. But my mind, I was like, yeah, okay, this dude's been working longer than me, but I know my advantage. I analyzed everything. I analyzed my strengths. I was like, okay, I'm tall. I shouldn't have let him get inside, et cetera. I shouldn't have been swinging, wild ass hooks. I should have reserved my energy because after the first round, I gassed.
Exactly.
And I started analyzing absolutely everything. And within 1 week, we're sparring again. And it's like 3 bowling ball Mexican dudes, bro. And they're literally swapping them out because all
Wow.
I'm doing is fucking jabbing and I'm giving all of them bloody noses.
Yeah.
All I did was focus on my strength. I was like, I'm not going to go inside. I'm not going to swing crazy hooks on the bag. I'm training with distance. I'm fucking, you know what I mean? I'm using the lead hook. I'm fucking putting the weight behind my back leg. And I just spammed the same move. And it was like bloody nose. He swaps
Spammed
out
it.
bloody nose.
Like it's a video game.
Yeah, like a video game.
Yeah,
You just keep pressing X, for example. But I mean,
I believe that so much.
it was that I knew I was capable at the end of the day. It was like,
Yeah.
okay, he got his up now. I've always been the type of guy, like, I can lose. I can lose in the moment. I'm fine losing in the moment. If I put my mind to something and I want to win, though,
You're good at both.
absolutely nothing stopping me, bro. And then I guess it comes to a degree of intelligence with boxing as well. I'd meet the best boxers in the camp, and they'd always have something slow about their brains. And this is give or take. There's some guys that are still sharp, but they'd always be kind of like, yeah, bro. Like, it's weird because these guys would look up to me because of aura and because I was cool.
Yeah.
But they could beat my ass at the same time.
sure,
Like,
for sure.
it was very strange. I've always had some type of respect aspect where even now somebody could be making way more money than me, but they're like, yo, Vince is cool.
For sure.
So it's really weird. But the guys that were the best boxers were always very humble, always very polite. But there was always something where they were like, yeah, bro. And they had some screws loose. And I was like, do I want to keep getting hit in the head and get to the point where, or do I just want to learn the basics of this shit and be solid? That was kind of my mentality. But what was your experience? Did you ever end up wanting to go pro boxing? Like,
I did. And I remember when I was a few years ago, I was in Romania, before I started making as much money as now, I said, I'm going to make it to the UFC. Because I was always more suited for that, I'd say, than like bodybuilding. I was never the kind of guy who just got massive, I always had like a long reach for my height, and I was always very strong for my weight. And people would always tell me that as a kid, like, you're good at fighting. And I'd always kind of think about that. And I always like watching fighting. But no, I've started kind of training more recently, last few days. So I still want to go pro. I'm 25 now, but I still think I'll make it pro. I want to be in
That's
MMA though,
interesting.
not boxing.
damn.
I just want to knee people, I want to elbow them. I just want everything,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I just think it's just so cool. I think like that's worth more than any money. I think it'll be kind of cool. But I tell myself, I wish I started when I was younger. And it's interesting because I remember when I was 19, I was in Thailand and I got in the ring. It's like a bar fight, and you win like a free buck of alcohol if you win. And like my friends didn't want to do it. I was like, I'm going to do it then, And I told them I'll do it tomorrow because at that evening we're already super drunk. So I'll do it tomorrow, no problem. They're like, you're not going to do it. I was like, of course I am. Like, I want to fight. And then I won, and I knocked one of this guy's tooth out. And it's weird how the universe works, because then 1 month later, I punched someone in the student union, and then 4 of their teeth came out. So maybe, I don't know, it's weird energy going on. But that kind of stopped me from doing boxing, because I got to like chill out on the fighting stuff. I'm becoming, a bad person. But back then, I used to think it was too late to go pro at 19. When it wasn't. Like, I could have easily been pro by, because it only takes a few years to go pro. I wasn't saying I'm going to be a world champion, but I'll still be pro now. I'm 25 now. You can be pro in 4 years, I'm sure, in MMA, 100%. Because the more skilled something is, the less genetics you need and the more mind you need and the more skill acquisition it is. So with boxing, I don't think I'm going to be like a fucking pro or very high level now. But MMA, you can be. Because with MMA, there's more components to it. So let's say someone's really good at striking, then you can like outmaneuver them with grappling and wrestling. So I like things that are more with the mind than just pure genetics. Like sprinting, I'm never going to be the top sprinter. There's just no way. But the more something is hard work and skill acquisition versus pure genetics, the more anyone can do it.
Yeah.
But
That's
just
interesting.
I want to just explain something quickly. So just with that story you're saying though, it's interesting how we both think like this. Let me, tap into my strengths. Let me ignore my weaknesses. Because if you're sparring a pro boxer and you're not a fucking pro, you're just average, you're just a normal dude. It's like, let me clinch him a bit. So like, okay, I'm tired. I know there's like 2 minutes left on the round. All right, let me clinch him. I'm strong at grappling. Let me just clinch him. Like I'll lean into him. Like, all right, I can out grapple him, or we can grapple the same level, So let me just lean into him. All right, that'll buy some time. Let me get him with a cheap shot here, and then just let me buy some time. Let me grapple again, and just kind of stall time, and like let me get close to him, because if I get really close, he's not going to be able to drive as much power. Like let me nullify this from him. And it's like, even though you're not a pro, if you just analyze it, you can kind of just make the best move on the chessboard, and that will give you the best chance of winning,
Yeah, yeah.
But like, I want to make this clear. He'd like beat the shit out of me in like 20 seconds if it's a real head spar.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll try my best though. Like I'm still going to not think that if I'm actually fighting. I'm just trying to say that so you guys don't think I'm deluded.
Yeah, it's funny though, because I've always been a statistical guy too. I feel like that's why
yeah.
I feel like that's why I didn't pursue boxing or pursue basketball fully.
Yeah.
Because I knew on a statistical standpoint, even if I could make it at this point, I don't want to be one of those guys that played college ball and they look depressed now because they never got an offer.
100%.
So that was another thing where if I put my mind to it, I know I could do it. But then again, I want the best probability, because I don't even think just me. I'm like, my mom, et cetera. So that was why I did entrepreneurship. And you've seen me make a reel like this. I was like, you have a better shot at becoming a me than you do an NBA player.
100%.
And I know so many guys that focus on sports their entire life. I'm not trying to kill people's hoop dreams, but they focus on sports their entire lives. MMA, like where are the boxing dudes now that I was sparring? You know what I mean? Like that's another question that you have. It's like you have to think about what you put all your energy behind. Right, I put all my energy behind high ROI activities, like I stated earlier, and that gave me the best return. But yeah, that's another pattern that I noticed too. I was like, how many people made it pro out of Arizona? How many people are pro boxers? How many people are this? It's one in millions, and I know that there's a lot of people making money that are kind of successful. So I'm gonna kind of master that game, bro.
100%. Yeah, for me, it's more so at this point now, it's just like, I think it's just something I'd want to say I've done when I'm 50. So for me, it's just purely enjoyment. Like I have and that's what's cool about being a millionaire. I don't need to make money from kind of fighting. And I'm not saying I'm going to be a Canelo. I just want to do it and just know that like I'm a pro and kind of have some pro fights and just, I think it'd be cool like as a vlog. I'm in Japan and I'm just like, yo guys, about to fight this Japanese dude. I'm about to just beat him up and get a KO. It's going to be cool. And I just really like it. I think it's when I do it, it's my most fun thing. I guess that leads on to another question, which is why did I not do it more? And there's been so many times in my life where I wanted to do fighting, whether it's boxing or MMA, and something came up. So I remember one time I was doing boxing in COVID, and then COVID happened. I had like this charity fight booked up. It's like this white collar boxing thing. Then COVID happened. I had to stop that. Then one time I got into a street fight, and then my hand was all messed up because I punched this dude, bust up his nose, but then my hand got infected because you can see it now. You see that? That line there. So then there's an infection, and I remember it got swollen. They said I might lose my hand. I was in the hospital. I was like, oh no, like, bro, please, doctor, tell me I'm not lose my hand. I was shit scared about that. And then just always something came up. It was mainly because I was prioritizing money so much. I was so obsessed with money when I was like trying to make money. Like I was obsessed, bro. Every minute was just on money. Like I want to talk to anyone who can help me make money, and I don't give a fuck about anything else. But now I guess I'm in a good position to double down on it. But this podcast has inspired me to kind of double down on like, fitness side of things as well now.
Yeah. It's funny though.
Need a full package, everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you have this too, but I don't have an off switch, bro. It's weird. No matter what level I'm at, even financially,
there's always something.
I never sit down and I'm like, fuck it, let me chill. I'm always like, how can we do more? How can we do more?
More views, more sales.
That's why I kind of think like my personality type, I know it's almost inevitable that I'd end up a billionaire with that personality type, and possibly even a trillionaire. That's even going to become a thing.
It's funny because I was just thinking about the comments when I heard, I saw that as a clip by itself.
Yeah. You can call it as stupid as you want. The same way people call me stupid when I was like, I'm going to be a millionaire. And the dangerous part is going from 0 to $1 million is a lot harder than going from millions to billions. If you think about it in that aspect, maybe not statistically, but from my own self-belief.
No, I know what you mean.
It's me knowing that I've done it before. It's almost like a reflection of how when I'd say things, people would laugh.
It's only 1,000 million.
Then I say it again. But yeah, like I always had this image, bro. And I was like, there's depreciation, there's money going down in value, et cetera. There's going to be trillionaires walking around. There already are technically some trillionaires in equity, right? Like, I don't know. Like a Bill Gates, you think about how much he gave away in charity. And it's not even about, I don't know if it's about the money itself, but like there's no way on the Forbes list There's everybody lined up there, and they're like, "Yeah, money's not really my main focus." You didn't get on that list, even. But maybe they know there's richer people off grid. Maybe that's another aspect as well.
For sure.
But I just know if I'm not obsessed with the money, if I'm obsessed with improvement itself, then it's almost inevitable that I'd make money. It's the same thing with like fighting, you're saying. Like if you're obsessed with getting better at the skill,
That's the thing, yeah.
it's almost inevitable that you'd end up pro, and that's what gives you the belief that you'd go pro.
Exactly. And the thing is just like the person who, my friend who's a pro boxer, he's been doing it for 8-9 years or so, but like he shares similar mindsets to me. Like he joined my private network, New Money, and he was basically just saying to me like, yeah, bro, of course you'd be pro if you put your mind to it, because it's the same as money. It's that whole mindset of just keep doing more, outwork people. Like he trains twice a day. He's just obsessed with it. And that's why he's 9-0. He's a beast. Like shout out to him. I'm sure he's going to make it real big. And it's just like, I say to him like, bro, you're going to win. Like, and I get goosebumps talking about this because it's just amazing how much of a impact we have on people. I'm not trying to like big us up, but it's actually amazing because this dude, my friend, who's this pro boxer, he was telling me he was almost considering stopping because he had to pay money out of his own pocket to put these fights on, because it's not like he's not Canelo like selling out stadiums. He has to go out of pocket, pay a couple grand for these fights. And he sat there, at 24, 25 thinking, I'm only losing money on these fights and I'm putting all this time and energy into fighting. Is it worth it? And I basically sat down with him and I basically just said, bro, put it this way. Back to what we were saying earlier. I get goosebumps saying this. It's just so crazy. I was just like, bro, you're losing 2 grand per fight. You're 9-0. Is it unreasonable to think when you're 47-0, that you're going to eventually be seen by someone and you're going to make it real big? It's like, no, if I was 47-0, I'd definitely be on TV and da-da-da. I was like, okay, let's work backwards then. 47-0 minus, 9-0 or 8-0, whatever it was at the time. Okay, let's just say it was 7-0. That's 40 fights. 40 fights, you have to pay 2 grand. You can't invest 80K to make millions, It's like, oh shit. So even if I lose 2K per fight, and it's not going to be 2K per fight, because eventually what will happen is after 5 or 6 more fights, people are going to start sponsoring you. And then you're going to break even on fights. Then you're going to make 1K per fight, then 2K. So it's not even losing 80K. But even worst case scenario, and that's if you don't get recognized by 40 fights time. Do you get what I mean? Mm-hmm. So even 40 fights, worst case scenario, it's only 80K. All right, fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck it. You're going to make 80 million if you make it to big levels. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So either you don't believe you're going to make it to big levels, or you just haven't considered this. And he's like, no, I literally just haven't considered this. Thank you. And like, he's really grateful for that. And no one analyzes deeply. I tried to deeply analyze. All right, Vincent tells me X. No, it's not X. It's like I have to deeply analyze X.
Yeah, that's funny because I get guys in my community too that do sports, fighting, etc. My first question I always ask them, right? Analyze it. I got to get more information. I'm like, do you plan on going pro? That's all I ask. That's the only question. If they're like, yeah, do you believe you'll go pro? If they say no, I'm like, stop doing it now. I literally tell them like, stop dead.
True.
If there's 100% belief there and they want to do that and that's what they're focused on and that's their life mission 100%. If there's even a hint of hesitation though, when I ask, do you want to go pro? Do you believe you'll go pro? If they even lag, if they're like, yeah, stop doing it, bro. But if they're like 100%, bro, Vince, this is what I'm sold, bro, do it. Because I know it's a belief game too. At the end of the day, the highest people, why are the most successful sports players, boxers, why are they so arrogant, bro? Because belief creates the result. Floyd Mayweather, man, nobody could beat me. I'm Money May, I'm this, that, I'm whatever the name is. Conor McGregor, I am the greatest, same exact shit. Like, you can't name one sports professional. You can't name a professional in any area of life who's not extremely confident in their abilities.
100%.
There's absolutely nobody that's unconfident in their abilities and performing at the highest level. It doesn't exist.
That's how they got there. Yeah. And I remember that's when I knew I had to drop one of my friends. It was like my closest friend at the time. He was actually the guy I used to go gym with all the time. Mm-hmm. And that was when I knew I just had to stop being friends with him, because there were these moments when I used to just see a lot of envy and just like negativity. We'd be watching a Conor McGregor fight and he'd be like, this guy's so cocky and arrogant and like, who does he think he is? And I'd be like, I love this guy. Like, he's inspiring me. Like, I'm 17, I'm 18, I'm broke as fuck, but like, I see myself in him. Like, I see in another reality, I'm exactly this person. I'm just now applying it to now business and other stuff. But like, I like this guy, He speaks his mind and he puts in the work. If you're going to train twice a day and you're going to be studying the game when you get home, you're going to read these books, you're going to learn technique, you're going to learn how to breathe better. You're literally obsessed by your craft. I love that dude. Like, I respect that dude, How can you hate on that guy? And like, I think, okay, but that means if I was this guy like Conor McGregor, if I was putting in this much work, he'd hate on me. It's like, this is not good. Like, I can't be around these people who are so bitter and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, it's a sign that you just don't think you can do that thing. Like, when I see him knocking someone out, I'm like, yeah, like, I can knock someone out, whether it's knocking someone out or whether it's money or whether it's smashing it in a business deal or whatever. It's like, I just can't be friends with losers, man, in
Yeah,
any
yeah.
capacity. And the thing is with this guy, he was genetically not a loser. Like he had all the genetics in his favor. You know, he's tall, he's a good looking dude. He had everything in his favor, but just something in his mind just made him a bit like just jealous. He'd like look at someone who's just, you know what I mean? It's weird, bro.
Yeah,
On paper,
bro.
he had everything. He was like the captain of the team, everything. And like, he's really good at all these different sports, very strong in the gym, like pushing 3 plates easy. But like, just people just don't have it. Some people have it, some people don't.
Yeah, you always hear the quote that hard work beats talent. I think belief beats talent, bro. And the only reason I say that because I used to play basketball. That's my main example. You know, my
You're
dad
good at
was like,
basketball.
this is the thing. I was good in practice. I was bad in games.
Interesting.
So here's I'd clutch a game winner every now and then. But on an average perspective, I was a try hard in practice. I'm talking through the fucking legs, layups, like fucking swinging it over, boom, step back 3. Like I'd get to the game though, I'd be missing shots. I'd hesitate to take
Why do you
shots
think
because I
that
didn't
is?
believe. And I think it was the belief, bro. I'd have teammates that I'd be slaying in practice that would be putting up all the points in the game.
Yeah.
And it was only because I believed in my ability, but I didn't believe in my ability to perform under pressure.
Interesting.
So that was my first realization I was training 2-3 times a day. I was eating like a motherfucker. I was showing up every single day when other people weren't, but they were beating me just because of self-belief. That was the aspect that I wasn't taught, bro. And I took that lesson with me through business. And I was like, let's say somebody is a little bit smarter than me. Let's say somebody does work harder than me. I know that if I simply believe I'm going to outperform them, and I've used that to completely disarm all of my enemies. They go, what the fuck? I'm posting more. I have more systems. How is this dude doing? Belief, bro. I just believe I operate at this level, bro. It's weird.
Bro, people say to me, Hassan, why do you have 7 supercars? You know, they depreciate. Like, you're going to lose this much money.
Mhm.
What do you mean this much money? Like, a couple $100,000 to you is a lot of money. You know, but in the grand scheme of reality, like I said earlier in this podcast, at some point in time, some dude's going to pay me $1 million. Some billionaire, trillionaire, royal family is going to pay me $1 million just to meet their kid for a birthday party. You know, like, that's 100% happening. So, million's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Even though now, if you gave me $1 million, that's a lot of money. Of course it is, right? $1 million's a lot of money, right? Anyone saying $1 million's not a lot, like you can do a lot with $1 million, you know? But in where I'm going and how I'm going to be operating, like $1 million's not a lot of money. That's why for me, I have principles over money. I'm not this guy who just chases money over everything. I only talk to people I like, you know? So for me, it's just like, I don't want to collab with anybody I don't like. I don't collab with anybody just for views. It's all about people I like. And I feel like I've lost so much money and left so much money on the table by just doing things I like. But at the same time, I've probably made more money in some ways because I've only done things I like. So my frequency and energy and vibrations on a different level. But I see some people just doing everything they can to get money. Like, I don't want to speak to people I don't like. You know, there's so many people I know, like in Miami, for example. I can't be asked to do a podcast with them.
Yeah, yeah.
Why? Like, I know people who message me like, bro, let's do a podcast together. Next time you're here, you're there. Like, I don't want to because we
Yeah.
disagree on so many different things. I don't actually like you. I think you're a dickhead and just I can't be asked.
Yeah, that's funny, bro. I've had guys like, especially when you get to higher networks, Vince, you're doing 500K now, even 100K, etc.
Per
Do
month.
a podcast with this guy, yeah, per month. I always think in terms of per month. If somebody says I made 2 million, I'm like, it's a month, right?
Yeah.
Somebody says I made 20,000 a month, right? Like
But
it's
people
funny.
don't think like that.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, they'll say like, hey, you should do a podcast with this guy. This guy's super big. It's the same exact shit. If I feel weird energy or I dislike somebody, or I feel like even if they have more money than me, it's like it's a little bit more of a wisdom aspect and all around life. I know that I'm a little bit more fulfilled and maybe this person's focused on the wrong things.
Yeah.
I don't want to do shit with them, bro. Yeah, it's funny that you say that because all the podcast clips I have that go viral, none of the people I was speaking to
Big
had
names.
huge followings,
Yeah.
had big name. I mean, probably the biggest name is like you, for example, and
Yeah.
but I never this dude has this, man, let me do a podcast. Bro, I took my closest homies. I'm like, bro, let's fucking run one, bro. And then I just use those clips.
My
you know?
biggest podcast I've ever done, it's with my friend from my network as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was my first YouTube video I ever posted. It was a 3-hour, 42-minute podcast, I think. And it was me talking basically the whole time. I just said to my boy, bro, just ask me, ask me some questions. Ask me these questions you want to ask me, like questions people ask me from Twitter. Like, how did you make money? How did you get started in the business? It's literally my first podcast. People can go see it, right? And it's me sat there on a table in his apartment. And before I started the podcast, I was nervous. It was the first time I was ever basically properly on camera. Like, we started it and I was like, no, redo because like, I'm not ready. All right, second time he redid it, I was super confident after a couple minutes. The first couple minutes was shaky because I was like, my first time on camera. There's all these big lights in my face.
Yeah.
I spoke 3 hours, 40 minutes. like a machine gun the whole time. And I've got so many clips from that podcast. Same point, talking with someone from my community, someone who's my my friend.
Mhm.
But yeah, like it's interesting because the other day, Faze Rain, this guy called Faze Rain.
Yeah.
He's just a guy from
Or
Faze.
actually, I have no clue, but I've heard Faze.
Right, okay, yeah. So some dude from Faze, he's got like 3 million Twitter followers, he's a big name. He put on a story, do more, think less. So this is something I always say. I don't say I invented it because it's some basic words, but I feel like I invented this term. So lots of people from my network kind of posted that in the group. They're like, look, Hassan Faze Rain said, do more, think less. I was like, all right, cool. So like they started writing to him, like, stop copying Hassan. And they're like, yo, message him back because Faze Rain replied to them saying, who's Hassan? Like, what do you mean I'm copying him? What do you mean? I was like, I don't care. Like, they're like, do a podcast with him. I was like, I don't care. Like, whatever. Anyway, I checked my DMs on Twitter the other day. He sent me a message saying, stop copying Hassan. As in, like, because they were sending him a message saying, stop copying Hassan. I was like, yo, what's up, bro? I heard from the network they you were saying this, da, da, da. And I was like, oh, I saw you're also in a wheelchair. Like, God bless with the recovery or whatever, all the best in life, blah, blah, blah. Just like a nice positive message. And he just replied saying, yo, bro, thank you, man. Yeah, keep spreading a good message. But it's just like that whole point of many people in that situation be like, oh, Faze Rain replied to this message, to the people from my network. I should message him. Let's do a podcast, bro. Let's do this. I don't care. Like, I don't know Faze Rain. He seems like a good guy. He's making money. He's successful. I'm sure he's more successful than me, but I don't care. I don't know what he represents. I only want to do things with people I align with, So I don't chase money just for the sake of it.
That's funny. There's a lot of YouTubers that go to like Elevation in Miami, for example. The old one especially. Big names. Like you would have seen all of them before. And like I see how people around me are clout chasers too. I don't know if it's the self-image thing, but I always think I'm like, yeah, these guys are...
It's because we see, that's it. You've actually cracked the code.
Yeah.
It's because we see it as like, that's putting that person too much on a pedestal. And it's also like, it's like, I don't like the word beta. It's like secondary energy. Beta,
I don't like secondary
not
energy.
main character energy.
It's almost like, this is my show. It's weird as fuck. It's weird.
Yeah, I agree.
But the funniest thing is those same people, they sense that energy on me if we're working out next to each other in the gym. Guys like huge names will just be like, not because of how I look, not because of anything. It's like, what type of energy is this dude bringing? Whether it's good or intimidation, whether it's good or bad. And I don't want to
this guy thinks he's too good.
I don't want to sound like a stingy hater when I say that, bro. But like, I would never fan out over somebody, bro. I'd never be like, holy shit, bro. I'll tell people if they've changed my life with some type of advice, like, bro, you changed my life, this is that. But I'm never going to say it like I'm beneath you or like I'm, you know what I mean? I'm nervous and stuff like that. But yeah, I've seen people switch up for attention too. Somebody cooler will come around and then they'll be like, yo, bro, what the fuck? And it's weakness, bro. At the end of the day, it's weakness.
No, it's 100% that. It's because now you need this person's validation. It's like, let's say me and you are talking, we have this level of energy towards each other. And then someone really famous walks in, like Ronaldo. If I now like disregard like Vince, like he's almost not a human, what does that say about me? It shows that like I'm only like wanting, it's just, I don't want to use the word because I don't want to get banned on YouTube. It's a bad word. It's a bad word. I've never been that person.
Yeah, but I've had people do that to me though in these certain situations in the gym too.
I hate that. That's worth cutting someone off for. I'm just like, you're a dickhead.
100%. And it's always the people that claim the most loyalty, bro.
Yeah.
The people that say, man, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. And that's kind of like me telling you this right now. And then
that's what I mean. But no, we're actually that. I mean, our lifestyle shows it. Like the way we don't get involved with controversy. We're not like out here. Like you can pay to collab with all these different kinds of people in life. Like, if we wanted to, we have millions of dollars.
I've never paid to collab with, I don't think anyone, bro. It's weird. I've never done, and it's been an ego again. Even when I didn't have a following, it's if you want to do a podcast, Vince, this is how the game works. You pay I ain't paying shit. And then it's like after 2 years, those same people reach out, hey, let's run one for free, bro. I'm not even going to charge. And it really is, it may be ego, it may be confidence, it may be how you see yourself, but it's kind of like, do you think, I don't know, like a Drake when he was coming up. I guarantee you could backtrack some shit of him being like, I ain't paying for no fucking feature for this dude. Like,
I don't know, but
who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting. But I remember like there's a guy in Dubai who has a big podcast, and I remember just kind of asking about the podcast, and he was telling me it was like I think 12 or 14K for the podcast, and I was thinking like, bro, like fuck this. I'm not paying 12 or 14K for this podcast. It could be a good business move, but I just thought like, nah, I don't want to. Because I was just I just don't want to. But then again, I might have, to be honest, I might have like, in my mind, I think I was like thinking it might be like 7. I might have done it for 7 purely like a non-emotional, like it's just going to get me exposure. I don't think because my logic was, okay, like I'm not completely opposed to like paying to be on a podcast. So for example, I think I would have paid Seven. I think I might have even messaged him something along those lines. I don't quote me on this. But the point, my logic was, as I just become a bigger name and as I just get more exposure, well, then I'm not gonna have to pay anyway. And it's just like, all right, Hassan, just put the ego to the side. But in general, but that's because I know this guy's podcast and what it represents is like a good podcast. But I'm not gonna just do things purely for views, you know? And I have done that a little bit before. And whenever I've done that, I've always just felt dirty.
But
Like
here's
I've done streams with people I shouldn't have done streams with. And
Yeah.
after I'm like, Hassan, like, why? Like, you don't need views. Like, you don't need views. And after it's just never been good. It's led to some bad things happening afterwards. And I'm like, why did I do this?
It's kind of like, give the analogy of girls, because girls relate to business a lot. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like
yeah.
when you're the man, you can break and bend rules and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
If you're not the man yet, it's like you have to take her on the most expensive date, and it ends up with you not getting what you want anyway. So that's how I look at business as well. But yeah, back to the same topic. I always have the analogy: if I were Drake, would I have to do this shit? I know it sounds stupid as hell. I invented this with friends. You know, we'd message girls, they wouldn't message back. We go, what do we do wrong? Bro, if you were Drake, she would have messaged you back. And it goes back to taking shit personal, bro. And I always had that same analogy. But yeah, like I said, the same people that were charging before, as I leveled up more and more, it eventually became free. But the only thing I will spend money on is myself. I'll spend money on my own clippers. I'll spend money on my own advertisements. I'm never spending money to be on somebody else's shit, though.
What do you
And
think
that's
about
ego
like
for
paying?
sure.
What do you think about paying for mentors?
Paying for mentors is the exact opposite, because I'm still building my own shit to some degree. I'm not just getting a video with you. I can say I'm with you. No, I'm learning from you to have my own knowledge and
I understand what you're saying. The only thing I'd say though to that, and like I hear what you're saying. 'Cause, like,
I guess it is kind of contradictory, but
no, I get what you're saying. The only reason why I'm saying this is because you could argue it from this angle. Let's say like, I know my value is this, right? But let's say the other person who, let's say, has this podcast, they don't think my value is, let's say, high. They just think, oh, this guy only has this many followers on IG, and they only judge me on IG. They don't know how much money I have. They don't know my businesses. They just think Hassan's got this many followers on IG, right? And they have more followers and they have a big podcast. For them, they might just think purely my just time. I just don't want to do a podcast for my brand. I don't want to dilute my brand with this guy who only has 10K followers. You know what I mean? So then from that angle, but I still get what you're saying because I've only
it's still the aspect of, if I don't want to dilute this guy with my followers,
then he doesn't.
Why would I want to do the podcast if I'm going to be a delusion to your thing? You know what I mean? It's kind of like
dilution. Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like success comes with a certain level of self-respect that you have, which you could tie back to self-image, like I was saying. And I feel like so many dudes do this in day-to-day life where they put validation, they put, wanting to feel a part of something over their own self-respect, especially in like relationships. I was on a call with a good friend. I guess he was telling me in the background, he's like, Vince, bro, I didn't want to tell you this, bro. Like the girl I broke up with, she was disrespecting me, etc. In person, I'm cool. Behind the scenes, I was allowing this. And many men do this. Like a lot of dudes do this, bro. But he's like, yeah, a lot of the times I wouldn't check my girl's disrespect because I wanted her to stay and et cetera. And whenever you go down a path like that, it just leads to more and more. So I told him, I'm like, bro, you need to be the you that I talk to behind the scenes. You need to be the next level you, whether people are watching or not. Like if my girl actually pipes up behind the scenes, I'm going to be like, you're not going to talk like that because I just paid for this. I did that. Your entire life is taken care of. I do all these nice things for you. You live such an amazing life. And you're not going to disrespect me at all. And I'm completely willing and able to have you walk if you can't respect my principles. I don't even care about and I know this has been
100%.
said before by multiple people, but it's respect over anything else. Respect
100%,
over more
yeah.
status, respect over getting love, respect over conformity. Just respect, because that allows you to be happy and you to feel fulfilled with yourself. I know if I paid somebody, I guess just for a podcast, where I knew it wasn't a mentorship, I knew I'm not going to get an extended amount of knowledge from them or anything like that, I'd feel worse about myself.
No, I understand that. Yeah, 100%.
I'd feel like, man, I'm beneath these people. I paid them.
I remember once I did a stream with Neon. I did not pay for this stream, but I remember we were speaking on Twitter, right? And I remember he was a cool guy. And I remember speaking to his security guard. He's very good. And I remember being more interested in speaking to Neon's security guard than Neon, just because he had more interesting stories. And after that stream, it made me think, I don't want to just do kind of collabs with people. Even if I did not pay, just to make it clear, I did not pay for Neon's stream, but it's more so the fact that I did that stream because I thought, okay, it's going to get me some views. Not because me and Neon, resonate with every single topic. I want to talk to people who I actually I fuck with their energy, you know? Neon's a great guy, by the way. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Like off camera, he is
Well,
different.
yeah, I could sense that.
But I'm just trying to say, like, and sure, if we spoke more business, it is cool. But if we're gonna do something on camera, it isn't gonna be a conversation like this. It's gonna be like clown shit. And I don't really want to do that. I can't be asked. And I remember they were doing a stream like Neon, Mo Vlogs, and this other couple guys. And like, I was more interested in after just talking to the Neon security guard. I was like, I can't be asked for this. Like, this is just dumb humor. And this is not me atting or like having a go at these guys. Like, no, they're cool guys. They're doing their thing. It's just different niches, different industries. So it's just, it's an interesting point. But like, yeah, back to that girl's point.
I'm not saying that it's bad if somebody does pay for something. I'm sure if I even recollect it back, I don't have a clear, maybe I did pay somebody to do something, mainly mentorships and etc. But I just knew for my own self-image it felt wrong. And I don't want to send somebody a wire to have an hour with them.
Yeah.
30, because it's going to boost my page or boost my brand. No, I'll correct this. I have been sold mentorships where they attack the angle heavy of if you're around this person, your brand's going to grow, etc. But that's not why I bought. It's not like I don't need anything else besides myself. And when you get to that point where you don't need anything besides yourself and you're secure and you go, you know what? I'm the fucking man. I may not have the visible result right now, but I'm the man. If this dude wants to do a podcast, I'll do it on free will. If it's before that, okay, cool. Now, one thing I do though, like an example is, and you saw me we ran into each other at the mall, bro.
Yeah,
I was hanging out with,
listen to this.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Abdul, homie Abdul. I just met him online, etc. I found out he's made over 400 million with e-commerce.
Crazy.
We're running a podcast. We're just at the mall grabbing food after. I run into Hassan. Hassan's like, yo, Vincent. I'm like, hell yeah, bro, what's going on?
This was the day after we just...
Yeah, day after we just linked up.
At the same time in the mall, he was coming out the exact shop that I just went to before I went to the restaurant. As I'm leaving the restaurant, he's walking out the shop I was just in. Like, it's crazy how energies align, but...
Yeah, it was nuts, bro.
But back to that, Tommy, just really quickly, this Abdul guy, how do you say his name? Abdul?
Abdul, yeah.
So, I think he followed me or I followed him, whatever, when you posted one of us on the stories or whatever. One of us followed I can't even remember. I think maybe I followed him first, then he followed me. And then I think he might have DM'd me because I said, yo, who wants to do a podcast in Dubai? And he replied to me, and I actually have forgot to get back to him. Now, even though he's super successful, 400 million is crazy. I'm not even fully like, I 100% want to do a podcast with him the same way I wanted to do a podcast with you because I knew your content. Now, even if this guy's super successful, like, who is the guy? Like, I don't know what he stands for, so maybe I have to do some more research. So I guess that like leads on to another point. If you make your personal brand purely like you, like authentic, people just fuck with you so differently. Okay, this guy might have made 400 mil. Yeah, but he might have some crazy beliefs that I don't agree with, and like I just can't be asked for the energy. But if you've done a podcast with him, all right, it's worth looking into him for sure.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's funny because after a certain level, I feel like anybody that goes from zero to hero on different levels, extreme, a little bit, we're all like on the same vibration. And like you said, back to the Nikola Tesla quote that everything's energy. So I didn't necessarily know him. We hadn't spoken deeply before in depth. But he gave me a warm welcome. He's like, Vince, I see you're in Dubai, in my city. Hey, man, how long you out here, et cetera. I was like, I like the hospitality. I was like, let me run up. But it wasn't because he made 400 million or anything like that. Now, the thing is, as I did the podcast with him, I started to respect his principles, his beliefs more and more. Certain struggles that he had that I don't even have. He's like, bro, I'm from Nigeria. You're instantly labeled as a scammer. You're instantly profiled. I was still able to build. And I was like, I fuck with that, bro. You know what I mean? And then I ended up buying one of his watches for his brand.
Nice.
Watch is like 8.5K USD.
Really?
After meeting him for 3 days, I didn't care about the watch.
Wow.
And that's the funny thing. I didn't care about the watch as much. The watch is cool, nice brand, etc. I bought because of the connection, and that goes back to against the point of what I said before of pay to play.
100%.
But I'm not paying because of who somebody is because they have status. I'm paying because I resonate with this person, and at the same time, I want the allegiance.
It's exactly. It's the same thing with the girls' point we were just making, which is just like, it's not necessarily that the girl's just with you for money. But yeah, if you were literally homeless and you were a fucking bum and you had no self-respect, well then yes, she wouldn't be with you. But yeah, but because I have these principles and characteristics, that's why I'm a millionaire at this age. So it's like a nuanced point. It's like the chicken and the egg. You have to kind of analyze it for yourself. But the point is that, you know, rich people just want to be around rich people, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, Vince was just in Dubai. Then he went to the Maldives. Now he's back in Dubai. So I thought, okay, we have to link up again.
Yeah.
And then like, I knew you weren't going to ask me like, yo, bro, can I borrow another car? Because successful people don't really kind of like I know you can afford your own car. So you already rented the Mansory Urus. But I wanted to offer you the McLaren or whichever car you wanted. Just because it's just like, why not? Like, you know, I know you're going to take good care of it. You know, you're a winner. So it's just like, I don't have to explain it. It's just like, rich people just want to be around good energy. You know, and it's just like, you don't see it as like, because people like count favors in their mind, you know, like rich people don't think like that.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
that I genuinely want him to drive the car, like have fun with it, because I have 7 on the driveway right now. They're just collecting dust. Like, why not? You know, and like worst case scenario, even if you like crashed it, like obviously, and if you wrote it off, probably be a different story. But like, if you just like damaged it, like, I'd cover it as well. Like, I don't like,
But
I'd
then
consider it like, but then you wouldn't even let me.
then again, I wouldn't even let you
But
because it'd be
I'd
my
just
own
consider
fault.
like it's my brother driving. It's like me driving it. Like if he crashed it, I would have probably crashed it. Like when you just have certain principles, you just have a certain honor. Like who gives a fuck? It's just
Yeah, yeah, that's funny, but there's too much of a strong mentality for anything to go wrong. Like you're saying, oh, I take care of it, but I'm instantly like, if I'm even gonna drive this car, my responsibilities now, if I'm gonna drive it, I'm gonna be able to pay for it.
yeah, yeah.
But like, I was with my girl when we were actually driving the car back because we had the Urus. I was like, Flynn, take the Urus. My girl was like, why do you pay for everything with Flynn? Shouldn't he pay half, etc. And then rich people also have a mentality, if anybody's around me to any aspect, I want their life to be free. Now, I'm not saying that we go shopping and fucking going to Gucci. No, but I'm saying like if it's day-to-day shit like food, if it's day-to-day shit like, I don't know, just simple stuff. If we're paying for a parking ticket, we both rode in the same car, I'm paying that. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah. It's good energy, and it's just
but here's the thing. Here's the catch, and we both understand this. It is for them, but at the same degree, it's for you. I was telling my girl, I'm like, it's not about me doing something nice for Flynn. It's about how I feel about myself doing something nice. I give
we
selfishly.
sound like psychopaths, but it's
I always say this. I give selfishly because I'm going to feel better about myself.
we're buying power and vibes and feelings 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I 100% agree with this. You know, like I have a guy right now living with me and like he helps me with a lot of things. And like, I'm not going to tell him like, yo, bro, in the restaurant, you ordered a pizza and this costs $1 more. Like, no, I pay for everything because he's with me. He's helping me. And also it's just like, as a guy, like if you're paying for stuff, you know, and you have your boys around you, it's just like, but then also like I have the final call on things, you know, like I'm kind of the leader. I am responsible as well. So I got to make sure we do well. So it kind of goes together. It's like the reason why you pay in the relationship as a man is because you're also the leader. It's not like the
Yeah.
girl's the leader and you pay for everything. It kind of goes together.
Yeah.
It's just you're paying for good vibes. If you're splitting everything, the problem with that is then, what about if Flynn says, no, we're going to this restaurant?
Exactly.
No, like, we're going to my restaurant, bro. You
Bro,
know?
that's exactly how I explained it to my girl too, which is funny as hell. Even in relationships, bro, like I wouldn't be in a relationship where I had to pay 50-50.
Yeah.
Because then you don't have the authority, like I said. And I know it's gonna sound dark as hell, it's gonna sound controlling or
We
whatever.
sound like dictators. It's not like that. It's just like, I want to go to this place. We go to this place. Cool.
Yeah, 100%, bro. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've never thought I have to pay. Man, I have to pay the bills. Like there's some bills in Miami. It'll be like the bill is $1,400 after dinner with me and my girl. I don't go, man, I have to pay this. Ksenia, are you gonna pay? It's that I'd look at myself like a bitch if I didn't pay the full thing. It's not about how much you have in your bank account too. This was a principle before I was successful on paper, but I was just like, I'm doing this shit. You know,
Yeah,
you can be
it's-
dead broke, but if you're very frugal, if you're poor mentally, then that's not going to lead to abundance in any area. You know?
I just always got offended when like my friend would ask me for $5 when I was younger. I remember being offended, like, you're gonna ask me for a milkshake money, you know? So I was like, I'd like cringe at that personality. So in my mind, it was always very much like, okay, I can't be this person as well. But yeah, just back to that point of like buying vibes though. It's just like, it's funny how all like rich people just think similar, you know? It's just, because it's like when you guys like get rich, you kind of understand all these things. It's just like, why would you want to have 3-4 people around you and like you're all 50-50ing it? Because then who is the leader? And it's just like, I say this to, you know, everyone I'm around. It's just like, the reason why 50-50 doesn't work, and I remember I got this from a mentor actually when I was younger. This actually changed my life. It's like, stop looking for like brothers so much. Like, stop looking for people who are the same level as you. You want to kind of find people either above you, like mentors who can help you, or people who are kind of just going to like accept you as the leader and kind of listen to you a bit more. Like, one of you needs to have the final call. Okay, this person could be the professional at golf. I listen to him in golf. But then someone has to have the final call in every area of what you're doing, you know? If I say we go to this restaurant, we have to go to this restaurant. If it's exactly 50-50, there's going to be problems in every area of your life. No, I don't want to rent the man's 3 euros. I want to rent the... Like, bro, like, eventually one of us has to make the call. So
Yeah.
even like with my brother, it's just like, okay, I have the final call on things because I'm the older brother and stuff. But we just try to explain things fairly and like, but someone has to have the final call. It can never be fully 50-50. It's a myth. And if you have 2 people who are successful like myself and you, well, then it's just like, it depends on the situation. Maybe if I'm in Miami, I'm in a restaurant with you, then maybe you'd get the bill because it's Miami. Maybe if we're in Dubai, I'd get the bill. Or it's just like, depends who invited you. It's just, it doesn't matter also. Maybe whoever
Yeah.
ran to the bill place first. And also it's just like, it just doesn't matter. But it's just like also when you have 2 people who are successful, because we're both busy, we're never gonna be like all the time, like 6 hours a day together. We just can't, unless we're literally business partners, you know?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like when you have two really successful people, it's just like you're always like linking up for like a purpose. We're either going gym, we're either doing a podcast. We're not just gonna sit there and talk forever. Like,
Yeah, it's funny too because I hate procrastination in the sense of hanging out as well.
yeah.
Like if we're not talking about business, if we're not talking about building something, and we're sitting at dinner, if I see guys that are mobbing 10 guys deep at a dinner, I'm like they can't be getting shit done.
Yeah, like
It's
who's your
absolutely
team? Are they all
yeah, yeah.
listening to you, or is it 10 by 10 by 10 split? Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's strange. I mean, I hate to say this too in a bad sense, but like I won't even hang out with my sales guys every day. Like we'll meet up and stuff like that. We'll do a vacation, etc. But you want to be around self-sufficient people too, because after a certain point, I've had friends, even day ones, that I'm doing my own shit. They should be doing their own shit, but they're like, "Hey, bro, what are you doing?" And they try to cling on to you, and it's like, if you're gonna cling on, there has to be some type of value dynamic. Then there's an ego as well. Then there's like, I want to cling on and I'm not doing shit, but at the same point, I want to call the shots too. And it's like, bro, we can't coexist,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
You know what I
exactly,
mean?
it's a power struggle.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything comes just down to like power struggles and stuff. And just, that's why I've always tried to like just provide value when I'm speaking to people, because if you just give value, well, then it's like, all right, the other person clearly knows what they're getting. I think we made this point the other day. Like, if everything's transactional or more transactional, if you're a transactional kind of person, then at least you both know what you're getting from that interaction, from that transaction. But if you're kind of just operating on like friendly feelings, then it kind of leads to this confusion, and then there's just no like clear structure of what's going on. You know, that's why I think rich people just get richer, because they just understand why they're doing certain things, why they have certain people in their life. Like you said, alliances. You know, like you
Yeah.
bought that watch. Okay, now you have like a stronger connection. Okay, like it's a guy who's made 400 million. He's going to be able to help you in some ways. And also it's just good energy. It's not even like, it's not like you're counting like, okay, if I buy this watch, then he's going to buy this program for me at 9K. Now I made $500 profit. Like, these thoughts never come to mind.
Yeah.
Purely just like, fuck it. Like, just
It's
fuck
just
it.
give,
Like,
give,
fuck it.
give. Yeah, it's give, give, give. But yeah, I always want to be beneficial to people's lives though, because I know on the other hand how it feels to take too much. You know what I mean? Like I used to, it's funny because I used to be the kid begging people for $1,
Okay, interesting.
begging people for canes after school. And I don't know what switched. I really did. I was like, bro, please give me $1, bro. I was like, please give me $1. And I think I just got to a point of, I don't know, maybe it was self-respect. I don't know if it was somebody yelling in my ear on a
Maybe you just
YouTube
became
video.
aware. Like, you kept realizing this is not working as well as if I just gave them something in return, maybe.
Bro, I thought the world owed me something. That was the
Yeah.
thing. I thought the world owed me something for nothing. And that was an incorrect perspective where when I see a homeless person now, they're like, bro, give me $1. I don't have cash. I'm like, I literally do not. I know you see a Lambo, but I don't have cash at the moment if it's a situation like that. And I see them genuinely get pissed off like I owe them money. And then I think about it, that was my exact same mentality back then too. You know, I genuinely get pissed off if I ask a white kid who has good parents for $1. I genuinely be like, bro, you're fucking rich. Give me the $1, bro. You know what I mean? And I don't know where I corrected that mentality, bro, but that's a very self-destructive mentality. A lot of people walk through life thinking people owe them something for absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And they walk through life with a strong belief in their principles that don't serve them.
Mm-hmm.
I always tell people you have to be very careful adopting beliefs that don't serve you.
Mm.
So if you think you have the world figured out and people should give me and this, that, and the world works like this and it's this, that, and it's hard work. I'd have friends that'll say getting successful is hard work for 30 years, bro. And I just knew that wasn't true. I was like, that's not true.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But I knew it was inherited beliefs. I knew they're getting that from their parents who are dead broke. And we talked about this in the gym as well. If somebody's dad, for example, does construction, et cetera, and they're raised under strong principles, if you need to do this and get your trade license, I mean, bro, you're going to respect your dad and listen to your dad and end up in trade too, but that's not going to make you rich. That's why I feel like it's a blessing we almost didn't have father figures.
No, I definitely had a father figure. I just wanted to say, because
I mean, for my example, at 8 years old, losing a father figure, I had a father figure for most of my life, and my dad told me get good grades, told me go to school.
yeah, like that must, like people also like underestimate sometimes the importance of that. Like I had my dad up until 17, but by 17, I'm still the same Hassan you see to this day.
Mhm.
And by 8, like those lessons maybe didn't click instantly in the moment, but that completely changed the trajectory of your life. That's why, like, it's so important to just always be a good role model, whether it's as a brother, whether it's as a friend, a mentor, like posting content online, because you never know how many people you help. Like the number of messages I've got, people telling me that you saved me from suicide. Like when I see that, I don't even believe it. I'm thinking maybe they're just saying that because they want me to like reply to them because they know it's like a more controversial topic. Like the way they explain, like I really do believe them. I'm like, It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But like even your dad, like, he passed when you were 8. Like that, I 100% know that definitely changed you. It's just like he's planting a seed, and like young Vincent didn't fully get it, but like older Vincent,
Yeah.
like he's like, like, yeah,
And I
dad.
want to correct that too. I did have a father figure to 8. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
we have to show respect to our
Yeah,
dads.
100%,
Yeah,
bro. 100%. And I've shown respect a lot of times. But yeah,
sure.
all the lessons he taught me clicked after he passed away, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it was like the lack of leadership after that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? That was just like, damn, okay, I'm going off of these principles, but at the same time, I want to be the leader. I want to become the man. But yeah, I mean, back to the point you were saying, something fucking clicked that slipped my mind, bro. Completely
I'll
slipped.
just say something else.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
this will. It's a slightly different topic, but it's just that point of, when you were just talking about helping people who just give, 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 give. What do you say to people who don't like giving because they're worried about competition? Let's say I ask you a question about business, you give me some game. Or let's say you ask me a question, I give you some game. My mindset's just like, I like giving, and it depends on who I'm giving to. I only want to give to people who I actually like. Because if they actually implement the information, they make a bunch of money. Will I resent the fact that like now this person's doing really well? If I like the person, I'm always going to be happy they're making money. So what do you think about this? Because you were telling me some people yesterday in the gym, like these people got a bit envious, maybe jealous as you started
No,
climbing. What do you think about
I'll
this?
explain the whole thing right now. Like, I'm big on give, give, give. It's always been my personality, but I've had people that I've given to
Right. So what did you do then?
that have, thought that there was nothing else to give, and that turned their hearts cold. There was some type of hidden
That's a
envy
great point. Yeah.
of,
They think you've like ran out, you've expired of
they think
value.
you've expired a
Yeah,
value,
I've had
right?
that
They're here
before.
now, and they're like, I passed all these guys, etc. They ain't shit. And then you scale up, and I guess that a part of that does want me to turn my heart cold. It wants me to do the same thing and stop giving new knowledge that I learned. But the other part of me operates in abundance, where
Mm.
when I look down at the palm, staying at the nicest hotel, you have a whole view of the palm. I look at that $30 million mansion and $30 million one next to it. They're not thinking back and forth. That dude took some of my money, so I can't have any more money. They're like, we're all balling. You know what I mean? So I am big on giving universally, and I think that God will know your heart at the end of the day too. And the reason you're given certain tests is because of how you've performed. How have you dealt with certain things? When I've had mentors that have changed my life, I mean, I wouldn't even say mentors. If somebody's giving me a heads up or a piece of advice, I'm always going to show respect to that person, even if in the moment I passed them. I've had guys that have been making like 350,000 a month while I'm at 50,000 a month. They have an SVJ. They give me a little piece of game. Hey, bro, implement this into your business. It's going to skyrocket. Even when I pass their asses, I'm always like, bro, this was the dude that fucking made it happen for me. Like that one thing you told me, bro, I owe you 1,000 testimonials for. Like, it's just awesome. But it is because to some degree they do operate in scarcity, and they think there's a limited supply. And it's like, if I get this, he gets that. If I win. And I think it's great that God has showed me these things, because if these people didn't get a little bit of a spotlight and I didn't recognize that ego, maybe to that specific person, I would have continued to give more where I'd hold back now.
100%. Yeah. So true. I have one guy I know who's helped me a bit with some stuff. And I remember living with him for a couple weeks a few years ago. And like now I'm doing better financially than this person. But whenever they ask me for a favor or they ask me for advice, I help them because like that person helped me when I was younger.
Mm.
So, but some people are not like that. Some people actually switch up on the people who've helped them. But that's why for
Yeah.
me, it's so important to kind of like vet who you're helping and vet who's in your circle because, and this is actually some game for everyone at home. Well, this whole podcast has been game, but this is some more game.
Yeah.
But which is like, if you want someone to help you a lot, I think it's very, very important to showcase the personality of, look, if I became 10 times richer than you, I'm not going to turn on you. For me, that's such good game because if I'm helping someone, they could be making 10K a month. If that person then goes on to make $1 million a month and they now look at me like, oh yeah, like, okay, I also make a lot of money, Hassan. Okay, you make money, I make money. Like, yeah, you ain't shit. When I've helped them 100x, for example, or whatever it is, I do not want to help that person. So if I identify those like signs in that person, even at these lower levels, I won't want to help them get to higher numbers. But if I see them as like just like a genuinely good dude, I'm always trying to help people. But if I see those signs of like envy and insecurity, even at those lower levels, I'm like, nah, I don't want to help this guy. He's a weirdo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Because
get
then when he's okay, let's say this guy won the lottery tomorrow. He's not going to help you. He's not going to like try, well, if he won the lottery, it's maybe different. But if that person became powerful and was in a position of power, he's not going to do what I was doing for this person in that moment. And that's why I've had sometimes a couple fallouts with people when I help this person a lot and they don't really reciprocate the same love. I don't need any money. Just give me love, give me like,
not even love, just maybe even respect to a certain point. There's a
yeah.
rule in the 48 laws of power, which doesn't apply for everybody, right?
All right.
If you gave somebody a little piece of game, right, they're not your damn master or anything, but there's a rule to never outshine the master.
For
That's the
sure, for
first thing
sure.
that I learned, and
Yeah.
that's made me have fallouts with a lot of my mentors. Not because I didn't show them respect,
They didn't. Yeah.
but because maybe I didn't show them enough respect. Maybe I didn't
Okay.
go like, hey, bro, you completely changed my life in every single area, bro, and I wouldn't be where I'm at without you. If
I
I
think
didn't,
that's important, man.
yeah,
I
if
think
I'm
it's
like,
important.
if I didn't learn even a little piece, even if they just helped me, even if I would have been where I am without them, I'll still say like, hey, man, like, there's a good chance that I wouldn't be performing at these numbers, even if they're not the reason I'm performing at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
numbers
yeah.
I am now, and I learn new information. Like, I have a good mentor, bro, Boniface. He got me from 0 to 100,000 a month with like automated webinars, stuff like that, which I don't use anymore. But what took me from 100 to 500 now is completely different, but I wouldn't be able to have that 100 to 500 without that 0 to 100 story.
100%.
So I always tell him, I'm like, I would not be where I'm at without you.
That goes a long way, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, that's it goes a long way. So many people want to network with people higher level than them. They underestimate how important it is to be a genuinely good dude who shows respect and appreciation. When someone shows me appreciation, it's just like, even if you like take a girl out on a date, let's say you're single right now, you take a girl on a date and she just like says thank you. Or sometimes you go on a date with some people and they're not as appreciative. They might be like, oh, like this kind of normal. I'm used to kind of nice dinners. You're not gonna want to see that person again. I remember one time I
Yeah.
picked some girl up in my car, my Huracan, when I first bought my Huracan, and she was so amazed by everything. And like, she wasn't as hot as some other girls I was dating at the time, but like her appreciation of like, this dude has a Huracan, he's the man. I was like, oh shit, I have a Huracan. I forgot I had a Huracan. I was used to it. As I was driving around, I felt like a baller. Now, I was a baller, but now I feel like an actual real baller. Because she's happy by it. So as she's excited by the car, then I become more excited by the car. So as someone's having a genuinely good time around you, then you start having a good time around them. But if you're just around people all the time that are, oh yeah, this hotel is average. Once I was with my girlfriend somewhere and we went to a nice place and she wasn't complaining, but there's just a 1% energy of like, this place isn't as good as the last place we're in. I was like, no. Like this is nice. It's better than last place. Like, we're not going to accept that. Like, everything has to be like, I appreciate this. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Because, it's okay to share your opinion, of course, but like, I just want always that good energy of like, look, like, yeah, we're making a lot of money, but this still costs $1,000 a night, $2,000 a night. Like, it's still expensive.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, don't take it for granted.
Yeah, 100. You can never take stuff for granted, bro, in any relationship. And the thing is, even my girl will say like, oh, this place, and I'm like, listen, if you don't,
Your girl's Russian, mine's Ukrainian, so
yeah,
same
yeah,
thing,
if you don't find appreciation in this, even if it's a little thing, because I'm still doing something for you. If there's a lack of gratitude, if there's that lack of sparkle and thank you, etc., then I'm not doing it anymore. And I'm going to tell you that
We're taking that away.
and I'm going to tell you that I sense that you're getting to this point,
Yeah.
and I don't do shit to do it. And I tell my girl too, I'm like, your number one goal, if you do say some little shit, we get the Mansour Urus. What year is this car? It's a little shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, listen, you need to learn how to just be quiet sometimes. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, that's the rule of a wife with a man. You need to learn how to be quiet sometimes, even when you have an opinion on something. It could be completely justified. I may even think the same thing. But out of respect, what's going to take you from girlfriend to the next role of wife or whatever you want is learning how to be quiet. And I say it in a rude way sometimes because I need to. I'm like, you need to learn how to shut up sometimes. Why do I say it in such a brash, harsh way? Because you still need to learn to be quiet even when you're emotionally offended.
Of course.
And at the end of the day, you need to learn how to submit. This is for women specifically, but in all areas, there's a lesson
But
to be
even
found.
like with friends, sometimes you have to just know when to say things, when not to say things. If someone's invited you to some place, it's pretty stupid to sit there and be like, this restaurant's not as nice as the restaurant this guy took me to. It's like, bro, like, just get the best, like, just make the best of the situation. Like, just eat the food or shut up. Like,
But the big psychological difference between men and women? Men don't have a shit test factor. Men don't really look for a strong leader. We're not wired like that, but women do. So a lot of people think it's disrespect when women say stuff like that, when they go, oh, the place isn't as nice as the last one.
Yeah, it's
What
not.
they're doing is they actually want to be checked.
Mm.
They want to be checked to know if they're under strong leadership. And if you don't check it, the disrespect grows and grows. If you do check it, they get more turned on and they're kind of like, oh shit, he put me in my place, etc. But that's a sign like you don't get to a point where you earn respect with a woman and it's some golden, perfect relationship. There's always going to be a shit test. There's always going to be some shit. You're going to have to always self-correct. But you can, like, I always say this, like, two different guys can get two different sides out of the same girl
100%.
based on how they act.
But same thing with every situation, like same thing with
Yeah.
friendships.
Uh-huh.
Like right now, this podcast, we're talking, you're getting a different side of my personality than some guy who's just annoyed. I can't be asked to talk to him, you know,
Yeah.
he's just on a different level of energy. So yeah, it's real, but it's funny. Like I remember when I was younger, I went on a date with this girl. We had drinks. And then I remember like it wasn't one of those situations where I thought I could take her back. It was one of those that it was kind of going to be difficult. So anyway, I was like maybe 17, 18 or something. I was like, okay, we're just going to go to McDonald's. We wanted food right after. And like I don't know why I did this, but I let her pay for the McDonald's because she was like, I know you paid all this for the drinks. Like, let me get the McDonald's. It's like £4 or something. We got a couple burgers. I don't know. And then afterwards, I was like, why? And then like I never ended up seeing this girl again. And like it wasn't just that, but I'm saying like just these things aren't good. I was looking back on it at the time. I was like, so why did you do that? Like, why did you let her pay? Just 'cause it's like an energy thing. Like, I'm not saying it's just that. It could have been more things as well. Whatever. But the point I'm making is like, if you just analyze your own actions, you just see all the different mistakes you make. Like you see, like, okay, if I get the bill in this situation, they just respect you so much more. Like I've been on dates with the girls and you get the bill and they're like so shocked that you got the bill. I'm like, what the fuck? Like this was when I was younger more so. Now like it's different. But like when I was younger, they're like, oh my God, like, my ex-boyfriend used to make me pay for all these stuff. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I don't know. It's just,
Bro, but the funniest thing
it's
is
not hard to stand out, bro. Everyone's dumb.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
the
like-
funniest shit, bro, on the same topic of like
I know what you're going to say.
of girls and everything, bro. Like back to the Lambo analogy, bro. When I first got my Huracan, bro, I take girls out on dates, and a majority of the girls would be flattered. It's not that they hadn't seen Lambos before. These are girls in Miami, right? But they'd go, wow. They'd be looking at me. They'd be like, you have like white but black features. They'd be amazed at everything. To some degree,
I thought you were talking about the car. You were talking about yourself.
no, the car.
Oh, I thought you meant like
they were just fascinated with everything,
Yeah.
right? But when I picked my girl up, she wasn't fucking fascinated.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
And that almost like it pissed me off, but at the same time it attracted me because
Yeah.
I was like, she can't be easily impressed. And it's actually that quality that leads to a certain degree of loyalty. It's that quality that leads to a certain degree of a lower body count. You're not as flattered by things.
I think it's Slavic girls in general, man.
Yeah. And it was just like, it was completely ungrateful. That's what I thought about it. But at the same time, I was like, I do respect this trait because there was some she'd find gratitude in me getting her flowers, not in like me pulling up in a Lambo or something. And it was little stuff like that that made me, I guess, it made her stand out. I don't know. That's a little bit weird to say, but it was the exact opposite. If a girl was just, wow, oh my goodness. I'd be like,
No, it's true.
I'd be like,
It's
yeah.
true, same as mine.
I'd be
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it's cool, but
Yeah.
and there's a certain principle too where my girl genuinely sometimes believes in me. Not more than I believe in myself, but on the same level that I believe in myself. No woman's gonna believe in you more than you believe in yourself and what you show, right? So my girl knew when we were sleeping on a mattress, she just knew I was gonna be balling out of my brains. My girl doesn't go, I can't believe you're doing so good. I've never heard that once, not out of a lack of gratitude, out of a complete belief of following through on my words so many times where I tell my girl, so you think we'll make $1 million a day soon? Like, maybe in like a year, 2 years, etc. She's like, yep. Like no hesitation, complete energy of like, yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Yeah.
Because she's the only person that's around me every single day when cameras are on me, cameras are on. And I may not necessarily even be able to fully see that. But I know that she sees it,
Yeah.
and it's good to have two forces that are penetrating the will of the universe, you know what I mean, as opposed to one. So that's an example as well that helps out.
100%. I like that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, man. The people around you, they're going to see things in you that you can't see yourself as well. And they know how hard you work. And as a dude, you're always harsher on yourself. You're always like very critical of yourself. But the people around you are like, no, you're actually doing really well. Like, I know this sounds weird, but for a while, like, because I had 6 supercars for a while. Then I bought the 7th recently. But I had 6 supercars now for over 2 years, basically. And people would message me sometimes like, bro, how did you get like this many cars? I know cars are not the sign of like success always, but when I would read that message, I'd be like, oh my God, I actually have these cars. Because before, when I was younger and I see a Lambo drive past, I'd be like, what does that guy do? And I remember one day I came back from my door-to-door sales job. I was driving my Volkswagen Polo, and this dude was driving a McLaren. Like, I need to follow this dude and ask him what he's doing. And like, then I thought, okay, this is weird. I'm not going to just follow some car for like 5 miles or something. But anyway, we were actually going the same way. And he was like pulling up to like roughly like in the same area where I live, like in that's a minute away, let's say. And then like, I kind of like, like usher down, like, put your window down kind of like this. He puts his window down. I was like, bro, what do you do for a living? Like, how do you make money? Like this is crazy, bro. Nice guy. He's just, I don't know. He just said something cold. And I was like, okay, bro, like, have a good day. I remember thinking, oh man, like, when I make money, I'm gonna be one of the cool people. Like I'm gonna like be inspiring to people and stuff. But
But I want to ask you this though: when you rolled the window down and the dude was like a little bit cold answer, do you think sometimes you may be like that? You know, when so many people come up and say,
no,
"What do you
I
do?"
get it. I get it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
get it. Because if I had some dude now follow me in the Volkswagen Polo, I'll be on edge. I'll be like, is this what's gonna go on now? Like, does he know me? Is he gonna rob me? Or like, what you like? Hello, bro. Like, oh yeah, I wouldn't even stop actually if someone. I wouldn't even open the window. I'd not in England, no, not in McLaren. So I'll be like, what the fuck does this guy want? But maybe he saw a young guy who was like in his 40s or something. He probably thinks maybe he's just some innocent kid. I'm not sure. But yeah, I understand it. That's the thing. As you become more successful, you understand all the mistakes you made. Like you were saying, you understand. Okay, you have to give before you just take. You know, you understand these things as you get older. But
yeah,
yeah, like
bro.
moments like that, they stand out to you, and you think, okay, that's interesting. But
Bro,
when I was younger,
yeah,
go
yeah.
on.
Bro, but the funniest thing, bro, when I became so spoiled to fucking materialistic shit. Like I'm just an asshole now, bro. I'm talking. I walked into the dealership, the same dealership. Every time I walk into it, I buy a car. Like I've never gone into this dealership and not bought a car. So whenever I'm driving there, I'm like, fuck. I know it's just gonna happen, bro. Anyways, I look at the Urises, etc. I was gonna buy a fucking 300K Urus. Flynn was like, bro, get the one that's like 50,000 cheaper, 2 years older. You know, it's free. I was like, okay, cool. Let me get that one, right? But I'm buying this car and I'm like, yeah, cool. Give me the papers, cool. Didn't even test drive it, etc. I really don't care. And I get the car. I'm like, yeah, it's for my girl, etc. And I made my intro. I'm like, guys, we got the Urus. I kind of look at it like a girl car. You know, it is what it. And then I was like, fuck, this is some people. And then I said that on camera and I was like, fuck, you guys want to crop that? Because I know it was like an asshole ass statement. But when you buy so
Wait, what did
many,
you say that was the asshole statement?
I literally just said it's kind of like a girl car. I don't even want this shit. It's kind of for my girl a little bit.
But it was for your girl.
Yeah, but it was still the energy of it. And
Right, right.
I noticed the car dealer guys were like, oh yeah, Vince, I hope I get to a point where I'm saying that it's. And then I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like, damn,
yeah.
I was like, fuck. But like, I'm telling you this and you're like, wait, what? Because we're both on the same energy.
No, that's the thing. I want to make this point clear. Like when you said like I saw on social media actually that you bought your girl a car, but it doesn't make me think like he bought his girl a Euro. Oh my god,
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
no, like you're together, so like it's basically your car as well in the sense like you own it, like you're a team. Like so, it's not like so crazy. Like that's not like obviously taken away from Vincent. It's just like the point of like
Yeah. But it's
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 a
the
car.
it's the
Like
point of like,
yeah,
I guess I don't know, like with the first time I bought my i8, like the first car, like
that's
you
way
you
more
were
exciting.
you remember the first, you're like, yo, what the fuck, the test drive, you look at it. Now you're just almost waiting for them to hand you the fucking papers,
It's
bro.
work. I need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get the car. I need to film my YouTube video. I need to post it. I need to quickly post it on my IG story. Put it in the garage. Okay, task done for the day. Next task.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really is like that.
It's almost like I feel like by the time we do buy Bugattis, bro, we're kind of gonna be like,
No,
it'll be happy, but
I'm over it already
yeah,
because
yeah.
I remember a couple years ago when I bought the sixth one, I was thinking like, okay, I'll get the Bugatti next, and everyone was saying sell your cars and buy a Bugatti. I was like, I'm not even gonna sell it. I'm just gonna buy another one. But I could buy a Bugatti now, but I know I'm not like desiring it so much. But maybe I should for the brand.
But the thing is, like, I mean, yeah, there's for the brand, and then there's that degree of financial power you have with the liquid cash, bro. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't know,
yeah.
but it's in between. You know what I mean? All I know is when I do buy a Bugatti, it's not gonna be the smartest financial decision. You know what I mean?
Depends though, because you might get way more views, and then you can start charging even higher ticket. It really
Yeah,
just
it does
depends.
depend. I mean, I guess I have no doubt that I'm headed for like 5 million a month after you smack a million. So I guess it won't
Sick.
be like a big ass thing, but then it becomes a time aspect of like, let's say it's the first 2 months of making 3 million a month or so, then you buy one. That's still a big risk at the same time, even though you're projected to make more. That's how I've kind of gone about my life decisions, bro. You know what I mean? But let me ask you this, bro. This would be a
Yeah,
good question.
yeah.
What's been your measure of, I don't know, like retention and continuing to build? Like, do you have any set game plan of I save this much, I set this much aside? Are you more so like I keep whatever I don't spend? Like, what's your mentality, bro?
It's a good question because I know some people say like, I spend 20%, I spend this. No, I definitely don't have a fixed percentage. I honestly spend what I want, but when you make a lot, you don't really like it doesn't dent your account too much, unless
Yeah,
it's like cars that obviously like you feel that a bit. But no, I don't really have a plan at the moment. It's just like yeah, whatever I physically don't spend on food and clothes and living, then I guess that's saved and that's invested. But
uh-huh.
no, there's no real plan. But what I do want to say is the last couple of days, I've definitely been more like, I want to start spending more again. Like, I want to go crazy, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's just because I've been hanging out with you a bit more as well. And you recently, let's say you bought the euros, and just like when you see people buying things, like just it's motion. I like motion, so it's just like I want to see more like recently you've spent more money, so like I'm like I want to spend more money. Like
Yeah,
whether it's a
yeah.
hotel room, okay, I've been staying in my house. I've not been like staying in like the Royal Atlantis. I live in Dubai, so maybe it's different as well. But okay, like you recently bought a car. Okay, I recently bought a car, but you've been Maldives, Miami, Dubai, Maldives, back to Dubai, and then recently before you're traveling more. So now I'm thinking like I need to go Maldives. Like just
Yeah,
more
yeah.
motion. Like motion creates more motion. Momentum creates more momentum. Like I
Uh-huh.
guarantee if I go Maldives, it's gonna lead to something good. Just motion, motion.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
big believer in doing anything. Like those days or those moments, not days because I'm always high energy, but those moments when I feel low energy. Sometimes I'm tired. I'm like, fuck, I'm tired. Like, okay, what would Hassan do? What would my higher genius level do? I'm like, all right, do something. So I just do something. I call my mom, like, hello, mom, how are you? I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, let me get a haircut. Let me drink some water, down the 500 ml bottle of water. And then by the time I've done those three things, like haircut, maybe a water, or call my mum, or brush my teeth, or quickly have a shower, 2-minute shower. Now the pace has been elevated.
Yeah,
Now I'm
yeah.
like, all right, I feel good. And now I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this because now I'm in the higher frequency because I've moved. Motion creates motion. Isaac Newton said it.
Yeah. Bro, that's actually funny as hell, bro, because I've never had that either. I want you guys, so many people think like I saved this much every month and I finally checked my account. That's not how I got
No,
rich,
yeah,
bro. You know
it's
what I
not
mean?
you get
I'd have
rich.
money that I just spent. I've always spent what I liked. Like, and this is the dumb part. My first million, I probably spent every single dollar of it. And I know that's bad to say, but the next few millions after that, there's money that you don't spend because your income's too crazy. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Wait,
I
I don't think
mean,
you finished the story about the car because I think we kind of sidetracked. In the end, did you get the higher option or the?
no, I ended up getting the normal, like the
Okay,
normal
sorry,
car.
I didn't mean to.
But this is the thing too. I want to talk about this, which actually leads in the next point. You can still buy things, but be relatively smart.
Yeah, yeah.
If I knew within a year this car is going to be the exact same price, and I know I'm losing 50,000, yeah, I'm going to get the one that looks the same. The Maldives trip, if I know I'm going to record content on that trip and definitely get an ROI, yeah. If I know me getting a higher suite and there's a pool that I can make content in, and it may be 2K a night extra, but I'm going to make an extra 20K, yeah. So people think we spend just
It's
stupid.
intentional.
Yeah, the people.
It's intentional.
It's very easy to look at it surface level though and go, man, this guy is stupid, etc.
It's
I,
not.
I want you to repeat what you said. You said it
Okay.
on the other podcast. You either invest in X or X.
Yeah, like you're either investing in reputation or you're investing in knowledge and information. So
Yeah, yeah,
reputation, information's matches. So it sounds nice. So let's use those words. But yeah, you're either investing in reputation. So cars, watches, nice clothes, nice dinners on your Instagram stories, things like that. Traveling, first class, private jet, business, all these kind of things. Or you're investing in information, like getting a mentor, either myself or Vincent, whatever. And then you're learning more information, which can help you make more money. They're the two real ways of spending money. Information or reputation. And I don't really look at things in terms of fun. Like we've talked about this before. Let's say we're on we're at a dinner. Let's say I'm at dinner with my girl or whatever. I don't really view it as that much fun. It's kind of just like it makes her happy. And also like maybe I'll get some content and I'm filming for my vlog. And then that part I find fun because I'm investing in my reputation, my brand, which then monetizes for me. And also it's like me growing. So I don't really find anything fun, bro. Like this is fun, but that's
yeah, yeah,
because there's benefit. If right now we had this exact same conversation and this was not being recorded, bro, I'd shoot myself in the head.
yeah, yeah.
Not because we're not having a good conversation, but
Uh-huh.
just because we're talking about topics we already know and we're just basically mentally masturbating for 2 hours if this wasn't recorded.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's not like we're talking about, okay, bro, let's do this and more specific advice. This is
Uh-huh.
a bit more generalized because it's for the people,
Uh-huh.
you know?
Yeah,
Our
that's
conversations
funny.
off camera, I like them a lot. They don't have to be filmed. But
Yeah. No, but I'll get the same feeling if we're chopping it up off camera. There's not a camera on. I'm like, fuck, bro. I
Yeah.
actually get pissed off a
no,
little bit
yeah,
in the back
yeah.
of my head.
Unless it's a good topic.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
it's just like, yeah, like this car is nice. Like, no, let's film you saying this car is nice.
Yeah, yeah, 100%, bro. That's interesting, bro. I have the same exact perspective. I'm never enjoying a nice dinner. When I get a
It's
gold,
food.
yeah, when I get a golden steak and they come out and they put the smoke, there's zero part of me that's like, wow, there's golden smoke and there's gold. No, I'm like, I'm gonna post it and get a cool ass video. I'm gonna inspire people. I feel like that's what it comes down to as well. I've always wanted to be inspirational, and what gives me purpose and meaning is knowing that I'm inspiring.
100%. Yeah. I think if you're posting your. How much time do we have? Really? Wait, what time is it?
Oh shit! What the
4. What time did we.
God.
No way. That's not true. Oh my God. That flew by, G.
Damn.
All right, I'll pay you, no problem. Can you just give me.
Yeah.
Can you just give me. Can you just give me more time? Okay, guys, I'm not sure if you just heard that on camera. I'm not going to cut that part. We've been filming for 3 hours and 5 minutes. I dead ass thought we were going for an hour and 27.
Yeah, I thought some shit like that too, bro. That's nuts.
Holy fuck. I mean, that's a sign that we actually are talking about things we enjoy and there's good energy. Because if we weren't doing a podcast we didn't enjoy, I'll be saying, like, I want this guy to stop talking.
Yeah,
you know, like,
for
bro,
sure.
stop talking, man. Like, just stop waffling. Like, I want to talk. But like, no, I actually want to hear what you're saying. The stories are interesting.
Yeah, bro. I've never done a podcast for 3 hours, bro. I usually get to 45 minutes and I'm like, shit.
I told you I did a podcast with my friend Craig, and it was like 3 hours and 42 minutes, and it flew by.
Damn.
And I can talk for 12 hours, you know? It's just the other person always wants to stop. I'm like, bro, let's keep filming. Because I think it just shows a different side of you. And I think everyone who watches this podcast, they can be like, oh my God, like Vincent's actually a cool dude. Like, that's not his actual real personality when he's being, you know, arrogant online. He's pissing people off. Same as me.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I think it really creates that different kind of trust.
Yeah, it's like a connection, bro. You know what I mean? Like if you just know somebody's surface level versus spending, I don't know, 2-3 hours with them. I always give an analogy. I went to an Andy Elliott like an Andy Elliott event, and it was Andy Elliott, it was Brad Lee.
How was that?
It was cool. It was dope, bro. But Brad Lee walked in, you know, he's talking shit, etc. And a part of me was like, this dude's cool. But a part of me was like, yo, this dude's kind of an asshole. It wasn't until he got into his story and he was like, I was an absolute loser. I was sleeping on the beach. Then I started to be like, yo, this motherfucker's, he's
a
cool.
real human.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that does play a role.
100%, yeah. I think that's why it's important to share the story as well, you know? Like, he dropped out of high school, I got kicked out of college, you know? It resonates with people, you know? They hear that and think, oh, I've just been kicked out of college, like, you know? I say college now, not a university, because I think in America, you guys use college.
College, yeah.
But yeah, man, like so many people go through similar things. They lose a parent. Bro, I have people message me like, bro, I'm heartbroken. One of my grandparents is gone. And I'm like, bro, that is traumatic. Like losing anyone you love is bad. But it's just like everyone at some point loses a grandparent. Like I've only got one grandparent in life and some people don't have any. Like eventually you're going to have to get over it. The best move on the chessboard is always just to work hard and just to do the, you know, like right now we could be depressed. You wouldn't even tell because we're just doing things. Like you can outrun the sad feelings and the tiredness. Like I woke up this morning tired as fuck. I was thinking, I hope Vincent like turns up to this podcast because I'm tired. I don't really want to be here this second. As soon as I started driving, I'm like, on an 812 super fast Ferrari.
Yeah.
On the way to see Vince. We're going to do a sick podcast. Life is good, man.
Yeah, bro. I was the same way. My alarm went off. I was
yeah.
Wake up in the suite. I'm like, God damn, I want to go back to sleep. But then you get up, you start moving. But you explained the topic of relating, and I wanted to sum this up with brand, bro. What is a brand? Back to the perspective of personal branding. Okay. A brand is your story, which we talked about. There's one thing I learned from Russell Brunson. It's kind of like if you want to be a master storyteller, which was what everybody in the modern day time does on the internet, you have to start with the backstory, how you felt during that time, you know, et cetera. You have to start with the epiphany, the moment everything changed, that drastic moment, and how you felt in that moment. Did you think the world was over, et cetera? You have to go with the new opportunity. What's the new opportunity that was presented? Maybe it's online coaching, maybe it's fitness, maybe it's new money, e-commerce, et cetera, finding a mentor, and then how your life changed after. If you can explain that with the gym, with every single area, you're selling your story first, and then it's what you stand for and stand against. Yeah. And it's being polarizing and high energy while you're doing all of that. But I look to superheroes, bro. If you look at a Batman, both his parents died. That was his backstory. He was raised himself pretty much, right, in a dungeon or whatever the case may be. He stands for saving Gotham. He stands against crime. He has different personality traits too. Maybe there's a girl somewhere in between that, but that's what builds a strong brand. And if you're missing any area of that, your brand isn't to the maximum potential, you know?
100%, I agree.
100%,
man. Yeah, a lot of people are scared to kind of talk about the things that make them look maybe weaker in the past or small. You know, I was just saying how like, you know, when I was like 11 or 12, I was like the smallest person in my whole grade, my whole year, like guys and girls. You know, it's just like, you know, now I'm very confident in myself and I'm not super small, you know, like I'm like 1 centimeter under 6 foot without shoes. So most people in my situation would call themselves 6 foot. So, you know, I'm definitely not short. I'm definitely not small. And it's just like, you know, but at one point I was. And, you know, now like physically I'm very strong in the gym and, you know, I do some MMA training as well. And the point I'm trying to make is just like at one point I was this and now I'm very, very confident in my physicality. And before I was like insecure with my money because, bro, I'll be on a date with a girl. I remember I was on a date with a girl in Coventry. So it's the prices are cheaper than London and stuff like that. But still, I remember thinking to myself, like, I hope she orders the cheaper drink because I just don't have that much money in my account. So I'm just like playing it off like I want to get this drink. When in reality, I probably would want the more expensive one, but I just physically don't have the numbers, bro.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then she gets what I get. I'm like, okay, 2 of what I got, like this one, and just like, and then we ended up leaving that place. I was like, okay, let's go somewhere else. Let's change it up. And then we ended up going to a cheaper place. It was like £1 per shot or something. This place was like these fancy cocktails. And like, she just thought we were kind of going to a different place because it's changing up the vibe. And like, I almost tricked myself into believing that was what was happening because it was very fun. And I had good energy and we walk into this new place. But no, bro, I was just saving money, because I just didn't have the numbers. This was when I was like 19 or something. But
Yeah, bro. Same exact way. I remember the first time I took my girl to Valentine's Day. It was like a Valentine's Day date or some shit like that. Business is slow, bro. I was looking at these Miami prices, bro. Miami has, I think, one of the places with the most expensive food. One of.
for
Correct me if I'm
sure,
wrong.
I've been to Miami many times. Yeah.
But yeah, I was there, bro, and there was this Valentine's Day shit. Every item on the menu was $75. Every appetizer was $50. I was like, what the fuck, bro? And I didn't even hide it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even hide. I was like, cool, we can get this. We can go through here. You know what I mean? Let's
She
get
was
the
your
fucking
girlfriend. It's different.
Yeah,
This
she
was
was
some random girl.
yeah, she was my girlfriend at this time. So I was like, we'll get this menu and etc. And she was always pretty lenient with it though, which is dope. You know what I mean? She was still kind of like, okay, I understand. I never told my girl what I had finances though. My girl never knew. I mean, she knew from surface level. I'd play shit off though. It's not that we weren't getting a new mattress because I was broke. It was like, nah, I do this mental game where if I don't make money, I don't reward myself. Right now, it's kind of like a punishment. Don't ask me for shit for 3 weeks until I prove to myself I'm just broke, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just sleeping on the floor, bro.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
mattresses are the bed frames are too expensive, bro. And we kept breaking, bro. We kept getting the cheapest ones. They kept breaking. Sometimes there's actually a lesson in that, bro. Sometimes it's better to just pay a higher price
Always.
because there's costs of fixing shit. There's loopholes. There's
energy,
time. Yeah, exactly.
You got to
bro.
sell the dream sometimes to people, but like I had this
Yeah.
with my sales team in the beginning, with boilers and stuff. Like you got to sell the dream. Like the money's coming, guys. The money, the money's coming, and it's just like sometimes the money's not gonna come right now. It's funny talking about this, but like sometimes you just have to be like, guys, the money's coming. You just have to wait, and like you really just have to sell it to them. And it's just like at the end of the day, like everyone around me now, like I really do believe no matter how much money they're making around me now, the money is actually coming because now I'm in a position where I have complete control of how much money someone can make. Like they can just do more work for me. They can do more work with me and we can make them more money. Like after this podcast, I didn't have time to do it last night. I was so tired, but I need to, and also because I don't book flights. That's the main reason actually. It wasn't because I was tired. I need someone to book the flight for me. But after this podcast, I'm going to get someone I know, like one of my employees, and move them out to Dubai just for a month at least. Just force the pace. Just have them with me in person, like living with me. Just force the pace.
Yeah,
One of
yeah.
my editors, one of my like camera people.
Mhm.
So just always do more and more and more. But
You ever feel like there's a side though? Like obviously force the pace. You ever feel like there's a side? I feel like the most valuable information that's came in my life, pause. But the most valuable shit that's come into my life is shit that just came across my path, bro. I
No,
meet
so this is
somebody
the
on
thing.
accident, I get a DM, you know what I mean?
I really, really think, I really, really believe in this mindset of do more, think less. And I've listened to some people say, Hassan, like, if you look at these top entrepreneurs, these billionaires, these really high level movers in the economy, they take their time. They're not working on these low level tasks all day. They make good moves and like they're set up with good systems and positioning. For me, I only really learn in the trenches. Like, let me work all day long. Let me work more hours. And then I learn through that way. Like, naturally, as I was filming a video yesterday on the whiteboard, my friend said, bro, let's get a blackboard. Blackboard would stand out more. I think it would get you more views. I said, okay. If I wasn't in the trenches filming that video at 2 a.m, I wouldn't have thought of getting a blackboard, And it's just like, as you naturally are more in the trenches, you then want to create better systems because you think to yourself, okay, this is only sustainable if I work 12 hours a day. How am I going to have time to go out to the gym? How am I going to have time to go spend time with my girl? How am I going to spend time, having fun in my life? I can't work. Like I got to scale. Then the systems come. But for me, I only ever am incentivized to create systems when I know I'm working really hard. Because if not, I just tell myself, I don't need a system. I can just do it myself.
Yeah.
But when I'm working my hardest, I'm like, okay, this is my limit. Like I need people helping me. Like now I'm like, okay, I'm working harder again. Like I need manpower. I call it manpower.
Yeah. And it's extremely intoxicating too to have a certain amount of success because then you don't want to be in the field as much. So I've had a period
And
where
now I want to be in the field. Like just,
yeah.
I want motion.
Exactly, bro. I've had periods where I was like, man, I'm not in the field. I have systems. I make money whether I'm awake or asleep. And then it'd lead to me making less money. And then I realized I have to be the example. And we talked about this last podcast, but I was like, I have to be the example for people watching me.
100%.
Even when you look at the top entrepreneurs, I think number one's Elon Musk right now. Why did he sleep in his factory in a small spot next to Texas? Not because he couldn't get a mansion, not because he had to be there, because he wanted to set the example because he knew in scale,
Exactly.
his employees seeing that he was sleeping at the place, etc., was going to make them work harder.
My favorite quote from someone else, not from myself, is the moral is the physical is 3:1 from Napoleon. It's just basically your energy and your will and hunger to win is 3 times more important than the physical reality. When you sleep on the mattress, when you sleep on the floor, it just sends such a signal to everyone else in your team, like Hassan's with us in the trenches. I have goosebumps talking about this because all these things are just so real and it's so applicable to everyone watching this. Like if someone put a gun to your head and said, what's going to be better? You being in the trenches with your team or just like sitting back, like enjoying yourself, just like enjoying your systems. Like, no, being in the trenches with people. Like Elon is still working. You know, he's not sat there just like, chilling on a yacht.
Yeah,
You know, that's why when people saw that picture of him on the yacht, he was like super pale and out of shape because he's always working. And I think that people can argue back and forth and say, no, that's not true. But again, gun to your head, someone said you have a year to make X amount of money. You're choosing the working more hours for sure. You're choosing systems and hard work and team and mentorships and consultations from high level people. You're doing everything.
Mm-hmm.
And people try and be smart. They're like, no, you just need this perfect system where you work 10 minutes a day. Like, no, bro, like we've been talking for 3 hours. We didn't even notice it was 3 hours because we were so locked in. That's work.
Uh-huh.
You know, like we're not doing this
100%.
completely for free. If it was off camera, we wouldn't talk like this.
Yeah, not to this extent, bro. But yeah, I mean, I love that shit, bro. And another perspective too, on top of you being the leader, bro. I've told my sales team sometimes, like, boys, if we don't pick it up, this show's fucking over. Like 2 years, like
I want to start feeling like that more. Yeah,
I'd start telling them that, and bro, that makes them work harder too. Like I like having dogs. They're just in the trenches with you. It gives you a degree of relatability. They go, Vince, we're not gonna fucking let that shit happen.
Yeah.
Next month it's fucking $500,000. You know what I mean? Because certain stuff will happen. Funds will get frozen. $250,000 snagged. They end up giving back. But like in that moment, I'll be like, guys, listen, we need to fucking turn this shit up, or this ship's over. They're like, Vince, I'm gonna fucking give every last breath. Vince, I've mapped out a plan of what I'm gonna do. Like this isn't even about just money, bro. You know what I mean? It's about
you're in a game.
It's a brotherhood.
A battle.
You know what I mean?
I say getting rich is a battle. It's a war, right? And money, dollars, your soldiers,
Yeah.
right? So if I have $1 million just sat there in an account and I'm not using it, I'm not spending that money. That's effectively like me just having 1 million soldiers in a war and not deploying them. Like if 2 countries go to war, the country with the best military and the best weapons are going to win. There's so many people make money from their 9-to-5 job and they don't deploy their troops. Me and you, when we were making money from our 9-to-5 jobs or our sales jobs or whatever, right? We were deploying our troops. We get some money from this, we deploy the troops. Make more money, deploy more troops. Too many people are watching this podcast with 10K in the bank and they don't spend any money on investing. They just sat there in their parents' house. They don't have a nice car. They don't go out with girls. They don't invest in education. They don't have nice clothes. They don't have nice friends. They don't have nothing. They just sat there frugal, waiting for more money to fall from the sky. It's never going to fall from the sky. Like God only rewards those who take action. And part of taking action is spending money. Because it's energy. When you spend money, you're spending energy to buy back more energy. When you stay in Royal Atlantis, the reason why it costs $3K per night for that suite is because attached to that price tag, there's more than $3,000 worth of energy you get in the room.
Yeah. And I was going to mention that too. Like people don't understand how many troops you deploy, bro. That's $3K a night on the spot right there. That's probably $2K today I spent on ads. It's probably, I don't know how much you paid for the podcast on top of that. We're probably going to go to a nice dinner after. It's just so much, you know, you
got Mansory Euros
the other car, that's another 1,000 something a day.
You bought your glasses.
I mean, it's kind of like, and all the stuff I mentioned is today only. So we've deployed 10,000 in troops to probably make 40,000 a day.
Yeah.
It's just like, I think of it like an investing game almost. And people don't look at it like that. Yeah, but it is.
If I tell people spend it, sorry to cut you off.
It is like a minuscule investment. You know what I mean? It's not the investment in the sense of you put this in a year, you're going to get that. It's like, no, right now I can multiply and I can use my resource to fucking grow, you know? So
a classic example though is just start practicing on smaller levels. Like practice what it's like to like spend some money on a nice t-shirt. You know, it could be a $20 plain black t-shirt, but you go on a date and now you feel more confident. You got this nice black t-shirt on and you've ironed it before, for example. Now you feel more confident turning up on that date. Or practice like, you know, like sometimes what I do if I had a bit more extra money in my bank account, I'll give like a nice little tip on the date and I'd feel like a baller. And this girl probably thinks like, I didn't have money to give a tip, you know? And I was just sat there kind of thinking to myself, fuck it. Like it makes me feel like a baller. Now I can give obviously a fucking tip and I just, like I was always acting like a baller before I was a baller. It's not fake it till you make it. I was just always, I had that rich man energy. You know, like I was the guy who spent every single penny, every single dollar I had on my Mercedes Benz.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I was broke when I bought that Benz, but I just started making money from a sales team. As soon as I got the money, I was like, spend. And when I got that car, I'll never forget, I drove 60 miles, which is like 100 kilometers down from the middle of the country to down south to London where my friend was living, just to kind of see him. Be like, look, bro, I bought this. You know, that feeling was better than any of the supercars I bought. Why? Because when I bought that, it was all my money. When I bought the supercars, I was already like making money.
Uh-huh.
It just hit different.
How'd he react when you brought it to him, bro?
Well, he knew I bought it because I told him, but when he saw that in person, oh my God, like, and then he ended up buying a Benz 5 months later or so.
Damn.
So,
Uh-huh.
you know, there's so many signs that what we're saying is true. Like, it's real what we're saying, you know? When you
Uh-huh.
spend money, the feeling you get is insane. I remember one time I was buying a Rolex from London. So I got there the night before and I stayed in the Four Seasons Hotel. I think it was like £1,000 in London. And I remember I had all this cash on me because I was going to buy the watch in cash. And I put all the cash across the bed. I was by myself. I put all the cash on the bed by myself and I was just looking and I took a picture of it. I felt like a baller. And like the room was like $1,000. Like at the time, it was still quite a lot of money just to spend $1,000 on a hotel room. And the energy I got was insane. Like the bathroom was as big as like a fucking room. I
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
I feel like a G, bro. Like, I'm buying a yellow gold day date tomorrow. And
And I always call that investing in
it
self-image,
is
bro,
your
because
memories as well.
anybody else would call that stupid. Anybody else would be like, well, you spent 1,000 a night, this is that, because they don't believe in themselves. But if you believe in yourself, and like you said, it's not fake it till you make it. It's like, I'm already that person. I'm going to collect what's mine. Bro, just being in that room and, having a butler, hey, sir, can we clean the room? Can we fold your clothes? Can we wipe your
Sure,
ass?
bro.
You're just like, bro, I want this guy here. It makes me feel better about myself. And by
Yeah.
the time you do go home to wherever, you're now not accepting those standards. You see a higher vision for yourself. You feel better about yourself. You perform better. You're not as nervous on sales calls saying a high ticket price. I always say a lot of people haven't spent enough money to ask for money. You know what I mean? When you spent ridiculous amounts, like
Yeah.
we're probably nearing fucking 80,000 now that I've spent just on this trip since I left the US. It's not game changing for me to go, hey, bro, it's 20K.
100%
It's
because
not
you're that
like
guy.
a,
Yeah.
but,
And you
but
spent all that money to get that information, which you're now giving them for 20. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
actually a discount for them.
Yeah, but it's also like I remember saying 2K though and being nervous as shit
Yeah.
for like, let's say fitness. I'd be like, bro, it's 2K for 4 months. But then I'd be scamming. Is he gonna say yes? Is he this? Is he that? And then it becomes who you are. Like I always say, life comes down to who you are, bro. If you believe you're a higher level person, if you believe you're worth a certain lifestyle, you're worth a certain price, the world's gonna reflect that through the persistence of that belief.
For
You gotta
sure.
stay persistent because you're gonna have unhealthy habits that go, well, Hassan, what if it was just luck? What if the bends? What if it comes and goes? Everybody's dealt with shit like that when they've done crazy shit. But winners are able to just control their mind and get rid of that. They're able to go,
100%.
no, what if it does work out? And it's just the constant repetition. It's the constant, I guess the word is, you're just holding that in your mind and it becomes you, you know?
100%. Everything you're saying, I'm agreeing with. And it's just, what I said there as well is super important because if you spent a few $100,000 on programs and then you're charging 20K, well, like I just said, you're literally discounting it for the person. You're basically saying, hey, instead of you spending a few hundred K on this, I'm going to give it to you for 20. It's
Uh,
cheap as fuck. You've literally
yeah.
discounted. You've given them a 90% discount, 95% discount. That's
Uh,
great, you know? And that's what people don't understand about paying for things. If you pay to like get taught or mentored by one of us, you're paying to save all the time we spent paying for stuff ourselves and learning stuff. Like the number of times I've sat there like researching stuff, watching videos, like you're getting someone who's already rich sharing with you what they know.
uh-huh.
You know, it's a cheat code.
Yeah.
But it's funny what you're saying about the investing stuff as well, because it's so true. Like I remember I lived on the Palm like last year, and I remember when I went back to Coventry last summer, like 2024 summer. I remember like looking at my mum's house, like I thought this house was like okay size, and like this is shit, bruv. I was like, this is shit. I didn't say that to my mum, but I was like,
Yeah.
this is shit. Like I thought my room was decent. I had a single bed, and like the carpet's fucking not even that clean, and like this bookshelf's washed, and I was just like, this is shit. Not in a spoil way, but just in a. I used to have where's my private beach?
Yeah.
I was like, Mom, where's the beach? I was like, these trees, these are shit. Like, I was just like, this is shit. But like, yeah, when you just start going to places like the Four Seasons, the Royal Atlantis, or the Burj Al Arab, like the only 7-star hotel in the world, and like the room is literally made out of gold. I think it's like 24 karat gold, and like you're just tapping the gold, and like this is crazy. And like they bring you gold coffee, the butler comes over, he has like this crazy snack for you. Like, why don't I always have people bring me shit? Like, I need this all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
why am I booking my flights? Then you start thinking, yeah, I need an assistant. I need this outsource. I need this outsource. Like, I need more
Yeah.
money, more power, more, not in a tyrannical way. Like, I need more power. I need to be a dictator. No, in a like, I want to talk to Vincent for these 3 hours and 25 minutes. That's what I want to do.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't want to spend time like booking flights for an hour.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to do anything, bro. I told you this before. I don't even like driving. It's weird because I got the nice cars that you'd want to whip and drive, and I've driven them for like a year. But sometimes I'll be on the road. Like I want to work and get more shit done.
Yeah, I relate to
You
that.
know what I mean? Like sometimes I'll have moments where I'm pulling out of my gate and I'm pissed off during the day, and then I look at my steering wheel. I don't even look at my steering. Like when you're driving, you look at the road, but I look at my steering wheel. I'm like, oh shit, that says double R. That's the same shit I used to sit down and visualize every single night. I used to damn near jack off to this shit. I'm like, fucking phantoms, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And then you have it and it's like a normal thing. So it's almost like the best way to have a quantum leap is to go out and experience a life that's too expensive for you at the moment. And then coming back and going, what the hell? Like, I remember thinking the same thing. I was like, the ceiling seems smaller at my mom's house. Everything seems more
Yeah, I was like, did I just
compact.
get way bigger?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
swear I'm the same height. Like,
Yeah.
why is the doorway so small?
Yeah,
That's
bro.
crazy. And I was like, this bed is creaky and shit. Like, that's my good mattress.
Yeah,
This is
bro.
washed.
Yeah, bro. You're just exposed to too much, bro. And then you see a greater side to life in it. I always tell people the number one wealth creation strategy is literally moving, bro.
Even with girls though, like I remember like when I was like in Miami and all these places in Dubai. I remember going to Coventry and like to these regular gyms. I was like, I'm not saying I'm the world's best looking dude. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like these girls aren't like they're not that good, are they? Like I was like, this is kind of washed. Like the girls from my school, I'm like, they're all washed. Like I'm not gonna talk to these kind of girls. And like what I'm trying to say is just like you get to a certain level where it's like everything's just mid.
Yeah, yeah.
And like, I'm too good
100%.
for this. I'm not talking to this guy. I'm better than all these people. Like, it's just that's how we feel. Maybe you're gonna take this in the wrong way, people watching this, but it's just true.
No, it's
I'm
facts,
starting to like, I
bro.
appreciate my girlfriend more now. Like, I appreciate this more. I appreciate my cars more. Like, because this guy's car sucks. This guy's girlfriend sucks. I was like, you start analyzing all these things.
Yeah, it's kind of like the world's best is different than the city's best. You know what I mean? If you're playing basketball,
right, I
you're
like
good in
that.
your region.
Right.
It's like you may be slaying the other teams.
Yeah, we
then you
made
go
it to
play
the league.
national.
Yeah, yeah.
You play nationals, they're smoking you, etc. Same thing with this. Yeah, I remember the same thing. I went to Miami, bro. You see all these beautiful women you've never seen before. I remember going back with just an extreme depression, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, the weights feel heavier. There's a draining feeling in my heart. The girl that I thought looked good in the gym is a 6. I've seen too much shit, and I just got pissed, bro. And I almost didn't accept any other reality than what I had seen.
Yeah.
And by the time I did move to Miami, I didn't even have the patience to book another vacation and look at spots.
Yeah.
I literally went online. I went Miami apartments for rent. And I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
found the best looking spot from images. I paid for the spot and then I moved and I saw it for the first time there. That was the level of discomfort of I need to get out of my current situation that I felt, bro.
100%. I remember recently as well, another story. Like, I was staying at like a super nice building recently in Dubai. Now I've moved to a house, but I was staying in a nice building and it has a pool, has a gym. It's one of the most famous, like, SLS chain. Like,
Yeah.
it's like super nice building. And like I remember I had some friends visited and some people visiting the place and like, bro, this place is super nice. And in my mind, like, because I left, like, it's like a year contract they give you. I left and moved to this house like before the contract even finished. Because when I was living on the Palm, I was like, house is super good. But then I started thinking maybe an apartment's better because you have the energy of the people in the building. Then after a few months there, I was like, nah, this is washed. I moved to a house. But I was living in this super, super nice apartment. It's like 2 bedrooms and it's just like me there, right? And I'm like, nah, this is shit. Like, that's like expensive per month.
Yeah.
And like people were coming over and they're saying, this is so nice. I was like, this is shit. Like, what? I just have, like, I'm just like high up in the sky. Like, I'm not like a peasant. I need a house. I need, like, where am I going to put all my cars? I have to wait for the valet. I'm sick of this shit. I need my own place. I mean, your place is super nice in Miami, but this place, I was just like, it didn't feel like that baller. I was like, bro, like, other people can live here who aren't as rich as me. Why am I living here?
Yeah.
You start feeling like that. Like, I deserve more. So like, even now, as we were talking this podcast, I need to start spending more money again.
Bro, the funny
Everything has to go up.
Yeah. Funniest shit about that though, like when I moved into the penthouse, I still had my other apartment. I just wasn't using it.
Yeah.
I'm paying $5K here. I'm like, this spot's even more expensive. Do I want to go through the headache of, I don't know. In my brain, it was more of a flex to say I have 2 spots than it was to pay the 2 months of rent just to get out of there.
Yeah.
So I just left the second spot. I was like, cool, I got this there. And I remember the day it was actually time to leave the first spot, I go in to pick up the shit. The ceilings feel so small because The spot I have in Miami, bro, the ceilings are so huge, bro, that like, bro, it's fucking giant. And like a lot of people, I hate to call people out, but in Miami, people be like, I got a new penthouse, etc. No, this is like an actual penthouse, like actually no floors above you, actually like huge ceilings that you don't. The one thing everybody says when they come to my place, they're like, bro, this is a lot nicer in person than on camera.
Yeah, because it's how it makes you feel. Like they say it, this is actually like a common thing in psychology. Forgot the label for it, but they say high ceilings literally gives you like, it's this thing, like it's a real thing. Like high ceilings is very, very important.
For like abundance or limit.
Yeah. Literally, it's literally a label. It's a term. I need to look it up. I remember seeing a tweet about it, and it's interesting. I saw that one tweet. I bought this guy's book. I like this guy. This is good value.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's a real thing. It makes you think way more abundantly. And it's true. My brother, so I was staying in this 2-bed apartment. My brother was staying in the same building in the 1-bed apartment. And his 1-bed apartment I felt was nicer than my 2-bed just because the ceilings were higher. I'd walk into my brother's place like the curtains, you click a button, they open like this, and like it's, the curtains are so high. It's like I think they call it duplex type. I don't know what it's called. Like when you have, I think it's similar to your one in the sense of the ceiling's just so high and you can see basically, you can see downstairs from the top floor. Like it's like a balcony on the top floor. Is that what it's like?
Are we able
like you can see through the staircase.
Yeah.
Whereas my other place, it was like the staircase was closed, so you can't exactly see downstairs, and it felt more closed off. I don't like that.
Yeah.
And people would look at that and be like, why don't you just wait until the year contract is finished before you move? Yeah, but like, no, like abundance.
Yeah, bro. And I moved into, like, when I went back to pick up the shit, though, same exact thing you were saying. I was like, bro, how the fuck was I living here? You know what I mean? Like, this place is a little bit older. Like, it's less of an important view. I like the penthouse now, but another part of me too, like every week or so, I go and look at more penthouses.
Wow, okay.
That are even more expensive, that are like 3 stories. And like, I don't know, I feel like life is just about growing. It's about growth. Everything expands, everything gets bigger, everything gets more expensive. There's a quote that I saw online, and it's like, we never grow up, our toys just get more expensive. And that's facts. Like before, you know what I mean? You want the fucking dinosaur toy when you're a toddler, then you want a PS4. Before you know it, you want a Mercedes, then you want a Lambo, then you want a Bugatti. Like, it's just, you keep climbing and climbing and climbing. And I feel like if you're a man that's not living life that way, and expansion in every area, you're not living to your fullest potential.
100%. I say to people, like, what age was it that people, started slowing down and they thought, this is not possible? Because if we were speaking and we were 5 years of age right now, we'd both be saying, we want to make it to space. We want to be a professional footballer and cricket player and tennis player and basketball. Like, we'd say like 20 things we want to do. Like, there was no limits to what our mind said, and what we wanted to happen. But then what age was it people became realistic and they started putting all these limits on themselves? They started putting themselves in a box. Like, bro, what do you mean I have a Ferrari and a Lambo? Like, now I have 2 Ferraris and 2 Lambos and 3 other cars. So it's like, you got fucking a bunch of cars as well. So it's just, you just bought your girl a Urus. So it's like, people want a Lambo for themselves. You've bought your girl a Urus. People can't even internalize that. They're like, the numbers don't make sense. Like 300K, 400K for a Urus. Like, how do you have so much money? Like, because there are trillions and trillions of dollars, and the way business works is it's exponential. So it's like the people at the top make all the money. So as you become higher and higher level, you take all the money. Again, I use Conor McGregor as an example as a lot just because I like it. But you look at McGregor or Khabib or whoever, whichever fighter, whichever athlete, they make all the money being number 1. The number 7 makes not 7 times, like not a little bit less than them. They make like loads less than them, Yeah, because McGregor's got all the brand deals. The guy who's number 7, no one even cares about the 7th UFC fighter. Like, if you saw him, you wouldn't be like, oh my God, it's this guy. Who cares about him? It's all about number 1 and number 2 and stuff.
Yeah, that's funny. And back to the principle you said about what age do people's dreams die? You know what I mean?
14.
You can never let the kid die, though. You can never let the kid inside of you die. But one thing I want to talk about is how you said, what age do they become realistic? I mean, what is the word realistic? Like, what is the word realistic?
It's negative.
Because the truth is, if I was back in Arizona, right, and the normal American dream is to work your entire life and get a house, that's realistic. If we're in Dubai on the Palm and everybody's a millionaire and everybody has multiple supercars, Lambos, Ferraris, Bugattis, that's realistic in that area.
Exactly.
So that's why I say the number 1 wealth principle is moving. If you move to an area where all your big dreams are realistic, that's the best way to quantum leap. And that's exactly what I've done. You know what I mean? It's just like, realistic is a subjective term. It is, you know what I mean?
It's just like another word almost for pessimistic. It's just people are like negative. They're like, oh no, like I can't have this, I can't have that, I can't.
But they associate it with negativity. But if I were to look up the definition of realistic right now, I mean, what does it actually mean?
I think it means just like being in tune with like average expectations, like being in tune with like normality.
Okay, listen. Representing familiar things in a way that is accurate or true to life, right? But
What does that even mean?
I don't even know what the fuck that means. But
That means nothing.
you know,
It's
adjective,
waffle.
having or showing a sensible and practical idea of what can be achieved or expected. But if you're in an area where exceptionalism is just the norm, it's realistic, bro. You know,
That's
like
the thing. What's normal in Coventry, where I grew up, is very different than what's normal in Dubai. You know, in
yeah,
Dubai, when I drive a G-Wagon, no one actually really cares. G-Wagons are so common. They're like more
yeah,
common than anything, right? But in Coventry, I remember when I saw any supercar, I'd remember it and I'd see it again. Because there's only like one person in the city driving a nice car. I remember there was one guy driving an Audi R8 in yellow. And whenever I saw that yellow Audi R8, I was like, my guy over there. You know, it's like, I know him almost. Like, it's that guy. Because who else is going to have a yellow Audi R8 in Coventry? But in Dubai, like I have a yellow Urus. Yellow is like the most common color on the Urus, right?
yeah,
Everybody has a yellow Urus. Like you're literally renting a yellow Urus right now. Okay, it's Mansory, but it's still yellow. Like
yeah,
everybody has yellow Urus. They're more common than like women almost.
uh-huh.
You know, it's insane. So it's just like it's normal. So
Everybody, yeah. I mean, go ahead, and that's
I
interesting.
was just gonna say, like, if you're a normal dude at the moment and you think, oh, Hassan, Hassan Vince, I'm only normal right now. Like, yeah, but first of all, we're normal people. But second of all, it's like when you put yourself in a not normal, abnormal environment, then it starts becoming normalized. That's why they're starting to push all these agendas in schools to young kids because they normalize what they want to push, right? What you should do is you should start normalizing all the things in your head that you want to have in your life. Normalize a Lambo. So how do you do that? Try and test drive a Lambo, try and go my Lambo, your Lambo, be friends with people with Lambos, go to the Lambo dealership. I remember one time I finished my door-to-door sales job for that day. It's like let's just say a Thursday evening. I go in with my friend to the Lambo dealership and I'm dressed in my door-to-door sales uniform. So I look quite smart, and like I pretend like I'm going to buy this car cash. I'm just like walking in there like I own the place, but in a humble way. I'm like, oh, how much is this one? The Hurricane, oh, this one's 200,000. Okay, no, I don't want this one. How much is this one? At the event store? And like, yeah, I think this is the one I want. Which year is this? And I'm pretending like I'm asking like all the questions. And like, I just felt like, yeah, I felt so much. And I actually started convincing myself that I was going to buy it in that moment. Like I genuinely forgot I was broke.
Yeah, yeah.
Like by the end of the conversation, because I'm convincing, I was talking to this guy and when it came time to payment almost, I was like, in my mind, I was like, fuck, like I was pretending. I was like, all right, bro, no, I need to get back to you kind of thing. And I was just like, fuck, like I'm here. And I was told my friend, like, we're right there, bro. And like, we're not as close anymore, but I saw him recently in Dubai and he seen me do really well. And like he's like, bro, everything you said that was gonna happen happened.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
everything. I was like, yeah, bro, like I told you. Like I always saw myself as like, we can do this. And that's why whenever I see someone else who has that same mindset, there's zero negativity in my brain, mind, soul. It's all like, it's just love to the other person. It's just, I want to feel that as well. Like, because my whole life when I was in school, all my friends, maybe they like were encouraging you in the gym. Maybe they encouraged you with women or whatever area. When it came to business or money, like people just didn't have that mindset. I think it's different in England than America though. In America, people have the American dream and stuff, but
not a lot do. I mean, the thing is as well, like, I've practiced success so many times, so many similar stories to what you're saying, bro. But I built my confidence up. So, like, practical steps for the person watching. If you're too scared to go in a Lamborghini dealership yet, bro, I used to go in a fucking Versace, bro. And I'd see the robes I'd like. I'd see Conor McGregor had this robe. Floyd Mayweather had the robe. I'd go in, I'd try the robe on. I was like, hey, yeah, I want the white one. Give me the black one, too. I'd put the robe on. Like, hell yeah. I'd flick up. I'd be like, hey, do you have the red one as well? I'd take the red one. Same exact thing. By the end of that, I was like, fuck, I don't even have the $800 or whatever it is. And then I'd go, hey, yeah, I kind of want to see. I'm going to order it online because I want the ones with the name print. I'd always have some type of cop out or escape.
Yeah.
And then I upgraded to Rolls Royces. And then I went into Rolls Royce. I was like, hey, I want to try out the car. They're like, kid, listen, what are you doing? Somebody's going to buy this. I was like, no, I'm going to buy it. You know what I mean? I'm going to buy the car. And et cetera. I get in, I'm like, I need to check, I'll check in with my accountant and stuff like that.
This is no way to treat a serious customer. I find it extremely offensive that you said this about me.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I want to buy this car, and just because I'm younger, you're treating me differently. Like, I'll stick it back on them.
I'd say shit like that too, bro. And by the fourth time, they'd know this motherfucker's not buying shit, bro. But yeah, and then I went to mansions. I'd go on Zillow. This time, like, we need bank statements. I'm like, fuck, bro. go online, fucking IRA account, fucking boom, switch my name to it. And then they let me
Interesting.
tour the whole place. When I got there, I'd pull up in a blue van. It was a blue 1990 something Toyota. And they just know by the time I came, I was like, yeah, I like to stay
Company
low.
car.
I was like, yeah, I like to stay low key. Like, kid, where's your parents? I'm like, nah, it's just me, but I like to stay a little bit more low key, you know, et cetera. And we walk in, they're showing us the whole place. They're like, this rug's 10,000, that rug's this. And moral of the story, I made a reel that went viral. I got like 70,000 likes, millions of views. And I said, the nervousness that you feel when you're walking into these places, right? When you get into a Lambo, when you're trying a robe on, when you're walking into a mansion, that nervous as you feel and that feeling is the only thing you need to get rid of to get everything you want in life.
100%.
Because
With women as well, everything.
Yeah, it's vibrational alignment.
Yeah, yeah.
By the time you have it,
Yeah.
you're gonna be like, yeah, this shit's normal. You know what I mean? So
it is normal.
it goes back to what you said. If we look at the past as an illusion, future as an illusion, what's the separating factor between you and your goals? If it's not hard work because a construction worker would be rich, it's you believing you're there now.
Yeah.
So it's not fake it till you make it. It's hypnotizing yourself to where even now, I just act like a billionaire now. I just act like, yeah, we'll get that, boom, 2 nights, etc.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's a universal law that there's no reality outside of that. If I persist in that feeling and action and that self-belief, it has to happen.
Think and Grow Rich. That's literally
Yeah.
the book, right? Another kind of mental model with it is just like, you know, when you're in the car and you're turning the radio,
Uh-huh.
you know, people don't understand, but like the same way you just literally turn the radio and the frequency changes and then the song changes. Like now you're hearing, instead of pop music, you're hearing classical music. It's the exact same thing with life. Like once you just change your frequency that you operate on, once you just start becoming more in line with what you actually want in life and you stop moving with fear and you become more brave and courageous, you actually like instantly change your life. I really don't think progress takes that long. Sure, it might take a long time to like hit your first 20K month or your first $1 million in the bank, whatever. But to instantly start, like to actually improve your life, I really believe it's instant, right?
Mhm.
Like if we started doing a podcast every single day and we did 75 CTAs in the podcast, I don't see how that doesn't lead to more sales. Like I really am just such a cause and effect kind of person.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so it's just like, if you want to change your life, instantly do something today that will propel you forward. Like if you've never been gym before, go gym. If you smoke weed, cut that out. Don't buy it again. Delete your dealer's number. You know, like
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want to stop eating chocolate cake, just throw it all in the bin. Like whatever habit you want to do, you can instantly just change if you make a decision. Like for me, all the big breakthroughs in my life have come from when I've made a decision like, I want more. And it's always at a flick of a finger. It's never like, yeah, gradually this and then. It's like you make a decision and then you start gradually doing all the changes you need to make and then everything starts. Like you have to decide you want more. Like you said, okay, I now decide I'm going to move like a billionaire. So now my time is way more important than my money.
Uh-huh.
And then I have to move like this instead of like this.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know what you call it. I don't know, hypnotization, etc. But yeah, bro, that's a great point. I had some shit that popped in my head too. I wanted to talk about that.
There's
Slipped
so
a
many
little
things
bit.
to talk about. That's like, it's hard to
Yeah.
do this because as you're making a point and I have a point, then we want to keep on this point and I can
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
forever.
It's interesting, bro. But yeah,
You're just
mean,
talking
fucking-
about hypnosis point. Okay, I got a point and then maybe we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
point about like nice things and $10,000 rugs. Like my girl always says, like, there's nice things in this world. They got to be for someone. Like she doesn't have like a limiting belief in terms of like we can't afford this, can't get this. Like,
Yeah.
like they make these nice watches and bracelets for someone. Why not her? Why not me? Why not? You know what I'm trying to say? And I like that mindset. I actually like when she says that because
Yeah.
like fuck everyone else. You know, like
Uh-huh.
it's actually outrageous to think. And then I start becoming more aggressive when I think that my energy changes. Like, yeah, it's outrageous to think there are some other people who can buy a house we can't buy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no.
Now I'm
for
getting
sure.
annoyed. I'm actually getting angry. Like, what the fuck?
No, 100%, bro. I always believed it was made for me.
Yeah,
You know
that's
I
what
mean?
I'm
You gotta
saying.
believe it was made for you, not even for somebody, etc. Like, no. If it's a nice thing, if it's a nice designer watch. When I heard stuff like, I went into Peter Marco's shop, jeweler in Beverly Hills, right?
Yeah.
He was telling me a story about how some Russian lady walked in and bought her dog a $70,000 diamond chain or some shit.
Makes sense.
And I hear shit like this and I'm like, yeah, I want my bitch doing that, bro. You know what I mean? I want my girl doing that. But I remember the topic I was going to go to, bro. A lot of people's girlfriends, they don't have that. You know what I mean? A lot of people's girlfriends are holding them back because their girlfriend has limited beliefs. That's why I don't think I could not have a Russian girl or Ukrainian
Yeah.
because like the last thing I need is my bitch, bro. I come home, my girl is like, oh, you know, maybe you should stop spending money. You know, what if it runs out and what if this and etc. Because that's your vibration now. And that's what you go home and sleep next to. And that's going to 100% hold back your potential. My girl's the exact opposite. I don't think my girl has ever told me, yeah, you spent a little bit too much. No, I have a fucking free for all radar. But I think the reason that we get along with our girls is because our personality type to some degree is a little bit the same. If
100%.
my girl likes nice shit, I like nice shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Doesn't make her a
100%.
gold digger. That makes me a gold digger
But
too,
that's
I
why,
guess.
yeah, you attract those kind of people, you know? It's
Yeah.
just like everything's just energy. But I remember one time I was on a date with a girl and I, went back with her and kind of, whatever, whatever. And afterwards, she was just sat there talking about like, do you think it like she was basically trying to give me financial advice after I just kind of like, you know, like she thinks we're together almost. And like I'd literally just seen her for the first time. I was like, what? She's saying, like, do you think it's like responsible to spend all this money like in the future, like if we have kids and stuff? I was like, what the fuck? Like that threw me off so much. Like, A, we've just met. And B, it's just like if you're trying to give me financial advice when you're just a regular chick, like you don't have money. Like that's
Yeah.
crazy. Like I know what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be good.
Bro,
And I'd rather
yeah.
be broke and do what I want than be rich and not do what I want. Like, bro, I'll lose all my money. If I have my cars and I made that decision, fuck it. I can always sell them. Oh, I lost money. Okay, who cares? I'll make more money. My brain is worth fucking money.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like that's what we mean about appreciating like asset. Like, okay, even if we went to zero today, yeah, but our cash flow would still be high. And also we could get our cash flow back up. And even with everything gone, our brain is literally worth millions and millions and millions of dollars because we've invested in ourselves time, energy, and money along this journey. So it's just like, fuck the things.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because as you make more and more money, everything becomes more and more cheap.
Yeah.
So I always thought about it like, I appreciate quicker than real estate. I appreciate quicker than a Bitcoin, et cetera. Like I always think about it like that to where everything I thought was expensive, the Miami dinners, maybe a car at one point, a Urus at one point, a Lambo, right? Instantly becomes cheap if I just increase my self-value and my self-worth and my prices as a byproduct of that. Like everything's just like, I don't know, like
It's so true,
to
man.
get more
It's so true.
practical though, to get more practical, let's say you have a $20 item. I started with $20 fitness programs. Bro, you're thinking about if I get 5 sales, I can buy sneakers. If I get 10 sales, I can go to a nice dinner. And it's very limited. It's like, fuck, because you're at a lower level. When you raise to 1,000, for example, now it's like, okay, I got 1,000. That's dinner for tonight. That's a nice pair of shoes once a week. But then you go to 10,000, and then 10,000 is like, fuck, now I'm getting the Off-Whites. You know what I mean? I'm getting the Jordans, etc. Now I may go to like the Ballin' Out dinner. Then you go to 20. When you go to 20, it's just like, fuck. That's when you're saving and then you build financial
20 is a
freedom.
nice number per month. When you make 20K a month, I feel like you can do quite a lot. You can I said this before, you can take the occasional business class flight. You can stay in some hotels sometimes. You don't have to really check the price of food too much unless it's like the couple $1,000 dinner. 20K a month, you're actually good. Especially if you're like a young dude. You feel balling.
And then, but then
you get used to it.
Yeah,
It's
then
all
you
the
get
normal,
used to it and you want to spend more. You want the nicer things in life.
Yeah.
But there's a good middle ground period between like, honestly, I think 100,000 and 7 figures a month where you can have everything you want, but maybe not, I don't know, the Bugatti yet.
For me, when I started feeling rich is when you start making 10K a day profit. When you start making 10K a day profit, then you're actually like, that's quite a lot. Because you could buy you could do a decent little shopping spree at Louis Vuitton, spend it 3K, 4K. And you go for a nice dinner for like $500. You and your girl. That's 4.5K. And you filled up your car with petrol. Okay, what? Like, that's not even eating half of the money yet. And that's like it's like a one-off day. Like, you're not going to go Louis Vuitton every day. That's boring as fuck. And like, why would you do that? So it's just like, that's when the money starts compounding really quickly.
No,
yeah.
I always say if you want to live a high ticket life, you have to sell high ticket services.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's a quote I took from Neville, or not Neville. It's from some designer brand owner. You guys will know him, Forbes, Richest, etc. He owns every designer.
I think you
brand.
said the Louis Vuitton guy, was it?
Louis Vuitton guy, yeah.
Bernard Arnault or something, was it?
Yeah, but he said luxury goods is the only area it's possible to make luxury margins. So I respun that quote a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, it's 100% true. I don't know if you have this as well. I don't look in terms of like what I have stashed either or what I have invested, etc. I always look at income and day by day income.
It's all about income. That's why if your income goes down a bit, like you start panicking,
like,
you start thinking, fuck,
bro. You know
but
what
it's
I mean?
not, I honestly don't know how much money I have in the bank right now. Like I don't check it too often. Like my brother we work together in business as well. So I don't care. Fuck that. How much did we make yesterday? How much did we make the day before?
Bro.
What did I learn today? What did I learn yesterday? That's it.
Because like, I'll give you a practical example. Like, and this is for the lower level people. 10,000 a month might seem like, how the fuck? I've never seen 10,000. But when you break that down by 30 days and do the day by day estimate, it does become more of achievable.
$300 a day.
And that's what you mean when you say put your head down and just work. You work hard. Boom, I hit 333 today, 333 the next day, 330. And then before you know it, it's 10K. You don't know how you got there, but it's just
Exactly.
compound interest.
And then because you have this demand coming in, you always have 6 sales calls. Let's say you only close 1 sales call, but then every day I'm making $333. You think, okay, if I want to focus more on the marketing, and now I know I have 6 calls every single day coming in, I can hire a closer because at least I have consistent demand for him to do. He has 6 calls a day that he can actually now do. Then you can start hiring people. But if you're never in the trenches yourself, you're never like making those 300s in the first place. You
Yeah.
can't hire someone. You're not motivated. Like, there's just so many problems. Like, having money coming in helps you make more money. Not because you invest in Bitcoin, but because when you have money coming in, then you can do things with that money. Another point, there's so many things to talk about, but just now, like, you know how you went from Dubai to Maldives back to Dubai? A lot of people wouldn't do that because they think that's extra flights they have to buy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a good point to talk about in terms of abundance, because they'll be like,
Yeah.
no, I was just in Dubai. Why go to Dubai again? Like, why are you in Dubai again?
I mean, bro, the truth is, we went to Maldives, right? Business class flight, like, I don't know, 4 or 5K, something like that. Boom, we fly in. I got the business class seats. Lay back, you fucking sleep, bro. You know what I mean? I wanted to sleep. I didn't get enough sleep though, because only 4 hours. And we get to the resort, we get a floating breakfast, etc. And I fucking slept the whole vacation, bro. Like, you got to think that was 4 or 5K for the business class flight there. That was 1K a night plus on top of every other dinner we bought and everything like that. That was 4 or 5K back. Bro, I slept 10K away, bro. Like, people don't get, you know what I mean? People don't understand that. But at the same time, I mean, because you have income, what does it matter? You know, I always tell people, like, people will see me online, they'll say, oh, he's financially irresponsible. He just spends money. It's going to run out one day. And I'm like, if I made 500,000 last month and spent 200,000, I saved more than you.
You
If
saved
ma-
60%.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's
it is what
amazing.
you know, and I'm not saying it's always like that, but yeah, people don't understand the financial power it does come from cash flow. And I think in modern day times, and this is to make people feel better, there's this idea that you can't have income and you can just invest your way rich. And if you work
Yeah.
at McDonald's, by the time you're this age, you'll have $1 million in your IRA. No, bro. The more realistic and quicker way to get rich, let me upgrade my income in every aspect possible. Let me upgrade my skill set around me to make that income. And then I invest it after that and I compound and I get wealthy, right? But I'll tell you right now, like, from a standpoint of income, I wouldn't consider myself wealthy. I don't have 3,000 units, you know what I mean, of real estate properties at the moment. And quite frankly, I don't believe it's time yet. It's weird. People say, Vince, why don't you invest in real estate and et cetera? I don't think it's time yet. I feel like my dollars would go back best into myself and my brand, which is an interesting perspective. But
I was just gonna add on to that. You know, when you just said about the 500K a month, is that, let's say you make 500K this month and you spend 200K, that's 300K left over. But some people still sit there and say, yeah, but that's still, you spent too much. Like, why not say 450 instead of 300? Yeah, but this is where the magic part comes in. Yeah, but next month, what about if I just want to chill? Let's say next month I just sit inside all day, I'm locked in, I spend 20. Now I've got
yeah,
480 profit. Right?
uh-huh,
Like, that's what people don't consider.
yeah,
Which is like, even if you spend, let's say you make 500, you spend 500 on just literally balling the fuck out. As long as you make 500 again next month, everything is fine. It's all about income, because even if you blow all the money, you have so much more money coming in tomorrow.
uh-huh,
You know, so like, let's say you make 500 and then you spend 500 and you're literally on zero in the account. Yeah, but next month, all right, let's keep it easy. No business class flights, no nothing, no jets, no nothing, no hotels, no new watches, no new cars. We're gonna sit inside and just work and eat healthy and go gym. All you spent money on was food and the gym and rent.
yeah,
And now you just made 500 out of the sky and it's just sat in your account. Now you can go back and attack again. And then
yeah,
you
yeah,
use that money to then help you go from 500K monthly to 700K monthly. It's just like, income's the only thing that matters. But if you're making like 2K, let's say you're making 3K a month from your job right now, and you know, you have 10K in the bank and you're thinking, yeah, I want to get to 20K saved. Why? Like, or 25, like, I want to just keep making the number go. No, just, you need the number of income, you need the number of dollars coming in per month to go up, because that's what allows you to live the lifestyle you want, where you travel where you want, buy what you want. You know, like, when I bought this watch I think was like $95,000. I think it's like £79,000. Now I have no idea how much it would sell for, but it's like 2.5 years ago. Worst case, I sell it, I lose like 10K. Yeah, but like, it just doesn't matter. Like, I just care about my income. I don't even want to sell it.
uh-huh,
Like, you don't look at how much you have, you look at what you make. The only reason why rich people care about what they have is because what they have is an asset, which then gives them more what they make. So like you said, if you have the property, then it makes you a certain amount per month, per year. That's why they want these assets, because it makes them a certain amount. But how
Yeah.
much you have, like I have 500 million, for example, that means nothing.
Mhm.
It's all about how much you can make with the money. Because the reason why people want a lot of money, like 500 mil, is because then you make 5% a year on your money, and 5% on $500 million is $25 million. But if you only have 50K in the bank, then 5% of 50K is only 2.5K.
Yeah.
So it's just like the magical part comes when your passive income is just so high because you have 500 million. But until we have so much income coming in where it's like literally millions and millions of profit a month, I don't give a fuck about stocks.
Yeah, I mean
Fuck that.
that's funny though.
You
That's
know?
funny because that's always been my mentality too. When I see somebody with 3 Bugattis and a goddamn jet and like 3 different vacation homes, I just know it wasn't from the fucking S&P 500. You know what I mean? I just know it was from direct income. And like to put that in perspective, yeah, I mean, I guess when I get home, I am going to be a little bit tired. I'm like, damn, we had this vacation, we went here, there, and I'm going to sleep for, not sleep, but I'm going to chill for like a week and just be focused on my laptop and then accidentally make another 250,000 that week. But people don't look at it like that though. You know what I mean? It's kind of like they just think, oh, he spent that much, et
Yeah, it's
cetera.
gone.
Yeah, yeah.
And it wasn't gone because you have the content from it. And not only you have the content from it, you have the
and that
memories
lives
from it.
forever. Yeah, that's another factor people don't take into account. Now, would I have spent that much if I knew it couldn't get documented at all on social media? Maybe not.
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't. Yeah,
Because
and
we find everything fun anyway. So it's like, I don't need to get that fancy dinner. I don't need to be here all the time.
yeah,
At
yeah.
that point.
Yeah, so I mean, it is back to what we said, investing after a certain point. So I feel like the more and more people watch this and understand these principles, they're
We're
gonna be
putting
like,
on people on we're putting people on game right now.
bro, they're gonna be
This
like,
is
what
huge
the fuck?
game.
But we're putting people on game not from a 40-year-old with 2 million.
Yeah.
Putting people on game with people in our 20s that have made millions and millions of
Yeah,
dollars in real time. Hey, this is how it actually works. This isn't what people are saying, and I invested here. No, but I have no doubt in my mind when we get to that point of $1 million a day, 500,000 a day, 200,000, even 200,000 a day consistently. That's when we'll become wealthy and start thinking more of investments and et cetera. But until then, I mean, there's a time for balling, there's a time for preservation and kind of, preserving the empire, and yeah.
And it's just like if you're making such crazy amounts of money per day, then it's like it almost doesn't even matter, because even if you are financially irresponsible, where you blow 500K on shopping that week, yeah, but it just doesn't matter because you have 200 a day. Like, these are ridiculous numbers.
Yeah,
We're not at that level at the moment, but the point I'm making is that it just doesn't matter. So either way, attacking is always better than defending. Spending is always better than saving. They tell you to save money so they can control society, because they want people working 9-to-5 jobs. Because if you believe too much in saving your money, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to stay working the same jobs. It keeps society functioning. If they were telling everyone what we're telling them now, spend more money, spend more money, spend more money, educate yourself, then everyone would be rich. And that wouldn't work, right? So they say formal education makes you a living. Self-education makes you a fortune. So you need to self-educate. You need to self-spend. You cannot rely on what the government's telling you to spend. Oh, only spend 20% of your income, save for a rainy day. Your whole life is a rainy day, I tell people. Like, I only want to live in sunny days. I live in Dubai. We don't deal with fucking rainy days.
Yeah,
Every
bro.
day's sunny, bro.
It's funny as hell because this is a practical step, right? If you think we're talking right now, you can't relate at all, and you're like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're
I,
going
I
crazy.
want you, like, if you think you're financially irresponsible right now, and we need to save more, and we need to get coupons, bro, look at your life. Think about your monthly expenses, your bills. If I slapped 100,000 a month that you knew you'd get every single month, would your financial problems be solved? If the answer is yes, you don't have a spending problem, you have an income problem.
And it's also like, because you only have one life, why would you want to live your whole life without actually experiencing what you want to experience? So you're basically telling the world, telling your people around you that we can't spend this money on this because we're not going to make more money. You're telling God you don't believe in his future blessings. God's already blessed me massively so far with millions and millions of dollars. Why not keep spending more money, make God happy? He's going to bless me with more money. Now, the key is this: you have to spend money on education, right? Or information, information, education, or reputation. If you're completely spending money on just fun and you're going to the club every night, chasing pussy, and you're blowing money on bottles, thousands of dollars, and it's not being documented, and you're not some famous YouTuber, honestly, you're a dickhead, in my opinion. But then again, more power to you if that's what you want. But for me, I can't relate to that. And I think it's a waste of money. But if you're documenting it and you're building the sickest personal brand, it's going to come back to you, one. And two, you meet people at the club. You meet people out and about. You meet people in nice dinner spots. I remember when I used to go to these nice hotel lobbies, it'd be like $10 for a hot chocolate or a coffee. People sit there and say, $10 for a hot chocolate? That's such a ripoff. How much is it in Starbucks? Let's say £5. $5. You're spending the difference. You're not spending the $10. You're spending the difference between 10 and 5. So it's now only $5 difference. So I'm spending $5 to be in the Four Seasons hotel lobby instead of Starbucks with brokies.
Yeah,
Obviously, that's worth it. It's $5. What are we talking about? I always say to people, you're not spending what you're spending the net difference. So if you stay in the Atlantis Royale 3K and it makes you feel this good, what is the next alternative? What is the next option? How much? Maybe like 1K for a room that makes you not feel good. Fuck it. So you're only spending 2K extra and you get all this content. It's worth it.
100%, bro. And to even add to that, I mean, spending, for example, right? I've gotten to a point, bro, especially me and my girl, I don't like going to cheap places at all, bro. Because I don't like the people. Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing. There's a Moxie's in Brickell. Like, bro, when every place is closed, I'm like,
I've been there a few times though. I can't talk too much.
Cool. It's cool though. It's cool, but like,
I like the energy in terms of it's busy, but there are like,
but it's not the people I want to be around. It's still fancy. It has a nice vibe.
Yeah.
But I'd rather go to a place that looks damn near exactly like that. That's more expensive and there's less people in it. Just because I want the free will of there's an old billionaire in the corner, there's an old dude that has 5 million with his 18-year-old wife. You know what I mean? It's just like, I want to be there. I'm fucking chilling. I'm relaxing. I'm having dinner. And you just know there's no, you know, and in British terms, there's no dickhead that's like, you gotta fucking watch your back.
That's crazy. In America,
yelling.
you don't say dickhead.
No, we don't say that, bro. It's funny.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, we don't say that, bro.
What do they say in America?
Dumbass. You know,
I'll start saying dumbass more.
Yeah.
Because I like Americans more, man. You know, because when I was younger, I always liked American people because when I was younger, I thought to myself, America's where all the money is. All the movie people are from America. Hollywood, Hollywood, Hollywood. Then I grew up and I found out Hollywood's not as cool anymore as I thought because, you know, I think LA went downhill. Miami's now on the way up. But yeah, anyway, America was where all the money went. And when I found out some of my family went to America, like uncles and cousins, I was like, oh my God, like, that's crazy. Like, I want to be in America. Just the idea of going to America was so exciting. I remember going to Washington, D.C. I was looking around like, this is the real country. Like, this is where all the real money is. But yeah, man, I don't like English people's mindset. Like, I'm not originally from England. I'm originally from Lebanon, but I was born in England, lived there my whole life. And the thing with England is people have this scarcity mindset, crabs in the bucket. I know you say in America, not everyone has this American dream mindset. But the thing with America is just like more people believe they can be a millionaire. Like more people sit there and think, you know what? I can actually be a millionaire. I can achieve what I want. Whereas in England, everyone's like, bro, who do you think you are? Everyone says that, like, bro, who do you actually think you are? I'm like, bro, like, I'm gonna make it. And I used to kind of like pissing people off by saying it.
But it's funny because it depends where you're at, bro. There was nobody that wanted to be an entrepreneur where I grew up. Bro.
Yeah, Arizona.
In Phoenix, Arizona, bro. I went to Shadow Mountain High School. I mean, I guess maybe the nicer white school I went to, yeah, there was a few people that wanted to be like entrepreneurs.
So everyone would tell you can't do it. Like,
bro, I grew up in like an area that wasn't the worst in the world, but nobody was like, yeah, I'm going to become a millionaire and I'm going to do this. So the only way out was rapping or hooping, bro.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That was it. Like, there'd be SoundCloud rappers. There'd be guys that were going to basketball tournaments. Like, that was the only thing that you really saw. So it was almost like I didn't know entrepreneurship was the path to wealth. I thought doctor or lawyer.
Yeah.
But then I accidentally fell into the info game and I was like, yo, the returns are exponential here.
Yeah.
Why not be an entrepreneur?
That's the thing as well with info, right? Like, Vince has his own products. I have my private community, New Money. And the thing is that once you make a video or a piece of content, it lasts forever. Like, we can clip this up. We can use this many, many times. Like, it's here forever.
Yeah.
You know, like, people don't realize how much leverage there is with this. We might have spoken for 3-4 hours, but this video will be there forever.
Yeah.
Unless we choose to delete it. So it's crazy. How much time? Exactly 4 hours and 3 minutes.
Bro, that's nuts.
That's a pretty good time, I guess, to stop.
Yeah. That's a good outro.
Because guys, boss man's like, it's exponential. Every hour you have to pay more. I'm joking. But yeah, boy, that's a good podcast. I don't know whose channel this is going on, but either way.
Yes, sir.
Closing words, bro.
Yeah. So number one thing I want you guys to understand, take the principles that we mentioned. If you really watch this video and apply everything with just complete faith, you're going to build the life you want at the end of the day. Because I said this before earlier, but we're not teachers in some school that have a Toyota Camry and say you can have anything you want. No, we're actually people that are in our 20s that live our dream lives, drive what we want to drive, do what we want to do. The world is now a free zone. It's a GTA server. It's Minecraft creative mode. So just you listening to people that have the things you want is going to get you to the next level. And it's not just about hearing it once. A lot of the time it's about repetition. So I want you guys to follow both me and Hassan. You guys can get me at Vincent Fisher _ FISCHER on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Hassan, what about you, bro?
Yeah, if you just type in my name, Hassan Haider, I'm sure it'll come up. But Hassan Haider 1 on Instagram, Hassan Overpaid on YouTube. On TikTok, it's like overpaid ass. Just search my name. I'm sure you'll find me, Hassan Haider. But yeah, boys, I just wanted to say, like, the thing you guys got to realize as well about that cash flow point, right? Even if it went wrong, even if you weren't making as much money as now, even if I wasn't making as much money as now, the thing you have to realize is I'd still rather be me than trying to save every penny, because you still cannot save yourself rich. So even if we were making zero right now, I'd still be happy I spent loads of money in Miami. I'll still be I'll still be happy I spent loads of money in Bali and Thailand and traveling the world, because now I'm me and I have this knowledge, and eventually I'm going to crack the code and make money. You know, it really is that simple. Like, you need to feed your brain and mind the right experiences and the right connections and the right information to, like, for it to grow. Just like with your body, you need to eat the right calories, you know, the right food. It's the same thing with the mind. You need to see that billionaire in Miami with the 18-year-old girl. You need to see those Birkin bags. You need to see the gold APs. You need to see the SVJs, the Phantoms, the Cullinans. You need to see it. So just my final words are just do more, think less, attack life. And like, if you just live without fear, life is just so much more fun. You know, 50 Cent got shot 9 times and he didn't give a fuck, you know? So just attack life. Like, one day we're going to die. And I remember one of my favorite quotes is from 50 Cent. He says, every day one of us has a bullet with our name on it. Because he was saying how everyone thinks death is like this crazy thing, but death is coming for us all. And he might have got shot. We might not get shot, but we still have a bullet with our name on it eventually. We're going to die anyway, so.
Yeah. That's a banger,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
I want to sum it up with a question, right? Nobody ends podcasts with a question.
All right, let's do it. I'll ask you.
So if you're at home right now, and I'm speaking to them, if you're at home right now, right, let's just say your life were to end tomorrow,
Okay.
right? When you have that flashback, when you have the moment, let's imagine the bullet slowed down, it's coming towards your brain, it's your final thoughts.
Yeah. I like these
Do you
questions.
have the thought of, I lived the life I want?
Yeah, honestly.
It was a great run. You know, I did the things I want. I bought what I want, took care of my mom while I was here. Or would you have the thought of, I wish I would have done more?
So this is the thing. If I knew the bullet was coming and I had a few seconds to think, or a couple milliseconds, or however you want to answer this question, then I would 100%, as my closing thoughts, think I've 100% been happy with my life. Maybe a slightly better variation for me to answer this question is if I knew I was going to die in a few hours and I just sat here on this podcast kind of dwelling and thinking about everything.
Yeah.
I'll be like, yeah, I 100% lived a good life. I'll be very happy. However, the only regret I could possibly have is I wish I did just even more. So this is why I think I came with this like term, do more, think less, this quote. Because I one day sat there and thought of this question, do you have any regrets, Hassan? And someone asked me this question and I said, no, I don't have any regrets. They said, you must have had some regrets. I was like, yeah, well, I wish I technically spoke to more girls, wish I technically made more money, sure. But like the only really regret I could think of, or I could imagine having at 80 years of age, was I wish I did even more. Because even if we become trillionaires, I still wish I became a zillionaire. So it's like the only regret I think as an ambitious man you can have is I wish I just went even harder. Every day I squeezed more out of life.
Yeah.
What about you? Same
Yeah,
question
that's
back.
funny, bro. And there's a quote that pretty much says, if you think the price of the cost of winning is too high, wait till you get the bill of regret.
I love that one.
Right. So I always say that everybody's fearful, right? When you first start something new, you're fearful. When you're new to entrepreneurship, it's fearful. It's what's going to go wrong. But it's not that winners don't have fears and doubts. It's that winners are able to shift and bend their fears and doubts. Where my biggest fear was staying average and dying average.
I saw you say this, and people in the comments were like, "This guy needs to get serious and get a grip." But
it's 100% fact. Other people's fear is failing. When, like you said, they're already at rock bottom. They're already in damn near imprisonment. If you look back at your life now of what was considered normal, it'd be an imprisonment. You know, I had to go to school. I was like, they might as well put you in handcuffs. You got to raise your hand to use the restroom. If you hate your life that much to where you'd off yourself if you had to continue living the same exact life, you're going to jump. If there's a fire under you that's big enough, if there's flames burning your ass, you're going to fucking get up and jump, bro. So a lot of people, they don't have the fire and they don't want it. And some people do. If they've watched this long, I mean, obviously they have the fire. They're here for a reason, right? So yeah, whatever analogy you want to give, because I know other people have said the same analogy, but
it's just like if you consume this kind of content, you're on this self-improvement journey, even if you don't consider yourself the smartest guy in the world, you're still smart in some way because you know that you need to self-improve. You know you need to listen to people ahead of you. You know you need to educate yourself. You know that formal education won't do it. College, university, school, that won't do it for you. You know that you have to be the one that actually pushes things forward. Yeah. So for me, it's just all about that. But yeah, like that question about the regret, man, it's the only possible regret I've ever had in my life is I wish I just did even more. which is why I love do more, think less. Because people overthink too much, talk too much, waste time too much. But if you just do more, you'll be happier. Like if you have a problem with women, I guarantee you could fix that problem if you cold approach 100 girls or DM 100 girls. And I guarantee every problem can be fixed with enough volume. If you hop on enough sales calls, even if you're the shittest salesman in the world, you're gonna make money. Like I know this from door-to-door sales. I had salesmen who were shit, but they would just knock on so many doors and they'd make money, bro. And like they were just fucking consistent. And like I've done 40,000 tweets on Twitter. You know, it's just like volume pays. And I remember, you know, Vincent said earlier in this podcast that he posted the same transformation many times. Like volume. Fuck it. If it's working one time, do more. But I could talk for another 4 hours, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. Subscribe to the channel, whoever's channel it is, and see you boys in a bit. Good one, bro.
Let's get it. Hell yeah, bro.